Chapter 951 Face Change. Gosling and I were shocked when we saw this scene. While I was still stunned, Gosling went mad and rushed up angrily, arrested the man, cut off his hands and feet, and asked him why he was so cruel to murder a woman who would abandon the family and run away with him. The man was frightened by Gosling and told him truthfully that he didn't love Elena at all, nor was he a child of an old-world aristocrat who he boasted about in front of his mistress, but a professional liar, specializing in abducting rich women. Once he succeeded, he managed to seduce the stupid women, took all the family members to elope with him, found a secluded place on the way, killed the deceived woman, buried the dead in the wilderness, and then swept away each other's belongings, hiding far away and running away for a while. When this ill-gotten wealth was spent, he resumed his old business and found another rich woman to start. Elder Kimodo shrugged and sighed with sarcasm. This scammer has done the same business many times. Elena is just one of the victims. Anyway, there are so many stupid women in the world. As long as they are handsome, they can speak sweet words and know how to like women, they always can easily find prey. Joan wrote a pen to record the elders of Jmojuo, inexplicably a sad and funny complex emotion. The tragedy of Mrs. Elena is actually not rare. This kind of thing happens all the time. What really makes Joan feel strange is the overreaction of Miss Jesslyn, the eldest sister of Moses. This Mother Marsh Toad, at the invitation of Jmojuo, was originally involved in the operation with the intention of murdering Mrs. Elena, but when she saw her prey died in the hands of a beloved man, she died of a mean fraud, actually filled with indignation, beat the scammer, and asked him why he disappointed Elena's affection. Vaslin's overreaction seemed a bit inexplicable at first glance, but it was reasonable to think about it carefully. Perhaps in that case, race and interests will automatically give way to a gender position. Any woman who sees such atrocities will be unable to help feeling empathy and anger. After Elena's lover confessed to the crime, Gosling was furious and smashed the scammer's head. After that, weird things happened. Elder Simo, narrowing his eyes and slowing his tone, his expression became more mysterious. That man was originally a little white face with oily head and pink face. But when he died, the body actually changed shape and eventually turned into a human-like non-human monster. What kind of monster are you? Tell me more about his appearance. Joan couldn't help but ask, and inexplicably a little uneasy. The man's body looks like a human body, but his body becomes slim and thin, with smooth and dense violet skin, tightly wrapped around the bones, just like an Erdrid body. In addition, the hair on his body also disappeared out of thin air. His body was bare, and his flat face and facial features lacked a sense of three-dimensionality, just like a bad print. On the face of this weirdo, the only thing that impressed me was his swollen eyes, with a long pupil in the emerald green eyeball. Look closely, you can see the black pupils of different thickness arranged on the striped pupils, which looks like some kind of band code. After listening to the description of Elder Gomodo, Pinkerton and Gleason looked at each other, and then the two of them turned their eyes to Joan, and the meaning of inquiry appeared in their eyes. It sounds like some kind of humanoid ... may be strange. Joan tapped the forehead with his pen, frowned for a long time, and finally gave him a wry smile. I'm sorry, I can only vaguely remember the description of a monster like this in a book, but I can't remember the specific creature at one time. It doesn't matter, Joanne, you can think back slowly. Although this detail is very strange, it has little effect on the main line of our case. Pinkerton comforted. Joan said nothing. On the face of it, the scammer who killed Mr. Kaufman's ex-wife 20 years ago, what kind of creature is indeed, has nothing to do with today's serial murders, but he always feels that things are not so simple. The monster that deformed after death left a deep impression on him, vaguely foreseen that this person's identity is crucial, and even today, 20 years later, it still plays in a mysterious way that is currently unknown. With invisible influence, the interrogation continued, and Joan had to suppress his doubts for the time being and concentrate on recording the confession of El Demoto. According to the Elder Gemodo, After Mrs. Elena and her cold and tender husband died, he went to the employer, David Kaufman, according to the agreement, and showed evidence of the successful assassination. Kaufman was very satisfied with his work and paid in full. But Elder Momodo did not tell Kaufman the whole truth. He lied that the adulterers were killed by their own hands, deliberately concealing the details of Mrs. Elena's death in the hands of her lover. Because he feared that the truth would be out of the blue, Kaufman had an excuse to refuse to pay the full reward. Kaufman asked him to kill 2 people, but he actually killed only 1. If Kaufman would only pay him half the commission on this ground, he could not be refuted. In addition to this little selfishness, Elder Kimodo thought at the time that both people were dead. It didn't matter who was killed. He didn't feel ashamed to deceive Kaufman on this issue. After this incident passed, Elder Gomodo occasionally accepted Kaufman's employment to help him harass other hot spring baths and intimidate his competitors, but he never killed anyone for him, and the 2 parties rarely met directly. The elders of the squadron contacted Kaufman and sent a pigeon to act as an animal messenger, and secretly delivered the letter to the dove cage located on the top of the Happy Palace Hotel. It was not until 3 months ago that the elder Gomodo noticed that Kaufman had changed. This old friend who has always paid a lot of money has made 2 commissions in arrears, which he has not paid in due time. Elder Kimodo worried about Kaufman's bad debts, so he wrote to him to demand debts, and issued a severe warning in his letter. If he didn't pay any more, he attacked the Happy Palace bathing room, making his business impossible. Kaufman seemed to be frightened by his fiercely worded letter. He wrote back to apologize to him, claiming that he did not intend to owe his commission, mainly because he was pursuing a famous lady recently. I was a little nervous. Also in this letter, Kaufman offered to make a deal with Elder Kimodo, to lure rich singles who came to Baden Hot Springs for recuperation, robbed each other's money, and used this money to pay back the money owed to the Marsh Toad Commission for people like Master Mr. Joan. Please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 952. Arrest 1. In the next interrogation, Elder Numatoad Satsuma claimed that he had no interest in killing and robbing wealth, but considering that the noble youth in the family needed to undergo adult trials, they suffered from the lack of suitable sacrifices. With the cooperation of man, this problem was solved. Kaufman and Marsh Toad, each take what they need, just hit it off. In this way, the elders of Kamaja began 2 months ago and led a team to the outskirts of Hot Spring Town to host adult trials for the noble children of the family. David Kaufman himself did not come forward personally, but he arranged for his fiancée, Mrs. Josephine, to be responsible for the connection with Elder Moto. This beautiful lady, not only did not mind the private transaction between the fiancé and Numatoad, seemed to be happy to participate in this game. Including Billy Donald and Harl Lancashire, the 4 trial offerings before and after were all rich brothers she selected from regular hotel guests. Mrs. Josephine secretly lured the pretentious men to complain that she did not love David Kaufman, but owed a large amount of money to the other party and had to use her body to pay off the debt. When the obsessed men believed the truth about her, Mrs. Josephine persuaded the other person to elope with her so as to avoid marrying her creditor, David Kaufman. Elder Kimodo did not like the woman who was full of lies, but he had to admit that Mrs. Josephine's acting was very clever, and she could always lure prey to provide him with a suitable trial offering. The close cooperation between the 2 sides was maintained in this way, and until last night, Joan and Corden were killed halfway, destroying the adult trials of the Marsh Toads. Before they showed up, Mrs. Josephine had drove back to the spa town. Pinkerton and Gladson's interrogation of Elder Gomodo ends here. Joan checked the testimony he recorded and confirmed that there were no omissions, so he handed the notebook to Pinkerton and asked him softly, "Mr. Pinkerton, what are your plans next?" Pinkerton turned around and whispered with Sheriff Gleason before turning back to Joan, Gleason and I agree that the case is now clear and the evidence is solid. It is time to arrest Kaufman and Josephine. Is this too sloppy? Joan couldn't help but sing a countertone. I think there are still many doubts in the case. The current evidence alone is not enough to conclude. Even if it is not enough to convict Kaufman and Josephine, it is at least enough to list them as important suspects and ask them to cooperate with the police in the investigation. Sheriff Gleason said coldly. Joan opened his mouth but couldn't refute it. The fact is that, as Mr. Sheriff said, the evidence of Elder Gomodo is enough to list David Kaufman and Mrs. Josephine as suspects. Sheriff Gleason summoned them to cooperate with the investigation. In order to prevent the suspects from fleeing, taking the necessary detention measures against them is also a lawful means of handling cases, and Joan has no reason to object. At this point, Joan realized that with his own power, he could no longer influence the direction of the investigation of the case. So he had to take out a piece of copper wire and send 3 rings of short message to Professor Moriarty. In this magic letter, Joan briefly described the past, the latest progress of the case, and the remaining doubts of Mr. Pinkerton's case from yesterday afternoon to this morning. Joanne himself believes that Mr. Kaufman and Mrs. Josephine are indeed very suspect, but the existing evidence does not seem to be complete. The unilateral testimony of Elder Gomodo may not be completely true. What attitude will Mr. Kaufman and Mrs. Josephine face in the murder charges? Is it a confession of guilt, a trial, or a plan to defend yourself? Joanne felt that at least they should be given a chance to defend themselves. However, after all, he is not a police officer, and he is not very gentle. What to do next? He still has to ask his instructor to make an idea. At 9 o'clock in the morning on May 29th, the Hot Springs Town security team raided Kaufman's mansion and, in the name of a suspected serial murder, asked David Kaufman and Mrs. Josephine to the Hot Springs Town Police to assist in the investigation. The arrest was led by Sheriff Gleason and Mr. Kempton, and Joan did not accompany him. He asked to stay at the police station and assisted the police to guard the two. Joan did not participate in the arrest operation, mainly because he felt a little overwhelmed. In the Hot Spring Town these days, Mrs. Josephine has been taking extra care of him. If she appears in such an embarrassing occasion, she will be guilty of revenge. Although he did not personally participate in the arrest operation, curiosity prompted Joan to perform the mosquito finger technique again, turning a tail finger into a blood mosquito, and followed Pinkerton to the Kaufman family mansion. When Sheriff Gleason led someone into the Kaufman mansion, David Kaufman and Mrs. Josephine were having breakfast. Facing the police who broke into the door, the unmarried couple at the table responded very differently. David Kaufman jumped up angrily after a short period of consternation. He blamed Sheriff Gleason and his entourage for trespassing into the house. It was like a band of robbers and a group of beasts. When Sheriff Gleason admitted that he was involved in the murder and asked him to follow him back to the police station for interrogation, Mr. Millionaire was even more furious, completely denying all the charges against him, and believed that Gleason's move was private retaliation, threatened to accuse the town council of his atrocities. From Joan's perspective, David Kaufman's words and deeds are basically in line with the normal reaction of a rich man when charged by the police. Of course, these fierce reactions did not prove that he was innocent, nor could he be evidence of his guilt. Compared to David Kaufman, his fiancée, Mrs. Josephine, reacted a bit unusually throughout the arrest. When the police broke into the door, she subconsciously closed the neckline of her pajamas, showing the woman's defense instinct in this situation. And then the expression became very strange, looking both funny and confused. When her fiancé was furious, Mrs. Josephine did not echo, and turned to the detective who was holding a pipe to watch the drama, and asked calmly, "Dad, tell me, is this a misunderstanding?" "I'm afraid not, Ma'am. You and Mr. Kaufman are better to go with Sheriff Gleason. Such a loud noise will only attract more people to watch and damage your reputation," Pinkerton answered with a smile. "Dad, David asked you to investigate the case, but you want to send your employer to prison. Don't you think it's too much? Mrs. Josephine's face was slightly cold. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 953. Arrest 2. Ma'am, I am really doing my best to help Mr. Kaufman investigate the case, but unfortunately all the evidence I have is against Mr. Kaufman himself. Ted Pinkerton sighed. Will you continue to trace the truth, or protect the interests of your employer? This is a difficult choice. Ma'am, please forgive me for making choices that displease you. After all, I am a detective. Mrs. Josephine nodded, even showing a little bit of appreciation for Pinkerton's choice. You are a good detective who insists on ethics. Ted, this is very rare. Can I do something for you, madam? Your sympathy makes me more ashamed. Pinkerton hesitated for a while and finally told the truth. In fact, you are also involved in a serial murder case, and you will even be affected by Hoffman. Mr. S. more serious allegations. Ted, if I say that I am innocent, you probably won't believe it. It doesn't matter. Just tell me, how can I cooperate with the police investigation? The Countess' calm expression seemed to be of no concern to herself. If you really want to prove your innocence, help us calm down Mr. Kaufman, and confronting the police will not help to clarify the truth, but will only push him to a more disadvantaged situation. These facts, in fact, I don't need to say that you also I know. I understand. Please wait. Mrs. Josephine turned to her fiancé. At this time, the conflict between Kaufman and Gladson has intensified to the point of getting out of control. The detectives behind Gleason had all shown their weapons, and the young face could not hide the tension. The detectives who followed Gleason to handle the case, but only 6 of them. The weapons in their hands were nothing but batons and sabers. Opposite them, the Kaufman family had no fewer than 20 bodyguards, all armed with shotguns, with a murderous face, posing to defend their master. As long as David Kaufman said, these tough bodyguards will shoot at the first time, the consequences can be imagined. Honey, calm down. At the juncture between the two sides, Mrs. Josephine came and whispered softly in the ear of her fiancé. David Kaufman's face changed, and he shook his head with anger. This is not enough. Honey, I can't tolerate such humiliation. David, your temper will only make things worse. For your business and for our upcoming wedding, please bear with me a little bit. Mrs. Josephine held the fiancé's hand, her eyes soft and firm. This is just a misunderstanding. We went to the police station to sit down and have a cup of tea. It was just to fulfill the obligations of the lawful residents of the town. The misunderstanding will soon be lifted. David Kaufman opened his mouth, his eyes dodged, and he dared not make contact with his fiancé's clear vision. My dear, if Gladson wanted to rectify me when he arrived at his site, it would be difficult for us to think about leaving safely. You don't worry, I won't allow that kind of thing to happen. Mrs. Josephine patted her fiancé's arm, and her indifferent words showed strong confidence. If they act in accordance with the legal regulations, I have nothing to say, but who if you dare to play tricks and bully you, I promise to let him regret getting out of the womb. For a social queen, a countess, Josephine's last sentence is too vulgar, revealing her bad habits of walking on the streets in her early years. At this moment, however, no one who cares about her words cares about vulgarity or not, and all can't help shivering. Gleason and Kirkton may be puzzled by Josephine's sudden awe-inspiring momentum, but Joan is well aware that her momentum, as well as her crude and ruthless threat, are entirely based on her own strength. It seems that even David Kaufman didn't know that his fiancée was actually a quasi-legendary arcane spellcaster. Today's conflict at Kaufman's house is nothing but a farce in the eyes of Josephine. As long as she wants, the blink of an eye can kill all the police detectives. Adults don't want to be mad at children's mischief. Mrs. Josephine's mentality at the moment is similar to this, with a confused and helpless smile on her face. Just like an adult seeing a child doing a stupid thing, and a cold truth hidden behind her tolerance and generosity. She can always put this group of bare boy pants stripped off and beat their heart. She has this strength, so she is fearless and cannot be angry. Under the comfort of his fiancée, David Kaufman finally restrained his anger and reluctantly agreed to go to the police station for investigation. At the same time, Mrs. Josephine also won decent treatment for herself and her fiancé. Sheriff Gleason agreed that they did not need to wear handcuffs, changed their clothes properly, and then took the carriage to the police station, as if visiting on the way. Through the eyes of the Blood Mosquito Scout, Joan saw the whole arrest process clearly, and watched Kaufman and Josephine on the carriage, and he recovered the blood mosquito and fell into contemplation. Will Kaufman respond to the overreaction of the police during investigations? Will there be a ghost in his heart? And Mrs. Josephine's calm response may be because she has strong personal strength to back up, even if the conviction is convincing, she can easily escape the police pursuit. Both. What exactly was the case, Joanne could not yet assert. Perhaps only Mrs. Josephine knew. Just as Joan thought, he heard familiar footsteps behind him. Joan looked back and it turned out that it was Mr. Professor who hurriedly entered the police station door. "Teacher, you are finally here." Joan quickly greeted him and told Professor Moriarty the arrest process he had just seen. After listening to his story, Professor Moriarty lit the pipe and Yun Danfing smiled softly. "It seems that Kaufman and Josephine are in trouble. But it has nothing to do with us. Just wait to watch a good show." "You don't seem to care about the truth of the murder?" Kiawan asked in surprise. Hearing the student's dissatisfaction, Professor Moriarty held a pipe and waved his hand. "It's not that I don't care, I just don't want to bring it too deep, and I seem to be pretentious." This is also. Joan's face was slightly hot, and after listening to the instructor's words, he realized that he was very concerned about this matter, and it was indeed a bit self-conscious. The teacher and the student waited for 10 minutes, and a luxury carriage stopped outside the police station. David Kaufman jumped off the carriage with a gloomy face. Mrs. Josephine also got out of the car and took her fiancé's arms into the police hall. When I saw Joan and Professor Moriarty ahead, there was a trace of consternation on her face. But she immediately recovered, squeezing a slightly stiff smile, and nodded to them. "Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest." Chapter 954 Chat Group. Professor Moriarty looked deeply at the slightly embarrassed face of his ex-girlfriend, took off his hat and nodded, but did not say anything. "Gleason, keep Kaufman and Josephine in separate rooms and hear them separately, lest they confess." Mr. Pinkerton stormed into the police hall and gave orders happily. "You don't need you to teach me how to handle a case, Ted. I don't know how to do things in my place." Sheriff Gleason grumbled back. The detective touched a nail, and the boss was boring. He rubbed the back of his neck, and turned towards Joan. "Hi Professor, good morning." "Good morning, Ted." Listening to Joan, "Has your case progressed?" "Yeah, it's all thanks to Joan's help, you cunning old fox. It is really rare to teach a good student with a smart mind and a sense of justice." "Oh, you still said that I am a criminal educator." "Joan can be used as a counterexample to prove that your accusation is purely slandering. You can't be said that there is no more conscience and morality like me in the world." "Noble teacher, when I'm a fool, believe your gibberish." "Joan is just a special case. An honest student does not mean the teacher is just as honest." Mr. Professor and Mr. Detective, each holding a pipe, glared at each other, spitting saliva and smoke at the other side, like two fire dragons fighting. Joan couldn't stand the two old cigarette guns. After quarreling, they quarreled and made the room sullen. It really made him angry and funny. He opened the entrance hall window, let in the wind to blow away the choking tobacco haze, and returned to the instructor, Mr. Pearson. "Joan, you came just right, and I have something to ask you for help." Pinkerton patted the young master's shoulder, looking very affectionate. "What can I do for you? Do you know that spell?" "It's the spell that connects some people in the room to form an invisible chat network that can talk to each other remotely, but outsiders can't hear it." Mr. Pinkerton had a difficult description. Professor Moriarty could not help but sneer. and his eyes were full of contempt. Joan gave a white glance at the tutor helplessly, suggesting not to be so rude. The technique industry has specialization, and Mr. Detective is not an arcane spellcaster after all. Are you referring to communication? Mr. Pinkerton, this is just a simple trick. Of course I will. That's good. Pinkerton held the pipe and made a circle. You cast this spell now, pulling yourself, me, and Gladson into the private communication space created by magic. Next, we will interrogate Kaufman and Josephine separately in different rooms. Your spells will make it easier for Gladson and I to communicate the progress of the interrogation. Of course there is no problem. Joan was about to cast a spell, and Professor Moriarty suddenly held his shoulder. Wait a minute, Joanne, join me in the communication network of communication. Joan hesitated a moment and turned to look at Pinkerton. The detective snorted, but didn't object. Joan assumed that he had acquiesced, and after the spellcasting, he pulled the tutor, the detective, and the sergeant into the private chat group he created. Good morning, Gleason. As soon as Professor Moriarty entered the group, he greeted the sergeant in the interrogation room far from the corridor. Good morning, Mr. Professor, it is great that you can assist the police in handling the case. Sheriff Gleason said gratefully. What's so good about it? The old fox will only add chaos. Pinkerton couldn't help complaining. Moriarty, I have to say some things ahead. You can listen to us interrogate Josephine and Kaufman, but you cannot talk to the suspect directly. Why? Mr. Professor was wronged. Because I can't trust you. Pinkerton said with a cold face. Dear respected criminal educator, I even suspect that you are also involved in the serial murder case. Playing a Biffman and Josephine is even more disgraceful. What about the evidence? Professor Moriarty asked indifferently. Pinkerton ignored him and whistled to the interrogation room where Mrs. Josephine was held. Professor Moriarty shrugged his hand at Joan, and followed Mr. Detective into the interrogation room. It's strange. Why is this man here? In the interrogation room, the Countess, who was calming down to drink tea, saw Professor Moriarty come in, her face immediately sinking. Dead, if you force someone who has nothing to do with the police into it, I will refuse to cooperate with the investigation. I fully understand your anger, ma'am. In fact, I don't know how this idler got in. Don't be angry. I will kick him out immediately. The detective did not conceal the grief and misfortune mentality, and turned to the professor and waved his arm, like a big goose fluttering his wings to drive out the weasel. Go, go. Idle people, wait less, and join in the fun. Josephine, so disrespectful. And I didn't mean to see your joke. The professor tried to cross Ted Pinkerton and negotiate directly with his ex-girlfriend. It's your true character to speak the right way, Trophim. I have no jokes here to show you. Get out. The Countess jumped up angrily, her cheeks flushing. Professor Moriarty shrugged helplessly and had to leave the interrogation room. Joan looked at Mrs. Josephine in surprise. This morning, when she was at the fiancé's house, when she was hit by the police, she was not so emotional, and at this moment, the accidental presence of her ex-boyfriend made her angry. What does that mean? After a short period of consternation, Joan recovered and quickly turned to chase the instructor. Joan, don't go. Mrs. Josephine's sudden opening to keep him surprised him, hesitantly said, but I am also an idle person who has nothing to do with the police. Don't say it, Joanne. I want you to stay. You are by my side. I feel more secure. You won't let me be wronged, right? The Countess retained it tenderly, and Joan couldn't refuse, but she felt overwhelmed in her heart. But the tutor is still outside the door. That deserves to be alone all his life. Let him be jealous. Although I'm not sure. Is he eating your vinegar or my vinegar? Mrs. Josephine's expression was excited, and what she said was inexplicable. Joan scratched his head, not sure if his understanding of the language was too poor, or that Mrs. Josephine's spirit was in trouble, so incoherent. After a little hesitation, Joan asked Professor Moriarty through communication whether he should accept Mrs. Josephine's retention and continue to stay indoors to hear the trial, or should he go out to accompany him. Like Master Mr. Joan, Please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 955 Interrogation 1. Joan, of course you have to stay in the interrogation room so that you can be my eyes and ears. Professor Moriarty sat in the hall outside the interrogation room and seemed to be reading the newspaper casually. Joan, put your blood mosquito agent on my side. I bless synesthesia on blood mosquitoes, and we will be able to create a more secretive layer at the bottom of the private communication network formed by communication. Second-order local area network, and then I can perceive everything you have heard in the interrogation room through blood mosquitoes. This. Okay, mentor, but what kind of spell is synesthesia? Joan asked curiously. A very interesting 3-ring spell is an upgraded version of the 2-ring visual link. The caster can enjoy all 5 senses of the surgeon instead of just borrowing vision. I have a scroll of synesthesia here. You can understand it by copying it yourself. Professor Moriarty explained briefly. Good. Joan deeply admired the tutor's treachery. No, it should be far-sighted, and had to admit that if you put the tutor and the countess on the balance of your heart, you still have to bias the tutor a little bit. Following the instructor's instructions, Joan sent a psychic command to the blood mosquito to remotely control the little spider fly into the hall next to the interrogation room. Professor Moriarty noticed that the mosquito squeaked and raised his left arm to allow the blood mosquito to land on the back of his hand. Then he performed synesthesia to establish sight, hearing, touch, taste and smell with the blood mosquito. All 5 sensory links within the blood mosquito is Joan's tail finger. Although it is far away from the body of Joan, he still maintains a close sensory connection. The blood mosquito, blessed with synesthesia, became a relay station between Joan and his mentor, closely connecting the senses of the teacher and the students. As Professor Moriarty envisioned, a more private top-person chat group was established at the bottom of the 4-person chat group formed by communication. Joan tried to send a telepathy through the blood mosquito instructor and received feedback from the instructor almost in the next second. The test showed that although Professor Moriarty's people were outside the house, they could understand Joan's eyes and ears in real time. Interrogation progress. After the test, Joan turned his attention to the interrogation room, spread out his notebooks, and took notes. Ted Pinkerton was polite to Mrs. Josephine, but the questions he asked were merciless and extremely sharp. Madam, do you know Billy Donald too? Of course I know. He is a regular visitor to the Happy Palace, a friend of mine and David. How is your private relationship with Donald Jr.? I don't understand what you mean. Do you want to ask? Is there a private relationship between me and Donald Jr.? Mrs. Josephine asked frankly, embarrassing Mr. Detective, but he nodded. Donald Jr. is a charming man, but it doesn't suit my taste. So are you satisfied? Ma'am, I don't think Donald Jr. thinks so, and your position at the moment is not consistent with what I saw outside the town last night. Pinkerton said carefully. Mrs. Josephine's beautiful eyes blinked twice, and there was a trace of surprise on her face. If I understand correctly, did you see me and Donald Jr. outside the town last night? It's exactly as you said, ma'am. I saw you in a quiet meeting around 9 o'clock last night, and I was still seriously discussing the topic of elopement. This is impossible. Mrs. Josephine shook her head and sneered. I'm afraid you are the wrong person. I never left the house last night. Ma'am, Joan was also present at the time. Wouldn't you think he also admitted the wrong person? Pinkerton lowered his face, seeming to think that Josephine was refuting. The smile on the Countess' face froze slightly, and turned to look at Joan, with an inquiring expression in her eyes. I was there at the time, Joan replied with difficulty. As Mr. Pinkerton said, we all saw a woman exactly like you with Mr. Donald, and from the content of their conversation, the woman's your identity exactly matches yours. Okay, This is really a weird thing. Mrs. Josephine's eyes widened in surprise. I can't always be divided into two people at the same time in different places. Maybe you are suffering from sleepwalking disease without knowing it. Pinkerton sneered casually. Even sleepwalking? It's impossible to explain. Mrs. Josephine seriously argued. I was with David last night. He wouldn't watch his fiancée sleepwalking outside the town without asking. Don't believe you, ask him. David can testify for me. I'm sorry, ma'am. Mr. Kaufman and you are the same criminals. You can't rule out the suspicion of collusion and perjury. You have the right to claim that the other party is not at the scene of the crime. However, the police, the court and the jurors may not believe your testimony. Pinkerton said lightly. Madam, was there anyone else with you and Mr. Kaufman last night? Joan made a hint. The testimony of others will obviously be more credible. Josephine shook his head and smiled bitterly. No one will bring a witness during the meeting? Joan, if I really have a witness, it is more suspicious. If no one can prove that you are not at the scene of the crime, Mr. Donald may be convinced that you are tempting him to park near the wetland and thus incur the attack of the marsh toad. This is very bad for you. Joan couldn't help but frown straight. Mrs. Josephine nodded, and seemed to be breathless. Joan, do you also think I am the murderer? Only in my personal opinion. I tend to think that someone is impersonating your identity, especially at this moment. This kind of hunch is particularly strong. Joanne stated quietly that Josephine raised his eyebrows in surprise, and Pinkerton couldn't help but cough twice, suggesting that he should be careful. Mr. Pinkerton, Mrs. Josephine, I might be naive to say this, but I am really convinced that the woman was not you last night. Joan, if you really think so, why didn't you say it last night? Pinkerton couldn't bear to interrupt him. Because when I first saw the woman last night, I was really bewitched. The other party's acting skills are very clever. Imitating Mrs. Josephine's brilliant. Then you are now convinced that the woman is a counterfeit. What is the reason? Pinkerton asked angrily. Because there is no contrast. There is no gap. Joan first took a deep look at Josephine, and then looked back at Mr. Detective's face. Mr. Pinkerton, don't you feel it at all? The woman last night, compared with the lady sitting in front of us at the moment, although the appearance looks the same, but the temperament of the two is completely different. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 956 Interrogation 2. Under the watch of Josephine and Pinkerton, Joanne felt a little cramped. After a little pondering, he finally found a vivid example, which could be used to describe the different impressions the two Josephines left on him. Last night, the woman was compared to the real Mrs. Josephine. The difference is like aphids and bees. Observing the aphids and you can be tricked into thinking that it is a bee, but the two are compared together. You will see subtle differences and then identify who is the counterfeit. Pinkerton rubbed his stubble chin and turned to look at Mrs. Josephine. Mrs. Josephine shrugged, a little helpless in her smile. Dead. What Joan said just now is not easy to understand. If you are interested in insects, you can understand how subtle and vivid this analogy is. Well, I admit that I don't have much knowledge. But Joanne, don't you expect this strange analogy to convince the jury that there are really two Mrs. Josephine in the world? Dead, there is only one Josephine Antoinette de Poisson in the world, which is me. However, there can be many fakes that look like me, and no superb disguise skills are needed. One simple spells can do it. Mrs. Josephine sighed, opened the handbag, and took out the cigarette case. Two gentlemen, don't mind if I smoke a cigarette here? Please, ma'am. Please continue the topic just now. Pinkerton himself was addicted to smoking and took out a large pipe from his jacket pocket. Mrs. Josephine flicked her fingertips in an elegant way to perform a magic trick to create a small flame leaping at her fingertips, helping the detective to light the tobacco first, and then igniting the slender branch in her lips cigar. Joan couldn't help but touched his nose. As a non-smoker, it is really enough to suffer in such an occasion. Dead, you are also a spellcaster. You should know that the use of transfiguration or transfiguration can completely change a person's appearance, and the murderer can be changed into my way to Leo Donald Jr. to the swamp and die. Of course, this person can also become Kaufman and deal with the marsh toad. I don't deny that there is such a possibility, but what is the other party's motivation to do so? Who knows? I'm just pointing out the doubt. As for the truth, it'll trouble you and the police to investigate. Mrs. Josephine slowly spit out a string of smoke rings, and the understatement made Pinkerton very unpleasant. Madam, Sergeant Gleason is probably not willing to waste energy on your doubts, and I also don't think this is a serious issue. Joan felt the anger in Mr. Detective's words, lest he quarrel with Mrs. Josephine, and he could only take the blame. Mr. Pinkerton, the woman who was suspected of Mrs. Josephine last night, compared to the lady sitting opposite us at the moment, except for the difference in temperament, the jewelry she wore is not the same. What kind of evidence can this be? Pinkerton sneered disapprovingly. Joan, you never think that our noble countess has only a set of jewelry, right? Don't disturb dead woman's jewelry. How much do you know? Don't be there to be an expert. I think this detail found by Joan is critical. Josephine glanced at Mr. Detective angrily, turning his face to look at Joan. His burgundy eyes showed an amusing expression. Tell me what the woman's jewelry looks like. Madam, first of all I need to verify that if my impression is correct, since you got engaged to Mr. Kaufman, you have been wearing the engagement ring he gave you, right? Josephine nodded and stroked the platinum ring in his hand. This engagement ring is enchanted, allowing me and David to communicate with each other at any time. Pinkerton's face changed slightly, and he opened his mouth, as if to say something. Josephine glanced at him, took off his engagement ring and put it on the table. Joan, you keep this inner ring for me, lest the detective worry that I and David will confess through telepathy. Pinkerton blushed old, turned his head pretendingly, yanked two pipes, and sprayed a large cloud of smoke, covering his awkward face. Joan picked up the ring on the table that he had enchanted himself, and thought that the owner of the ring was still unaware of it. After a little hesitation, he decided not to talk about the origin of the ring for the time being, so as to avoid extracurricular branches. Last night, the woman who pretended to be you was wearing two rings that were completely different from your engagement ring, and they were all magic rings. It sounds more and more interesting. Joan, what magic is that fake ring? Mrs. Josephine asked curiously. I can only determine one of the rings, which is attached to a hidden fog. The woman used this spell to dive into the thick fog and throw away Mr. Donald. In addition, she also used the magic attached to another ring to lure Mr. Donald away from the carriage and into the trap set by the marsh toad. It looks like a magic spell. I can't be sure that it's charm, human, or hint. I don't have such a ring. The woman must not be me. Mrs. Josephine looked solemn and did not look like she was lying. But Joan also noticed that she seemed to want to say something, but eventually swallowed it back. Joan, when you talk about the magic ring, it reminds me of a testimony from Billy Donald. Pinkerton was playing with the pipe, and his eyes turned on Mrs. Josephine's hands intentionally or unintentionally, as if he wanted to find the remaining indentation in the second ring, but unfortunately failed to do so. Little Donald admitted that when Josephine asked him to walk with him around the wetland last night, he was reluctant and worried about danger. But then Josephine waved his hand on his face, and the light from the ring made him feel confused for a while, and somehow she was persuaded. This is indeed the effect of the spells of the confusion system. Mrs. Josephine's face was solemn. Since Joanne is here, I have to admit that I know a little about this spell, but I really don't have that kind of ring, and I always adhere to a principle that never confuses people by magic, and attracts others by my charm. Then it's really true. Madam, I would like to believe that you are a principled person, but this is not a strong proof. Kaufman sighed, and was about to continue, his face suddenly stagnate, unconscious, as if listening to something. At the same time, Joan also made a gesture of listening. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect, www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 957 Hint Ring. Mrs. Josephine noticed the strange expression of Joan and Corton, guessing that most of the two were communicating through communication, and they lit a cigarette for themselves again, thinking silently worry. The silence in the interrogation room lasted for several minutes. Joan and Curtin exchanged glances, and finally Pinkerton coughed and broke the silence. Madam, Sheriff Gleason just next door interrogated the important witness in this case, Elder Motorman, Momo, and asked him if he paid attention to the ring on your hand. In order to evoke the witness memories, Sheriff Gleason specifically stated that the ring would glow, and it would cause people to be in a trance and unconsciously give the ring wearer a sense of trust. What then? Mrs. Josephine asked casually. Kimoto admitted that he had an impression of such a ring, but his next testimony was a bit unexpected. Pinkerton stared at Mrs. Josephine as if to see through her mind. Gamo said that he had seen this ring, but not in your hand, but in David Kaufman's hand. That was 20 years ago. Kaufman interviewed him and hired him to murder himself. Wife Elena. Kimoto was reluctant to kill the woman and wanted to quit the business. However, when he accidentally saw the radiance from the ring in Kaufman's hand, he inexplicably changed his mind and finally accepted his employment. A long time after the incident, Gemoto realized that David Kaufman's ring was attached to Hint and put him together during the negotiation. Gemoto is very unhappy about this. But after all, things have passed, and Kaufman is a big money-paying gold lord. He can only swallow this breath, when nothing happened. After a lapse of 20 years, Gemoto still has a grudge about this little trick that Kaufman used to play, so he remembered it when prompted by Gleason. Mrs. Josephine, you deny that you have a hint ring, so if you have seen a similar ring in the hands of your fiancé, maybe you have also been inadvertently tempted by the ring, so you just checked Mr. Fuman loved him and accepted his proposal. Dead, no one can play that little trick in front of me, and David is no exception. Mrs. Josephine's answer immediately made Joan realize that her mentality had lost her usual calmness. Pinkerton was clearly aware of this sign and immediately threw a sharper question. Madam, your words only show that Kaufman has never used a hint ring on you, but he has not denied that he owns such a ring, does he? Mrs. Josephine buried her head and smoked silently. Joan felt that the atmosphere was gradually becoming tense, but he was helpless. He simply restrained his distractions and concentrated on making notes. After a long time, Mrs. Josephine finally pressed her cigarette in the ashtray and raised her head. In just a few minutes, her face became haggard. Dead, before I answer your question, please tell me the truth about Jelena's death. Madam, or do you tell me first, how did Kaufman explain to you the death of his former wife? Pinkerton asked quietly. David told me that the woman betrayed him, committed adultery after marriage, cruelly abandoned her husband and young son, and eloped with her lover. Mrs. Josephine rubbed her forehead and sighed softly. I am not a credulous person, but when David told me these things, I really saw no signs of lying. Madam, you don't have to doubt your eyesight. Mr. Kaufman didn't lie to you. Joan tried to comfort her, but some words had to be said. He just didn't tell you the whole truth. Josephine silently listened to Joan telling the part of the truth that David Kaufman intended to avoid talking to her. Her hands clasped together with 10 fingers showed that her heart was not calm. After Joan finished speaking, she still maintained a sculptural sitting posture to meditate until Pinkerton and others were impatient and coughed heavily. She slowly raised her head and whispered in a tired tone, David used to have a hidden ring, but it was stolen 6 months ago. For this reason, he was still very distressed. It is suspected that the maid who cleaned the room for him stole the ring and dismissed the maid. I only know this. Thank you, ma'am. Help a lot. In the eyes of Pinkerton, he couldn't hide his joy, and quickly got in touch with Sheriff Gleason through communications to convey the important testimony that Mrs. Josephine had just provided. Joan listened to the conversation between the detective and the sheriff, and guessed that they would focus on interrogating David Kaufman in the next step. using the hint ring as a breakthrough. However, compared with the progress of the case, Joan now cares more about Mrs. Josephine's mood, vaguely anticipating the prospect of her marriage with David Kaufman, seems to be overshadowed. None of the three people in the room were interested in talking, and the time passed by silently. When Mrs. Josephine started smoking the fifth cigarette, Joan and Kirkton stood up in unison and turned to look at the door of the interrogation room, as if waiting for something. Mrs. Josephine stunned slightly, and turned subconsciously to the door. Soon, footnotes and conversation sounds came from outside the door. The door of the interrogation room was open, and Sheriff Gleason, holding a transcript, was talking to Professor Moriarty in a low voice. The two men seemed to have reached some kind of tacit agreement, and each nodded their heads. And then Sheriff Gleason walked into the interrogation room, and Professor Moriarty went back to see his morning paper. "Gleason, what's the situation over there? Has Kaufman explained the guilt?" Pinkerton asked urgently. "It depends on what part of the crime you mean." Sergeant Gleason handed him the transcript, took a chair by himself and sat next to Joan, his arms crossed against his chest, his face somber as ever. Pinkerton joked the transcript to Joan, and said angrily, "I'm too lazy to read those scribbled shorthand words." "It's not as good as you to briefly summarize." "What did Kaufman tell me?" Gleason glanced at Josephine and seemed to weigh the other suspect in the face to see if these were appropriate. After a few seconds, he finally spoke. "Kaufman totally denied assisting the Marsh Toad in the murder trial, and he was very resentful about this issue. As soon as I made the accusation against him, he jumped up angrily and yelled at me. He also claimed that the reason why he was so annoyed was not because I suspected his guilt, but because I was insulting his intelligence level." This is indeed the usual arrogant attitude of Kaufman. The guy always thinks how smart he is. "But then, why does he think your question is stupid?" Pinkerton asked curiously. "Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 958. Kaufman's History 1. Kaufman claimed that he would never collude with the Marsh Toad to murder the guests of his hotel, because this would release a very dangerous signal to other guests, scaring them all away, and making him have no business to do. No, it is in his interest. Kaufman also said that a smart businessman cannot do this stupid self-digging grave. If he has to do this, he will also choose guests from other hotels to start, so as to meet the requirements of the Marsh Toad. In addition, it can also hit competitors in the business field. Sheriff Gleason said coldly. Pinkerton nodded thoughtfully. It is indeed reasonable to say that Kaufman. But this revealed a problem. Kemmer confessed that he had been employed by Kaufman many times to help him intimidating competitors and disrupting each other's business. From Kaufman's attitude, this is probably true. Joan quickly glanced at the transcript and raised his head in confusion. "Mr. Pinkerton, there is no record of vicious competition in the resort hotel industry, because Kaufman refused us to record." Sheriff Gleason said frustratedly, "He made a condition that we can't refuse. As long as we don't record, he can use the third-person objective narrative method to us." Revealing the shady scene of the hotel industry in Baden Resort is not a problem of Kaufman alone, but a secret of the entire industry. "It's funny." "Gladson, tell me, what shady Kaufman revealed?" Pinkerton asked excitedly. Mrs. Josephine turned her head and glanced at it, and then turned her head back. From her intriguing look, she apparently knew the fiancé's explosion. Kimodo confessed that he had been hired by Kaufman more than 20 years ago to help him intimidate his peers. But this old guy was also very cunning and did not tell the whole truth. Actually, Kaufman wasn't the first to collude with the undead tribe to engage in unfair competition. The small hotel he took over from his father-in-law. The reason why the business is deserted is a very important factor. His hotel scared away the guests and made the business impossible. Kaufman was initially a victim. He also tried to get justice through legal means. However, there was no way to appeal. Finally, he had to harden his heart, imitate the practice of his peers, and collude with the nematode to suppress him with others. Way to fight back. After listening to Gleason, Pinkerton couldn't help laughing. Hey, old man, did you find that, in the vicious competition between the hotel industry and each other, Kaufman and his colleagues are constantly losing blood, and the only benefit is the marsh toad who at the home and then the home. These big toads, it really counts. Yes, Kaufman soon discovered this endless cycle. The more commissions he and his peers put in to revenge each other, the deeper the quagmire. Only the marsh toads enjoyed the commissions of both parties, sticking to them like ants. Kaufman also said, "This is a mathematical statement. What is it called?" Prisoner's dilemma. Joan explained in a timely manner, "This is a typical zero-sum game, and more sadly, this worst result is exactly an equilibrium solution. Unless the boundary conditions change, the two sides of the game only can continue to hurt each other, but unable to reach cooperation." Yes, it's the prisoner's dilemma. Gleason grabbed the point. As for Joan's explanation later, well, pretend to understand. Kaufman realized that he and his colleagues were trapped in a vicious circle. They could no longer hurt each other in this way, and they had to make changes. How is he going to change? Pinkerton asked. Kaufman said that the reason for the vicious competition is because there are obstacles in the communication between peers, so that the other party is conceived in the worst direction. However, this malicious conjecture is essentially just an illusion of wishful thinking. In fact, peers are not necessarily it's really that bad. And it's not necessarily impossible to communicate and win-win cooperation. Based on the above thoughts, Kaufman decided to stand up and break through the barriers of communication among peers, and establish a Baden Hotel Federation to serve as a platform for peers to regularly communicate and adjust conflicts. If this platform is built, you find that there is the middleman who eats on both ends. There is no room for profit. It is indeed the truth. Kaufman is still smart. Pinkerton nodded and admired. After doing this, Kaufman realized his ideals and successfully established a trade association that governs the hotel entertainment industry in the entire Baden region. And for more than 2 decades, he has firmly held the position of chairman, but there is still a problem. Since Kaufman has established an industry exchange platform, why should he continue to cooperate with the nematode? This is where Kaufman is smart. He knows that although the Chamber of Commerce is established, it is difficult to avoid factional struggles and interest disputes. His chairman, it is difficult to convince the public. In order to become a real person in the Chamber of Commerce, the method used by man is not so much a businessman as a treacherous politician. Gleason sneered, then said, Kaufman first attracted the few most powerful businessmen in the Chamber of Commerce. On the top of the platform of the Chamber of Commerce, he secretly established an oligarch alliance. The hotels participating in the alliance purchased materials uniformly, and all services adopted the same standards and the same pricing. If anyone violates this price alliance, they will be jointly sanctioned by other oligarchs and run into bankruptcy. Kaufman's thoughts are not in vain. By controlling this oligopolistic alliance, he indirectly controlled the entire Chamber of Commerce, thereby monopolizing the hotel entertainment industry of the entire Baden resort, and then embarked on the fast track of accumulating wealth. However, this kind of monopoly alliance is also very fragile, and dissidents will also appear inside. Kaufman used his methods to pull out opponents one after another and drove those opponents out of the industry one after another. When people realized that the entire Chamber of Commerce had become Kaufman's speech, they were shocked to find that there was no other force inside the Chamber of Commerce. Kaufman is checked and balanced. It is not enough to firmly control the Chamber of Commerce, because there will always be emerging competitors constantly emerging to challenge Kaufman and its Chamber of Commerce. In order to teach the unruly little brothers, Kaufman needs a butcher's knife and a pair of black gloves, and Marsh Toad is the best beater. At this time, Kaufman is not what he used to be. He owns the largest hotel and entertainment industry in the Baden region, and he controls half of the entire industry. His wealth is far from being able to compete with those newcomers. Of course, newcomers can also buy marsh toads, but their price tag is not at the same order of magnitude as the wealthy Kaufman. If you are Marsh Todds, who would you rather work for? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.untlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 959, Kaufman's History too. Not to mention, while monopolizing the hotel industry, Kaufman is still negotiating with the nematode, occupying a greater initiative and voice. If the Marsh Toad do not work for him wholeheartedly, Kaufman threatens to transfer these dirty jobs to other gangs to take over, such as the Son of Freedom, and the Mafia of the Rat People. They are very happy to do this for him. Generous stake in Lord service. As a result, if you think about it, those Marsh Toads whose activities are limited to the wetland generation, the news is backward and out of step with human society, can have other options besides hugging Kaufman's thigh. In order to please Kaufman, this big gold lord, the nematode people have to take care of all the dirty work, and they have also spared no effort to suppress the newly emerged pricking head in the Baden hotel entertainment industry. In this way, Kaufman left his business with his right hand, engaged in politics with his right hand, and took both black and white. He quickly emerged as the millionaire we are all familiar with, the most powerful man in Hot Springs. Sheriff Gleason sighed and concluded with a sentence, making a fair assessment of David Kaufman. Although I don't despise Kaufman's despicable means, I have to admit that this guy is both a full-blown villain and at the same time really personal. Joan nodded secretly, completely agreeing with Mr. Sheriff's point of view. If David Kaufman was not both a villain and a genius, it would not make Mrs. Josephine obsessed, regardless of the age difference of up to 15 years old, and accept each other's proposal. From another perspective, Mrs. Josephine's taste in choosing lovers is consistent. For example, Professor Moriarty is also a kind of a little bad and talented devil personality, which is similar to David Kaufman in this respect. Gleason, not to mention that Kaufman did not leave a transcript, even if he personally admits that he colluded with the Marsh to fight unfair competition. We can't take him. Pinkerton snorted his pipe and smiled bitterly. The entire Baden Chamber of Commerce, almost all the big merchants in the row, were involved in this scandal, and had private transactions with the nematode. Including David Kaufman, the net worth of the hundreds of wealthy merchants is not less than tens of millions, enough to buy the entire Meadgoat city. Do you dare to sue these millionaires, big philanthropists, successful people, celebrities, good friends of governors, generals and parliamentarians? Even if you dare to sue these big businessmen, almost all the lawyers in the new continent will steal their heads to defend them, but who dares to try them? Yes, it is because of fearlessness that David Kaufman, a black-hearted businessman, dares to trample on all laws and morals in the world. Sergeant Gleason took off his hat. His eyes mixed with resentment and helplessness. Of all the crimes Kaufman committed, the most unbearable thing for me was that he killed his wife, Elena. Pinkerton's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, Kaufman, did he confess to the murder of his wife? Yes, he is not only confessing this crime, but also shamelessly, proudly, gave me a legal education class. Sheriff Gleason gritted his teeth. When I presented conclusive evidence and accused Kaufman of allegedly buying a murdered wife, this shameless man even cited legal provisions to prove to me that her husband was in possession of conclusive evidence that his wife was derailed and colluded with the adulterer to steal his property. Under the premise, buying a murderous wife can only be regarded as a misdemeanor, and spending a little money will save you from jail. Wait first, this is different from the legal provisions in my memory. Pinkerton couldn't help but interrupt. The legal provisions in your memory should be the latest revised version of the Supreme Court of the Empire. It has been in use for more than 10 years, and the provisions cited by Kaufman are the old code that was implemented 20 years ago. Gleason Police Chang bitterly smiled and said, according to the basic principles of the legal profession, before the amendment of the legal provisions, the unconfirmed criminal conducts the principle of from the old to the light. So Kaufman judges himself according to the old code 20 years ago. He can escape the disaster of imprisonment, theoretically impeccable, not to mention that he has enough money and contacts to help himself escape the crime, so why admit to buying a murderous wife? What is he afraid of? Pinkerton stunned with a pipe in his mouth, and after a long time, Mr. Detective complained angrily. David Kaufman, a criminal, actually knows the law better than me as a detective. Is this still a matter of truth? Is there any reason? Really hell. At this time, Mrs. Josephine, who had been quietly listening in the interrogation room, suddenly raised her head and broke the silence. Gentlemen, can you please do me a favor? Of course, ma'am. What do you have in mind? Just say. Sheriff Gleason never concealed his disgust with Kaufman, but was rather respectful of his fiancée. Mr. Sheriff, please help me to ask David about buying a murderous wife without considering legal responsibilities. Hasn't he felt the least guilt in his heart over the years? Has David ever considered, if this scandal comes to light, how would he face the child he had with Mrs. Elena? Dare to tell Harry that it was his father who planned to murder his mother? From Mrs. Josephine's series of questions, Joanne heard extreme disappointment and distress. Sergeant Gleason's cold face couldn't help moving. Madam, in fact, I have asked Kaufman a similar question, and his answer, coldly unbelievable. What did David say? He suspects that Harry is not his own flesh and blood, but the illegitimate son of Elena and her lover, and he has been deceived, and Bai has raised his son for more than 2 decades. Kaufman said frankly that he had fallen into a serious heart for this matter. The more he looked at Harry, the more he felt that the other party did not look like himself, and had considered depriving Harry of his inheritance. Pinkerton smiled disapprovingly. This guy, Kaufman, probably did so much at a loss, that he was suspicious and even his own son was jealous. Anyone with good eyesight must admit that Harry looks very much like his dad, almost carved out of Kaufman when he was young. I also wonder why Kaufman always sees his son as unsightly. In fact, as long as he compares his own portraits when he was young, it is not difficult to find that Harry is definitely his own flesh. I think that this man has done too much evil, and he has ghosts in his heart. Sheriff Gleason said coldly. Joan put the teacup on the table, and he just stopped talking. Mrs. Josephine sensed his strange look and turned to smile a little at him. Joan, what do you think of this matter? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 960 Metamorphosis 1. Mrs. Josephine, Mr. Pinkerton, and Mr. Sheriff, let me declare in advance that I have no personal grudges with Master Harry, but in the eyes that the 3 people looked forward to, Joan could only say the doubt that had been hovering in his heart for a long time. But Kaufman's father and son look alike, and it doesn't prove that they actually have a blood-related father-son relationship. Joan, we all know that you are a very rigorous person, but I hope you do not think too much about small probability events on the biological level on this ethical issue. Mrs. Josephine is gentle and dignified. Of persuasion, ma'am, am not really nerdy. Mr. Kaufman's suspicion of his son reminds me of a weird detail in the confession of the elder Kimodo. Perhaps there is a connection between the two. What weird details? Pinkerton asked curiously. At the beginning, the elders of Kidderman confessed that Kaufman's ex-wife's lover, when he was alive, he was a handsome young man with an oily face, but after his death, he turned into an ugly monster. Familiar? It seems to have seen. Later I thought about it and finally remembered what kind of monster that monster is. Are you talking about the body that scared Kimodo? Pinkerton flipped through the transcript and checked the confession given by Elder Sommo of last night to verify what Joan pointed to. The body is violet, skinny, and there are black striped pupils in the emerald eyes. Yes, that monster. Joan raised his head to meet Josephine, Pinkerton and Gladson's eyes, took a deep breath, and made an assertion that would completely change the direction of the case. Mrs. Eleanor's lover, he may very well be a morphing monster. Upon Joan's words, Josephine and Kirkton both changed their faces, apparently knowing something about the morph. Sheriff Gleason frowned, and inexplicably asked the young mage, morph, what kind of creature? To be precise, This is a humanoid monster between human and strange. Joan answered the question of Mr. Sheriff in as plain language as possible. Metamorphosis does not of its own society and country. Most of them live in human society, imitating human image and even lifestyle. For this creature, life is a long masquerade until death. At that moment, the mask will be removed to reveal the true face. Morph, as its name suggests, is born with a supernatural ability to change its own image. It can be transformed into any humanoid creature they have ever seen, in order to satisfy their own lusts, or just mischievously misappropriate others' identities, are mixed into each other's social circle and live a life of imposter. Looking at the evolutionary history of creatures like Morph, you will find that they have been constantly moving towards a goal in the long evolutionary course of hundreds of centuries, which is to better disguise themselves and pretend to be others. To achieve this goal, the Transformers have improved their pedigree from generation to generation, strengthened their natural ability to deform, and developed a supernatural ability to detect the psychological activities of others at any time, thereby achieving a comprehensive disguise from the flesh to the mind. Furthermore, the most feared thing about the metamorphosis monsters is that they are seen through their true colors, especially to guard against being exposed due to their carelessness. For this reason, they have evolved some amazing characteristics. For example, even when you are sleeping, you always maintain a trace of alertness. You will never say dreams and avoid revealing your true identity because of the dreams. Because of these skills specifically for imposter service, each metamorphosis is a first-class disguise master. When they replace a person and enter the life circle of the other party, it can be called a fake, even if it is a close friend near them. It's also hard to notice the slightest difference. As for the Lord who was replaced by the deformed monster ... for confidentiality, usually will be brutally killed by his distorted monster, ruining the corpse. Morphs are not necessarily evil in nature, but most of them act as they please, rarely obeying the morals and laws of human society. Coupled with their proficiency in transforming and disguising and spying on the human heart, it is very suitable for spies or fraudsters. Illegal business. Finally, Joan summarizes the gloomy lifestyle of the morph. Pretending and fraud are the two themes in the life of the metamorphosis. Until the moment of death, the magic in the body collapses, and they will end their life in masks. Only at this time, they witnessed their bodies. People suddenly realized that the person who had been living beside him was actually a fake. When he finished speaking, the interrogation room fell into a long silence. I don't know how long it took before Pinkerton stroked his unshaven chin, and based on Joan's argument, made a bold and surprising inference. If Brother Joan said that David Kaufman's ex-wife's lover is actually a deformed monster who seduce and cheat women, then his suspicion of his son is justified. Gleason, I don't have any disrespect for your late cousin, I'm just talking about it, you said. Is there such a possibility? Harry Kaufman is actually not the real flesh of David Kaufman. It was Mrs. Elena who had concealed her illegitimate son, who had committed adultery with her husband. In order to give the illegitimate son a legal and decent identity, she lied that Harry was born of her and her husband dead. I don't deny that there is such a possibility, but I don't see any need to make such a vicious assumption. Sheriff Gleason's face was somber. Of course it is necessary. Pinkerton's eyes glowed. Gleason, as an old friend, I have to remind you that this is not the time for emotional matters. If our hypothesis holds, Harry Kaufman is in fact a hybrid of Jelena and Morph. This hybrid, what should I say? Mr. Detective naturally looked to Joan, seeking evidence from this young master who had unusual knowledge compared to his age. Considering the powerful genetic genes of the metamorphosis family, such hybrids may be metamorphosis or half metamorphosis, but it is never possible to be just an ordinary human boy. Joan explained clearly. Both Morph Monster and Semi-Morph Monster have the ability to distort camouflage, but for the Semi-Morph Monster, this ability requires more time to develop and perfect. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 961 Metamorphosis 2. When the semi-deformed monster was born, it was mainly affected by the immediate family members of the human being, and it looked like an ordinary human baby. But as they grow up, their innate abilities inscribed in their blood will gradually show up, from being able to change their face slightly from the beginning to being able to completely change their appearance and posture when they are fully mature, which requires a development process that lasts for several years. During this period, most of the semi-deformed monsters will consciously conceal their special abilities, privately through repeated training and learning, continue to strengthen the camouflage skills. When a semi-morph monster is fully mature, he can fade away from his birth and become his own real shape, which looks similar to the pure metamorphosis of his bloodline. However, the semi-deformed monster that has been fully integrated into the human family and society, usually does not show people in its true face, and is more willing to maintain the false appearance, so as not to cause suspicion from relatives and friends around it and cause trouble to yourself. Pinkerton nodded in satisfaction, and then Joan said, "If Harry is a deformed monster, or a half-deformed monster, then he has both the ability and the motive to pretend to be his father and Mrs. Josephine, including toads kill humans after all. Humans are no longer considered compatriots in the mind of his half-breed monster." Pinkerton's unintentional words, especially the word hybrid monster, deeply hurt Joan's heart. He is also a hybrid monster himself, but he does not think that people like himself are a potential threat to human society. In fact, Joan has been actively integrating into human society and treating human beings as compatriots, even though he dare not expose his true lineage, lest he may lead to discrimination. Of course, he was uncomfortable and he had to admit that Mr. Pinkerton's reasoning was very convincing. Now, the doubts are all concentrated on Harry Kaufman. The next question is how to investigate and obtain evidence. Joan, can you cast a spell to test Harry Kaufman? Maybe you can induce him to tell the truth. Before Pinkerton's words fell, she was met with fierce opposition from Sheriff Gleason. "Dead, please don't use this crooked brain. We must use legal means to obtain evidence, otherwise even if Harry is confirmed to be the man behind the serial murder, he can overturn his confession in court, claiming to be fooled by magic." Forced to confess those confessions, Joan did not have a strong, almost faith-based obsession with the law as Mr. Sheriff did, but he also opposed Pinkerton's proposal. "Mr. Pinkerton, the morph monster is naturally immune to all charm spells and supernatural effects. If Harry Kaufman is really the son of the morph monster, we might have inherited this talent. We cast a charm spell on him, on the contrary, it will expose the investigative intention and rouse his alertness. Actually, we don't need to go around in circles." The distorting ability of the deformed monster is very similar to the two-ring transfiguration technique. No matter how realistic the disguise is, there is still a way to crack it. How to crack? Sheriff Gleason asks impatiently. "With the help of a spell, you can see all the spells and supernatural effects that change the shape at a glance. The transformance talent ability is also impossible to escape." Joan gave a confident reply. At this time, Mrs. Josephine, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly raised her head. "Joan, does the spell you mentioned refer to the six-ring knowledge?" "Yes. It's true knowledge. However, all of us here will not know this spell." Mrs. Josephine's lips appeared a bitter smile. "We won't be okay. There is a personal meeting. He is just outside the door." Joan pointed towards the interrogation room. Mrs. Josephine stunned slightly, and immediately awakened to his intentions, blankly glancing at him, but she did not speak against it. "Joan, are you saying that Professor Moriarty is good at true insight?" Sergeant Gleason jumped up excitedly. "What are you waiting for? Please ask Mr. Professor to come in." This is what Joan wanted, and got up to open the door of the interrogation room. Professor Moriarty had already heard the conversation in the room through synesthesia, and was satisfied with his flexible and well-behaved student. He dropped the newspaper, got up and adjusted his jacket, put his hands in his trouser pockets, taking a chic pace, walked into the interrogation room without any hassle. Gleason and Corton stood up to meet. Mrs. Josephine sat still, turning her head to face the door, still seeming to be angry, not wanting to see Professor Moriarty's complacent face. "Oh, dead, my poor little fool. I already knew you couldn't handle this case. Sooner or later, you still have to invite me back. How are you? Now are you convinced?" The professor first satiated his dead rivals, and turned to be a gentle elder, and smiled at his proud pupil. "Joan, you just proposed to use true knowledge to distinguish whether Harry Kaufman has a metamorphic pedigree. This of course works, but this approach can only satisfy your curiosity to spy on the privacy of others. But it cannot be given to Kazakhstan. Lee convicted if he was really guilty. Look at our professor, this chic leader, all of which is under control, which is really disrespectful." Pinkerton sneered. "Mr. Professor, when you are designing an action plan for criminals, are you so confident when guiding them to escape legal sanctions?" Professor Moriarty ignored Mr. Detective's provocation and continued to enlighten Joan and Gleason. "Don't forget, our purpose is to find out whether Harry Kaufman is involved in serial murders, not to try to dig out the privacy of others like those gossip tabloid reporters. Otherwise, even if we use true knowledge to prove him it's a mixed-race monster, what can it do? A person has the ability to commit crimes, but he doesn't necessarily have to commit criminal acts. Harry Kaufman may indeed be able to transform himself into the appearance of his father or even Josephine, but he doesn't have to do that. You can deny all accusations against yourself. What can you do with him? Having the ability to commit a crime does not necessarily mean that you will commit a crime." Mr. Professor said it too brilliantly. Sergeant Gleason has become Professor Moriarty's brother and completely follows the other party's thinking to examine the case. If Harry was found guilty just because he was a mixed-blood monster, wouldn't everyone in the world be equally guilty? Yes. Starting from this arbitrary logic, Joan and I, and Josephine, are also suspected of being involved in the case. After all, we all know how to transform a little bit, right? Professor Moriarty's last statement was directed at Josephine. However, the ex-girlfriend didn't want to take care of him, just throw him a cold eye. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 962 Bluff. Since the identification of Harry Kaufman's lineage does not directly help our case, what can we do next? Sergeant Gleason stared at Professor Moriarty, looking forward to the resourceful Professor Mr. Guidance. "Joan, what do you think?" Professor Moriarty seems to be more willing to leave the opportunity to challenge the problem to his students as a kind of thinking training. Since the instructor pointed out that true knowledge could not prove whether a person was guilty, Joan changed his mind and tried to find a solution that is the best of both worlds, which can not only investigate Harry Kaufman in depth, but also conform to Sheriff Gleason. Procedural justice. "Teacher, I thought of a way, but it's not mature enough." Joan hesitated. "Let's talk about it first. If it is indeed feasible, we will all come to help you improve." Professor Moriarty encourages in a sly manner. "The way I think of it is simply bluff. Implementing this plan, Sheriff Gleason needs to use all the police force to block all the entrances and exits of the Happy Palace Hotel with great fanfare, and ask hotel guests and staff to temporarily not go out. If someone asks why the hotel is blocked, all police detectives must be of the same caliber and proactively disclose the following information. First of all, let people know that the murders in the outskirts of the suburbs last night again happened. Fortunately, Detective Mr. Pinkerton shot in time to repel the marsh toads and rescue Mr. Donald, who was killed. Secondly, the people who disclosed the suspected murders have been arrested, but there is another principal who colluded with the people who failed to return. According to the testimony of the marsh toad and the detective, the police believed that the main criminal was a sinister and evil transfiguration. Last night, he disguised as Mrs. Josephine and lured Mr. Billy Donald to go out at night. Back to the hot spring town. It is now possible to hide in the Happy Palace Hotel. The reason why the police block the hotel is to find out this deformed monster that is in the crowd. Furthermore, It should also be admitted to the public that due to the proficiency of disguise, camouflage cannot be distinguished by ordinary people. Fortunately, the scroll of knowledge provided by Professor Moriarty can discern the disguise. Police case handlers should repeatedly emphasize that in the process of appeasing the hotel guests, Sheriff Gleason and Mr. Pinkerton will soon arrive at the scene with a scroll of knowledge. By then, Mr. Sheriff and Mr. Detective will bless true knowledge and screen out all the guests and hotel staff present, and check them one by one until they find the deformed monster hiding in the crowd. Things are tumultuous, and David Kaufman is not present. Harry Kaufman, as the hotel manager, has to come forward to deal with the police investigation. When he heard the above-mentioned intentionally leaked news from the case handling staff, it was difficult for him to calm down. If he thinks he has a clear conscience, or if his will is firm enough, he takes the initiative to admit that he is a metamorphosis, and at the same time firmly denies his involvement in the murder case. To be honest, we really have no way to take him. But Harry had to consider the consequences of self-disclosure, which would not only make him an important suspect in a serial homicide, but also indirectly confess that he was not David Kaufman's biological son, and he would lose millions of his wealth inheritance. What's more terrible is that his exposure to life will make him a monster in people's eyes, always under people's strange eyes, and can no longer be mixed into the crowd as before, pretending to be a normal person. If Harry is really a descendant of metamorphosis, this last point is precisely what he can't stand: an alien that has been integrated into human society. The most feared thing is that people know that they are actually monsters, and treat him as an alien, making him aware of a cruel reality no matter how hard they try to disguise themselves. Human society is destined to have no one, a place to stay. Joan's tone was low and his eyes were lonely. When he tried to analyze Harry's psychological activity, he was actually analyzing his inner world. Joan pushed himself, convinced that Harry did not dare to expose his metamorphic pedigree, nor did he dare to publicly admit that he was a monster posing as a human. Just as he did not dare to do that, because he was also a monster pretending to be human. The police's rounding up action seems to be raging. If Harry has a ghost in his heart, he must be trembling and eager to protect himself. If he doesn't want to lose everything he currently has, he must grab the sergeant and the detective before he arrives with a real knowledge scroll, transform into a disguise, and try to escape from the police blockade. To avoid this storm, and consider the future. How to do. If Harry Kaufman is determined to flee, and put into action, it is equivalent to providing the police with a good opportunity to catch his current. Joan sighed, with a complex and unspeakable emotion, summing up the trapping scheme he devised. By that time, he is finished. On May 29th, this whole day, countless gossips like storm clouds shrouded over the hot spring town. The Happy Palace Hotel is at the center of this storm. Since this morning, there have been rumors that hotel owner David Kaufman and his fiancée have been arrested by the police. When people were still in doubt, a more amazing incident happened in front of them. When the sun was about to set, all police detectives of the Hot Springs Town Public Security Team received a notice from their superiors: put on combat equipment, mend a police dog, and immediately dispatched to block the Happy Palace Hotel and prohibit anyone from going out of the hotel door. The entire police team of 40 or 50 people, except for the commander who issued the order, the rest of the detectives were fooled. Before dispatching, Deputy Sergeant Michael specifically asked Sergeant Gleason on behalf of the brothers why he was so aggressive and used all police force to block the local, the most luxurious hotel. It will inevitably offend millionaire David Kaufman. Not suitable. In order to appease the army, Sergeant Gleason had to reveal that, according to reliable information, one of the masterminds of the serial murder was actually a deformed monster, hiding in the Spa Palace Hotel at the moment. In order to find out this monster who is good at making a facelift, so as not to hurt more innocent people, the police had to take thunder measures, block the hotel, and check the hotel guests and staff one by one until they caught the deformed monster. Sergeant Gleason specially emphasized to all the police detectives that the operation must be kept secret, and the news of the morphing monsters lurking in the hotel should not be disclosed to avoid panic. In the presence of Sheriff Gleason, all the detectives vowed to keep their promises strictly confidential, but they couldn't really keep their mouths closed. I am afraid that only those dogs who can't speak, like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 963. Panic. As soon as the police were dispatched, they surrounded the Happy Palace Hotel, and rumors about Transfiguration Killer have spread throughout the hot spring town. In less than an hour, the townspeople who had no knowledge of the rare creature Morph seemed to have all become experts in the study of Morph, and said in a nutshell, metamorphosis can be changed to Unknown's appearance, and unless true knowledge is used, there is no possibility of seeing flaws. Based on the above facts, all of us may be disguised as metamorphosis. In this case, I can only determine one thing, that is, I am definitely not a metamorphosis. As for you, although it looks like my old friend, it can't be completely trusted, so how do you plan to prove yourself innocent? The atmosphere of panic quickly spread across the town, and the only hope to help people get rid of the panic was on the heroic and courageous detectives. Only when the police successfully capture the deformed monster can people get rid of mutual suspicion and return to normal life. At this moment, on the evening of May 29th, the Happy Palace Hotel became the focus of attention. Compared with flocks of people looking at the lively crowd, the police detectives are lonely. While blocking all exits of the hotel, they also have to take care of maintaining street order. Sneaking away. People who are stuck inside the hotel by the police and temporarily lose their freedom are even more panicked. Compared with those outside the town, the residents and staff in the hotel have an extra layer of concerns. The police claimed that the Morph was among them. The question is, who is he? The most basic mutual trust between people is completely destroyed by a monster who is good at imitating others. Although so far, no one has really seen that Morph, and even can't be sure whether the rumors about Morph are true. Is there really such a monster? At the moment when life is at stake, few people can still insist on the principle of seeing is believing. As long as there is the possibility of being murdered by the Morph and being robbed of identity, even if there is only a slight possibility, it would be more reliable. Unbelievable. In the entire hotel, only the manager Harry Kaufman can maintain the most basic calm. Mr. Michael, you suddenly broke in and mixed the hotel into such a mess. I really don't know how to explain to my father. As a hotel manager, Harry has the right to protest the police's brutal handling of cases. Gleason's deputy Michael laughed at Harry's protest. Master Harry, you don't have to worry about being blamed by Mr. Kaufman. During this operation, Mr. Kaufman was fully informed. In fact, he himself also provided important clues to the police. If Mr. Kaufman had spoken, we would also. It's inconvenient to surround the Happy Palace with great fanfare. After all, our police detectives also have to eat, and there are wives, children in this town to beg for life. No one wants to offend a millionaire unless they are forced to do so. What evidence did my father provide to the police? Harry took out his handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is inconvenient for me to disclose. Deputy Sheriff Michael smiled secretly. But Master Harry, I can give you some tips. Your father and his fiancée, Mrs. Josephine, have been reluctant to leave the police station since the morning, saying that there is nothing safer than the police station, as if afraid of someone assassinating them. You think about it, who is it in order to approach a millionaire without knowing it and succeed in stabbing? Your father, Mr. Kaufman, is so nervous that he doesn't even carry bodyguards and goes straight to the police station to seek asylum, perhaps because he is well aware that in this world, apart from himself and his fiancée, there is only our police is trustworthy. As for other people, whether relatives or friends or business partners, at least for now, in your father's eyes, it may be a conspiracy. Morph. My father. Probably the pressure was too great during this time, and I was upset by the serial murder case and a little nervous. Harry wiped his sweat again. Who knows? Anyway, as a millionaire, Our little ones have to break their legs and suffer a lot. Mr. Michael, I have a question to ask you. Since everyone can't tell who is the normal person and who is the deformed monster who is in the normal person, how can the police pull it out? You asked about the idea, Master Harry. Deputy Sheriff Michael smiled slightly. We didn't see through the pretense, but someone could do it, Master Harry. Do you know Professor Moriarty? This university student is at the police station right now to help us handle the case. Mr. Professor told us that a high-level magic called True Knowledge can see through the disguise of morph. Now, Mr. Professor is taking his students, burying their heads in the police station and copying the scrolls. When they copy the 2 scrolls, Sheriff Gleason and Mr. Kirkton will bring the scrolls to the hotel and bless True Knowledge, grab them off from the crowd. Harry Kaufman silently listened to the deputy sheriff. When he heard the word Zenzissue, his facial muscles shook violently, and his already pale complexion turned pale. Master Harry, your face is ugly. Is it uncomfortable? Would you like to take a break? No, nothing. Just a little stuffy and breathless. Harry Kaufman grabbed the wet handkerchief and wiped another sweat. Mr. Michael, when is your sergeant and Mr. Cottonton coming? It will come in at most half an hour, please wait patiently. After they come, they will definitely contact you, the hotel manager, for a check. Master Harry, you will never be deformed. Strange? Just a joke, please don't mind. With a smile, Deputy Sheriff Michael turned and walked into the hotel door, took 2 young detectives to maintain the order inside the hotel, and by the way a glass of cold sparkling wine, find a cool place to rest. Harry watched the deputy sergeant's back disappear in the depths of the hotel porch, slowly breathing out a cloud of air, dropped the sweat-soaked handkerchief, and turned and hurried into the bathroom near the lobby on the 1st floor. Soon after, the dense mist escaped from the toilet and quickly spread to the entire hall, making the 1st floor of the hotel misty and difficult to see. Detectives guarding the entrance and exit of the hotel immediately became alert, lit batons one after another, staring at the doors and windows where the mist was pouring, and strictly guarding against anyone taking the opportunity to slip away. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 964. Flee in the Happy Palace Hotel. Near a remote side door, only a young detective is responsible for guarding. He vaguely saw a figure hurriedly walking in the mist, and quickly scolded, "Stop! Who are you? What are you doing? What or? Do you even recognize me?" The blurry figure on the opposite side came over angrily. The young detective rubbed his eyes and took a closer look, only to realize that the other party was also wearing a police uniform, which turned out to be Deputy Sheriff Michael. Sorry, Mr. Michael, please forgive me for being rude." The young man quickly bowed and apologized to his boss. The deputy sheriff waved his hand, and the golden ring on his ring finger gleamed strangely. The light shone through the mist on the young detective's face, causing him to feel a slight dizziness. Afterwards, he had an unreasonable sense of trust in the boss in front of him. Deputy Sheriff Michael stepped forward and patted the shoulder of the young subordinate. "Pete, you have done a good job. You should be vigilant at all times. Don't trust anyone. Understand?" "Understand." The praise from the boss surprised Pete, and his freckled face was flushed and full of energy. "This fog has come weirdly. I foresee that if something big happens, I must report to Mr. Gleason immediately." Deputy Sheriff Michael looked solemn. "Pete, be sure to hold here firmly, and don't let anyone come out. I'm very optimistic about you. Boy, work hard. Follow the order." "Mr. Michael, I promise to complete the task and will never let you down." The young detective, feeling that he was shouldering a heavy responsibility, saluted the deputy sheriff, turned back, and stared at the foggy gate. At this moment, Pete couldn't help but transform the monster from his side, so as to provide himself with a chance to capture the murderer and give back to the deputy sergeant's encouragement and expectations. Deputy Sheriff Michael patted Pete on the shoulder again and turned away in a hurry. He walked quickly in the twilight and mist, and seemed to be very worried. He did not realize that a blood mosquito blessing invisibility was tracking behind him. From his disguise in the bathroom, he changed from Harry Kaufman to Deputy Sheriff Michael, using the identity and image of the other party, and left the hotel from the side door. Then he was intercepted by Pete and forced to use the hint ring to unconsciously eliminate the other's alertness, thus successfully fooling through. All this is seen by the blood mosquitoes. At the same time, in addition to Joan himself, Professor Moriarty, Mr. Pinkerton, and Sheriff Gleason also used 3 rings of synesthesia on the blood mosquitoes to bring Harry Kaufman from the beginning to the end. You can see the whole scene. Harry Kaufman, disguised as Michael, posing as deputy sheriff, waved to disperse the spectators near the hotel, strode through the crowd, but did not go to the police station as he claimed to Pete. Attention! He quickly burrowed into the bushes, intending to take a shortcut home. Harry was not willing to run away with both hands empty-handed. He had to take some risks and go home first, taking the part of his property while his father was away. This included all the cash and bonds he could get as soon as possible, stocks, deposit vouchers and jewelry. "This is what I deserve," Harry said to himself in his heart. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the bushes and swooped silently. Harry was caught off guard and fell to the ground by the shadow. He looked up in amazement, and found that the shadow that assaulted himself was actually a strong police dog. "Damn beast, get out of here." Harry struggled hard, trying to get rid of the dog entanglement. The stubborn police dog bit his arm and said nothing. One person and one dog, tumbling and scrambling in the bushes. Joan stood in the forest glade not far away, and saw this scene through the eyes of blood mosquitoes. And suddenly he was alive. While Harry was tired of getting rid of the entanglement of police dog Carl, and had no time to distract, Joan issued a mental command to remotely control the blood mosquito to the back of Harry's neck and pierce the skin with a sharp needle to blood. Joan's blood mosquito with his tail finger changed is like a flying syringe, stinging on Harry's neck, sucking a full belly of blood. The belly swelled and transparent, like a ruby big thumb, shining in the darkness. Joan closed it when he saw it, and the blood mosquito that sucked up the blood remotely quickly moved away from Harry, lest he be slapped with a slap. The blood plasma stored in the belly of the blood mosquito is not much, but it is enough to provide Joan with a sample to conduct an in-depth study of Harry's morph lineage. Harry Kaufman, now focused on getting rid of the bite of police dog Carl, didn't even notice it, and his back neck was just bitten by a mosquito. During the fierce fighting, 2 vigorous figures hurried to the scene. It was Pinkerton and Gleason. "Carl, let him go," Pinkerton shouted loudly. The police dog obeyed the master's order, immediately let go of Harry, and retreated to Pinkerton. Harry finally got rid of the bite of the police dog and got up and turned his head to run. However, the muzzle of Mr. Detective's black hole pressed against his forehead, forcing him to stop and quickly lose his blood on his face. "Michael, you should be sitting in a hotel at this moment. What do you want to do when you get here?" Sergeant Gleason was cold and asked for some reason. Harry gaped, unable to think of a reasonable explanation. "Gleason, since there are 2 identical Michaels in the world, one in the hotel and one here, maybe we should call the deputy sheriff Michael in the hotel and let them confront each other to see who it's counterfeit," Pinkerton said with a smile. Harry Kaufman heard what he meant, and knew that he could no longer disguise and had to change back to his original appearance. "Yo, isn't this Master Harry? It's really unexpected. The original morph who colluded with the marsh toad and murdered the hotel guest is your master, the heir to the Happy Palace Hotel." At this point Harry Kaufman had recovered his composure, and he was wronged in the face of Pinkerton's sneering accusations. "Mr. Pinkerton, I don't understand what you're talking about. Yes, I do have a metamorphic pedigree, but this does not mean that I am guilty." "Oh, it's really yours, and things are still tough now. If you're not a ghost in your heart, why do you pretend to be Michael and escape in a hurry?" Pinkerton sneered and asked. However, Harry Kaufman was still innocent, calmly releasing himself. "I admit that I do have a little guilty conscience, but this is not because I violated the law. but I am worried that after my morph blood is exposed, it will cause panic in the town. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 965 Collapse. Mr. Pinkerton, Mr. Gleason, aliens like me are inevitably subject to discrimination and prejudice in human society. Even if I am innocent, people will still be treated as evil monsters, or even hurt me for no reason, trying to kill me. In order to protect myself, I had to escape the blockade of the police, intending to avoid the mob of emotion on the streets, and find an opportunity to go to the police to explain my problem alone. I hope you can understand my hardship. Harry Kaufman's justifications were well-founded and sincere, and Joan couldn't help but believe that he was innocent unless the evidence was conclusive. Enough. Boy, don't pretend to be pitiful in front of me. This little trick is useless to me. Pinkerton shook the gun tightly and questioned Harry Kaufman sternly. You claim to be innocent. How do you explain the 2 magic rings on your hand? Last night, didn't you just use this hint ring to trick Donald Jr. into the marsh toad trap, and then use the mist hidden ring to escape alone? Mr. Pinkerton, listening to what you said, it seems that the murderer also has the same magic ring as me. Harry Kaufman's eyes widened in surprise. It's a coincidence. But after all, these 2 rings are not high-end goods. As long as you can afford it, anyone can order the same enchanting ring at a big business firm in the city. With the same ring on it, it is too arbitrary to conclude that I am the murderer. Ha! You asshole, dare to deny it. Pinkerton was so angry that he could pull the trigger and exploded Harry Kaufman's head with a single shot. Dead, don't be impulsive. Let me talk to Harry alone. Sheriff Gleason pushed Pinkerton's arm off the gun. Be careful, old man. This kid is very cunning. Don't let him slip. Pinkerton unwillingly put away his pistol, glared at Harry fiercely, and turned to Joan. Sheriff Gleason stared at Harry silently for a long time, took out the handkerchief from the jacket pocket, and wiped the sweat and blood from his forehead. Harry, look at your embarrassment. I can't help but remember what happened when you were a kid more than 10 years ago. Mr. Sheriff sighed, holding his back to Harry, falling into memory. At that time, you were young, ignorant, and unavoidably naughty, and your father was particularly uncomfortable with you. He didn't treat you as a son. He would beat your nose and swollen face. Every time you are beaten, you cry and run out of the house, walking straight along the street, crying and walking until the door of the police station. Seeing you sobbing and wandering outside the door, I knew you were beaten up again by David Kaufman. I can't agree with his brutal way of teaching children, but what can I do? In those days, the only thing I could do was put a wound on your medicine, take you home, make you a delicious meal, live in my house for a while, wait for your father to breathe down, and then send you back. Listening to Mr. Sheriff recalling the past, Harry Kaufman's haggard face could not help moving slightly, and said with deep feeling, from small to large, you have been very good to me, Mr. Gladson. Only you in the world are still me. Is a relative. Yeah, Harry, I don't care who your biological father is. Anyway, you must be the biological son of my cousin Elena. No matter when and where, I have an obligation to take care of you. Harry gritted his teeth and said hardly, Mr. Gleason, I am very grateful to you, but I really did not sin. Sheriff Gleason waved his hand, beckoning him not to argue. Harry, I'm chatting with you alone. I'm not trying to engage in an emotional offensive, trying to touch your conscience, and then truthfully tell the truth of the case. On the contrary, I want to tell you a truth about the past. What are you referring to? Harry's eyes were hard to hide. Sheriff Gleason gave him a deep look, his eyes crossed his shoulders, and he shot into the dim forest. After a long silence, he spoke again. Harry, I know that you have always resented David Kaufman because you know you are not his real son, and you suspect he hired marsh toads to kill your mother, right? Don't rush to deny it. In fact, I thought so before yesterday. Over the years, I have always suspected that your father bought a murderous wife and tried every means to collect evidence of his crimes. I dream of sending him to jail one day to recover your mother. Fair. But things are not always as expected. What do you mean? Harry's voice shuddered. Mr. Gleason isn't my mother, and my biological father, murdered by the cold-blooded man who bought the marsh toad. Harry, calm down. Our previous suspicions cannot be said to be completely wrong. David Kaufman did have the intention to buy a murderer to kill Elena, but the killer he hired, the elder motorman of the pneumatoad, was in when we were about to start. Something unexpected happened. Tell me, what's wrong? Harry's face flushed sickly, his forehead sweating, and he couldn't wait to ask. Just before Jmoduo started, your biological father, the person who inherited your morph bloodline, strangled your mother Elena personally, and abandoned her body in the depths of the swamp afterwards. Sheriff Gleason's tone was painful, and every sentence was extremely difficult. Harry, your biological father, that transfiguration monster, never really loved your mother. He tempted your mother to cheat, just to satisfy her own and to plot her money. Your biological father, strangling your mother ruthlessly, just want to get rid of this tired playful burden, seize the belongings she carries with him, and find new joy. Harry, David Kaufman only had the motive to murder your mother, but in fact it was not his mother who killed your mother, but your biological father. David Kaufman really has nothing to do with you. But after all, he has raised you for more than 20 years, so you don't have to worry about food and clothing, spend money for school, and leave your property to you. David Kaufman is indeed not a competent father, but what about your biological father? Let's talk about Elder Kamardu, and the mother marsh toad who performed the assassination mission with him. They didn't kill your mother. Instead, they killed your biological father, which indirectly helped your mother revenge. It has also become your father's killer and enemies. This confused account, you tell me what should I do? Harry, isn't reality ridiculous? But this is the truth. After learning the truth, what are you going to do? If you insist on revenge for your biological parents, please tell me who is your real enemy? Don't say it. Mr. Gleason, please don't say it. My mother betrayed my adoptive father. My biological father killed my mother personally. Then what am I? Mr. Gleason, I really don't know what to do. A man like me, living in the world, what is the point? The truth was too cruel. Harry Kaufman couldn't bear the mental shock. The psychological defense line collapsed on the spot, and he couldn't help covering his face and wept bitterly. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 966. Get caught through the eyes and eyes of the blood mosquitoes. Joan saw Harry Kaufman crying in silence and couldn't help but burst into a sour heart. Harry Kaufman, who is on the verge of collapse, is destined to truthfully explain his criminal facts. However, even if he is sentenced to death for a person who has lost his desire to survive, he is only helping him to find relief, not punishing him. Offense. Perhaps it is because he is also an alien in human society. He also lacked parental care since childhood. The tragedy of Harry Kaufman brought great shock to Joan. At the same time, he awakened in his heart the once painstakingly seeking, the ultimate problem solved. What is the meaning of being alive? This question, Joan can't come up with a satisfactory answer yet. He had to suppress his disorganized feelings, followed Mr. Pinkerton back to Sheriff Gleason, and escorted Harry Kaufman, who was almost mentally ill, to the police station for interrogation. At the interrogation that night, Joan was in charge of the transcript as always. Since learning the truth about his mother's death, Harry Kaufman's eyes became silent and uninteresting. During the interrogation, he no longer tried to deny it, and truthfully explained his crimes. Joan sat in the corner of the interrogation room and faithfully recorded his confession. Compared with Harry Kaufman's criminal act of colluding with a marsh toad to murder a hotel guest, Joanne was even more impressed with the childhood life of this hybrid metamorphosis accidentally revealed during interrogation. When David Kaufman's former wife ran away from home, Harry Kaufman was not yet 2 years old, but vaguely remembered his mother's appearance. After he grew up a little bit, after understanding, he asked his father why he didn't have a mother. David Kaufman was furious, claiming that his mother, Mrs. Elena, ruthlessly abandoned his son and eloped with her lover. As a result, the young Harry suffered a trauma and became very inferior. At the same time, he did not want to believe that he was really an abandoned child left by his mother. He wishful thinking that there must be some secrets that he did not know. His mother should not be a cold and bad woman. Even if he was forced to leave his son, he must have had a hardship. As he grows up, his suspicions grow. On one occasion, David Kaufman drunkenly said that he had hired a marsh toad and assassinated the adulterer, that is, Harry's mother, and the who seduced her to elope. The young Harry listened to his father's drunk talk and thought that he had discovered the truth. He has sincerely grudged his father and hated the marsh toad hired by his father to kill his mother. It wasn't until he entered puberty that Harry's transfiguration pedigree gradually awakened and found that he could change the image as he pleased. And then he suddenly realized that he was not the flesh and blood of David Kaufman, but the transformation of his mother and her strange illegitimate child born of adultery. Although Harry was secretive about his ability to transform, David Kaufman was suspicious of him, suspecting that he was not his own son, so his attitude towards Harry was complicated. On the one hand, David Kaufman offered Harry to go to school and arranged for him to gradually take over his own business, just like cultivating a true heir to a career. And at the same time he could not trust Harry completely. His attitude towards him was rude and skeptical. David Kaufman handed over to Harry the management of the most important property, Happy Palace Hotel. He enjoyed his life and pursued Josephine. It seemed that he had really retired, but he did sudden inspections from time to time. When he finds that the accounts are not right, or the business conditions are not good, he will scold Harry for his incompetence and threaten to deprive him of inheritance. Harry was forced to frustrate and had to make careful calculations in terms of money and accounts. The days of his life were totally unlike that of a wealthy son-in-law, but like a father's puppet, a bad luck gasbag. In order to maintain the leading position in the fiercely competitive hotel industry, Harry had to follow the shady means of his father's suggestion, privately colluded with the Pneumatode people, and spend money to hire the Pneumatode people to intimidate business competitors. In the beginning, Harry followed the contact method agreed between his father and elders, and the animal messenger summoned through the spell scroll, usually a carrier pigeon, dealt with the Pneumatode. After a period of correspondence, Harry thought that the time had come, and asked Elder Samo to meet secretly. He used his transforming ability to become his father's appearance, met with the Elder Kimodo, and set out a part of the truth about his mother's murder, thus confirming the drunk talk about buying a murdered wife that David Kaufman had revealed after drinking. All true. From that day on, Harry vowed to avenge his mother and managed to make David Kaufman lose his reputation, and then seized the other's property. In order to achieve this, Harry first managed to steal David Kaufman's hint ring, and then encouraged Kimodo to murder the hotel's single guest. And the Pneumatode just happened to need an adult test, and the two sides hit it off. In fact, Harry had expected the matter to be revealed, and he found himself a scapegoat in advance. Mrs. Josephine. Harry secretly observes Mrs. Josephine's schedule, and chooses the time when the other person spends time alone with his father. He becomes Josephine's appearance, deceiving those obsessive playboys. The reason why Harry chose to become Mrs. Josephine, first of all, is that among the regular guests of all hotels, she is the most charming, the most active in the social field, and becomes Josephine. It is easy to seduce those who have no brains. Cheating. In addition, it was because David Kaufman was frantically pursuing Josephine. Harry was worried about his father's obsession, and really gave half of the property to Josephine. He wanted to destroy this marriage and send Mrs. Josephine to jail to protect his inheritance. It was with this mentality that Harry pretended to be Josephine and tricked hotel guests out of the night party 4 times. introducing the fools who thought they were in peach luck into the trap set by the marsh toads. A sacrifice for adults. The cooperation between Harry and Marsh Toad went smoothly the first 3 times. Yesterday evening, he pretended to be Mrs. Josephine again and tricked Donald Jr. into a trap. Later, as usual, he drove back to the spa town alone. However, at that time, Harry Kaufman didn't expect it. Soon after he left, Joan and Pearson broke into the test field of the Marsh Toad, rescued Billy Donald, and arrested Gemodo and Gemma. Uncle Della and nephew led to his elaborate conspiracy falling short of success, and ultimately he failed to escape the sanctions of the French Open. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 967 Harry's Blood. After the interrogation, the sky was completely dark. Joan handed over the transcript to Sheriff Gleason, and simply ate a working meal at the police station. Afterwards, he gave a farewell to Mr. Sergeant and Mr. Detective, who were still busy, and then returned to the villa with his mentor. This whole day, the Happy Palace Hotel was full of uproar and panic, but the Holiday Villa area, which also belongs to the Kaufman family industry, seemed to be calm and quiet as always. Mr. Keown accompanied the professor to drink a cup of coffee in the living room. Both the teacher and the student deliberately did not talk about today's case. The chat content was limited to academic issues. After drinking coffee, Joan resigned from his tutor and returned to his laboratory to get up and start a new study. Joan walked to the experiment table, put on his gloves, took a small glass dish, and after sterilization, ordered the blood mosquitoes to land in the glass dish. 1 ring of mosquito finger surgery, under normal circumstances. The effective time is only a few tens of minutes. When Joan cast a spell this afternoon, he spent 2 Sid mana, which is equivalent to using a 2-ring spell slot to perform mosquito finger surgery. In this way, he has the surplus magic to match the higher spell delay. The mosquito finger technique has been strengthened by super magic, and the blood mosquito transformed from the tail finger of Joan's section has a time limit from the original 70 minutes to 7 hours, so it is still active until this moment. It was this little mosquito that had taken a bite from Harry Kaufman before, and the plasma she drew rounded her belly, converging her wings and lying in the center of the glass dish, too lazy to move. Keown extended his right index finger and gently pressed the mosquito's swollen abdomen. A trace of blood flowed back through the needle-shaped mouthpiece of the blood mosquito and condensed into a bright red blood drop in a glass dish. Normal Diptera mosquitoes, drinking blood from their stomachs, will never spit it out so easily unless the mosquito is slapped to death. The moment the belly explodes, it can splash out some plasma that has not been digested and absorbed. Joan does not need to pinch the belly of the blood mosquito to force her to spit out the plasma collected before, because the blood mosquito is originally a part of his body. Squeezing the blood mosquito is like squeezing a needle in his hand and squeezing it through the pinhole. A few drops of blood. Based on the above reasons, it is obvious that the blood plasma spit out by blood mosquitoes is no longer pure Harry Kaufman's blood, which also contains Joan's own blood. After all, blood mosquitoes are his blood. Fortunately, compared with the Harry's blood in the belly of blood mosquitoes, Joan's own plasma is very small. When studying plasma samples, some technical means can be used to remove these impurities, which will not affect the observation. Result: Joan patiently performed a tominute shiatsu massage for blood mosquitoes, basically draining the plasma stored in her abdomen, and then transferring the blood mosquitoes to another empty plate. Taking a pipette to collect the plasma samples. Get up and deposit 5 test tubes separately. Joan first fetched a blood storage test tube and skillfully portrayed the number for Unansius, and then performed a myth blood interpretation on the blood storage test tube. There are only a few drops of plasma in the test tube, but it is enough to meet the needs of analysis. It turns into a blushing mist and flows out of the tube mouth, condensing into a cloud of suspended blood in the air. Since plasma samples were mixed with Joan's own blood, The transformed blood cloud was also doped with Joan's own spell configuration and supernatural abilities. Fortunately, Joan was familiar with what was passed out of his blood, and quickly swept these impurities into the corner, leaving only the magical configuration and supernatural abilities that belonged to Harry Kaufman's plasma. Joan first screened the types of organisms expressed in the plasma samples and compared the chromatographic bands of the species to confirm that Harry Kaufman belonged to humanoid transformed subspecies. The species category indicates that Harry Kaufman is of both parents' origins, and is neither a true morph monster, otherwise his species category should be humanoid monster or a complete human being, otherwise he should not with deformed subspecies. In the natural biological world, there is often reproductive isolation between species. The farther the species types differ, the more strict the reproductive isolation is. For example, wasps and bees belonging to the same family and different families are almost impossible to mate successfully, nor can they produce hybrid offspring. Horses and donkeys belonging to the genus Equus are similar in general, but there are differences in species after all. Although they can be crossed, their mule offspring mule has a birth defect and cannot bear offspring. Vernon Villa in Port Leyden. Joan was impressed when he assisted Lieutenant Colonel Vazu in the experiment of donkey and horse breeding. However, for the supernatural world, the rule of species isolation is not necessarily applicable. According to Joan, the supernatural characteristics of supernatural creatures are often reflected in the reproductive ability of exotic flowers. Different supernatural species can still produce offspring. Transfiguration monster, anyway, can be regarded as a human form, can be combined with human beings, and have children. It is understandable. However, some species, such as the real dragon with special love, advocating the life creed of seeds in the world, completely ignoring species isolation, can reproduce the entire monster book from the first page to the last page, and reproduce it. A lot of weird dragon veins or half-dragon creatures. It is hard to see how to resolve differences in body type, different physiological structure. How to combine these problems are actually not difficult. They can be easily solved by using morph or transfiguration. This type of shape-changing spell actually removes barriers to cross-species bonding and lineage inheritance. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 968. Half Morph. Harry Kaufman is such a cross-species combination product. The hybrid of human and morph is also called semi-morph. Compared with the real morph, the talent of semi-morph has a certain gap. From the blood sample of Harry Kaufman, Joan passed out a supernatural ability called Shape Change. Its magic mark is similar to the spell configuration of the two-ring transformation, and the equivalent magic energy level about 5 degrees. It can be seen that Harry's transformation ability can't jump out of the category of morphing, and can become any humanoid creature he has seen, but he can't obtain the physical attributes and acquired skills of the transformed object. The true morph monster, the change object, is also limited to the category of humanoid, but while changing the shape, it can also obtain the physical attributes of the change object. In this way, the transformation ability of morph is stronger than that of the second morph, but it is still not up to the level of the fourth morph. It is guessed that the equivalent magic energy level is about 10 degrees, which is equivalent in a 3-rod level spell slot. It is similar to the mythical transformation invented by Joan himself. The true morph is said to have the supernatural ability to spy on the human heart, and is immune to all enchantment and sleep effects. Judging from the blood samples of Harry Kaufman, the semi-formed monster does not possess these abilities. Semi-formed monster belongs to a supernatural creature. As everyone knows, all supernatural creatures in the world have warlock blood, and Harry Kaufman is no exception. In addition to the natural change supernatural ability, Joan also resolved 3 spell configurations from his blood, including 2 zero-ring spells, magic tricks and phantom phonics, and a 1-ring transfiguration. Joan learned these low-level spells long ago, and there is no need to copy them. However, What he really cares about is not what spell is specifically parsed from the blood of Harry Kaufman, but the fact that he is able to parse the spell. Harry Kaufman does not have a warlock class of its own. The 3 spells Joan had parsed from his blood, although at a very low level, Harry Kaufman himself would not cast it at all. Joan confirmed this fact once again through this experiment. Mythical blood interpretation can predict the warlock potential of a creature. Even if the creature is not a warlock at all, it doesn't even know that it has this potential. For example, Harry Kaufman, if he is determined to embark on the path of the warlock, and for this period of hard work, promoted to level 1 warlock, then he is likely to awaken the 3 predicted by Joan just through his blood spells. Of course, this kind of prediction is not absolute, but only provides a general outlook on spiritual practice. The actual trajectory of practice may be completely consistent with the prediction, or there may be deviations. These variables are not predictable by mythical blood interpretation. Joan copied the magic mark corresponding to the shape change into his spell book, and then restored Harry's blood sample to a liquid state, collected it in a reagent bottle, and stored it in the Kingbing refrigerator. Next, he still has 2 spell scrolls to transcribe, both of which were performed by Moriarty instructor during the day. One is a 3-ring synesthesia, and the other is to see through the true face of Harry Kaufman's 6-ring true knowledge. Joan first copied down the synesthesia that can be learned now, and found that this spell is indeed a comprehensive upgrade of the 2-ring visual link as the instructor said. After the spell is cast, you can borrow all 5 kinds of the subject. The senses last for several hours. After hurriedly copying, Joan took a sigh of relief, refilled the pen with ink, and then copied the 6-ring true knowledge scroll presented by Professor Moriarty. The power of true knowledge is extremely powerful. You can see through all the transformations, illusions and camouflage effects, and penetrate all the darkness that is naturally produced or created by magic. After the blessing of true knowledge, no matter transformation, darkness or invisibility, everything is given in vain. Transfiguration has been seen, but it can still maintain the ability to be transformed. Once the illusion like invisibility is seen, the invisible person does not know that he has been exposed. And no matter what he does next, it looks like a funny instead. The clown will be used by the enemy, because the power of true knowledge in cracking illusions was so powerful that the whole illusion school had blood-stained and was killed by it. Today, few mages will choose to specialize in the illusion school, and the remaining few iron-headed children also hate true knowledge, wishing this spell never existed. After copying the Zenzishu scroll, Joan put down the pen, rubbed the finger joints that had been swollen by the barrel, and took out his pocket watch to look at it. It was almost early morning. He sorted out the experiment table, briefly washed it, and spent the night in the laboratory. Before going to bed, Joan sat on the simple camp bed and practiced an hour of meditation as usual. He condensed his spirit into a probe of will, and, as usual, drilled deeper into the magic web. When he finished his meditation tonight, he vaguely felt that he was not far away from breaking through again. Unsurprisingly, at most 1 week later, he can successfully reach the inner layer of the 3rd layer of the magic net and be promoted to level 6 mage. Joan was quite satisfied with his spiritual progress. He yawned and lay down on the camp bed, and soon fell asleep. When he got up the next morning, Joan went to the living room to ask the teacher for Anne. After breakfast, he returned to the laboratory and continued to study the blood samples of Harry Kaufman. Yesterday, Joan analyzed blood samples from the perspective of a mage. Today, he looked at blood samples from the perspective of a warlock. Although Harry Kaufman himself is not a warlock, it is undeniable that his blood contains the warlock potential. This means that Joan can mix his blood into a wake-up agent and inject it into his body to strengthen his bloodline. Joan has 2 kinds of warlock bloodline, worm bloodline and weird bloodline, if not subspecies. His biological type is still humanoid. Harry Kaufman has a semi-deformed monster bloodline, if he does not consider subspecies. His biological type is the same as Joan, and it is also a humanoid. If Joan injects a wake-up agent prepared with Harry Kaufman's plasma, it is actually a near-source strengthening of himself, so that he is himself in addition to worm blood and weird blood. The Warlock genealogy. And then add a third kind of bloodline strength, which is semid-formed bloodline. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 969 Prison Break for a Warlock. A richer pedigree means a richer potential and a broader development prospect. Joan is not a warlock, but he can use a unique way to replace the warlock profession with his own wizard class and cast the blood spell of the warlock. From this perspective, using Harry Kaufman's blood to strengthen himself, if he is lucky enough, he can transplant the semid-form talent supernatural ability shape change to himself and tinker. It's fun to come out and play. But Joan was hesitant again. After all, this is near source reinforcement. There is still a little risk. In case of bad luck, the reinforcement fails and the body collapses. It would be too worthless. As he weighed the risks and benefits, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Joan quickly collected the blood sample and turned to open the door. He thought it was a mentor who came to inspect, or Mrs. Josephine's visit, and an unexpected man stood outside the door. "Ah, Mr. Pinkerton, are you looking for me?" "Why, old friends are not welcome as guests." Mr. Detective held his signature large pipe, and his smile looked tired. "Then why would you please come in and drink something? Coffee, black tea, or watermelon juice?" Joan hurriedly invited the guests into the room. "Don't bother, it'll go after a while, and there's still a lot of things to do." Ted Pinkerton waved his hand, beckoning Joan not to be polite. Joan poured a cup of tea to Mr. Detective and asked in confusion, "The serial homicide case has been detected. What else do you have to do?" Pinkerton sighed and smiled bitterly. "I thought this was the case. But just yesterday night, the case changed again." "What the is going on?" Joanne asked in surprise. "After yesterday, Harry Kaufman pleaded guilty and was put in a cell, but this morning, Gladson told me he escaped." Joan was stunned, and it took a while before he found his sense of reality. "You mean, Harry Kaufman escaped?" "Accurately, it was rescued." Pinkerton took a deep breath. "I got rushed to investigate as soon as I got the news. Judging from the traces left on the scene, it was probably this morning. Someone sneaked into the cell and took Harry Kaufman." Joan naturally thought of a question. Who will save Harry Kaufman? There are no clues that can be traced at the scene, and I can't say who did it. I can only guess that this person is likely to be by our side and it is our acquaintance. Pinkerton smiled. "First of all, I certainly didn't do it, and I think it's unlikely that you did it. As for others, I'm not so sure, so I came to talk to you." "Are you acquaintances around us?" Following the idea of Mr. Detective, Joan quickly checked all the possible criminals one by one, and finally, a cold face stayed in his mind. "Mr. Pinkerton, Sergeant Gleason seems to have taken care of Harry Kaufman all the time." "Speaking of relatives, the two of them are also uncles, right?" Pinkerton heard his implication and shook his head gently. "Gleason does have suspicions of committing crimes, but he has no time to commit crimes. Last night we stayed together in the town's tavern until dawn." The detective spit out a string of smoke rings and then analyzed the jailbreak case last night. "It is true that Gladson has a deep affection for his cousin's son, but he values his professional ethics even more. Based on my knowledge of him, he is unlikely to do things that are illegal." Step back. If Gleason really had the motivation to help Harry Kaufman escape, why did he persuade the other party to confess guilt? "Your analysis makes sense. Actually, I don't want to doubt Sheriff Gleason. He is an upright good man." Joan sighed. "If it wasn't Sheriff Gleason, who could it be?" "This person." Late into the heavily guarded prison, without alarming any jailer, he took Harry Kaufman so imperceptibly that he was really capable. It's really difficult for ordinary people to rescue a prisoner who has escaped from prison, but for a caster who is good at teleporting spells, this is not a problem. Pinkerton spit out a smoke slowly, his eyes becoming a little erratic. "Onsen Town, after all, is only a small place. The prison attached to the police station has no special enclave to prevent the transmission of spells, which gives some people an opportunity. Mr. Pinkerton, listening to what you said, it seems that there is already an object of suspicion, that person. Is it also a mage? Joan had an ominous premonition. Pinkerton nodded and said with a smile, the person I suspect, you actually know, and the relationship is very close. I don't understand your intentions. Joan avoided his gaze. Really don't understand? It doesn't matter. I sing a song I learned from the Countess to you, and you understand who I am. Doubting. The detective put down his pipe, cleared his throat, and seriously sang a song. The singing voice that has been subjected to tobacco smoking all year round looks a little hoarse, but it is not unpleasant, and the words are very clear, and the voice is heard in Joan's ear. My friend, Mocavetti, unpredictable mystery. He is a brilliant wise man, a villain. Mocavetti, the unique Mocavetti, violating all regulations. Contempt for morality. Mocavetti, the unique Mocavetti, desperate monster. The devil in human skin. Mocavetti, the unique Mocavetti, both evil and wisdom, unparalleled charm. Ted hummed and frowned at Joan, his expression meaningful. Joan was really intolerable, interrupting his singing coldly. Stop singing, this is impossible. The song came to an abrupt halt, and Pinkerton shook his finger at the young master with a serious face. My friend, anything is possible. Do you have evidence? I have no evidence, otherwise I won't just sing a song here for you. Since there is no evidence, what's the point of you saying these boring words to me? Joanne asked angrily. Just to remind you to stay alert, good boy. Beware of your mentor. Ted Pinkerton put on his hat, stood up with his pipe, and finally smiled at Joan. My young friend, there will be a future. Joan watched Ted Pinkerton walk out of the door. The figure gradually disappeared deep in the boulevard, but his mood could not restore calm for a long time. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 970 Human Pox. Joan couldn't agree with Mr. Pinkerton's suspicion of Professor Moriarty, which made no sense from the motive of committing the crime. What benefit can Professor Moriarty have from the rescue of Harry Kaufman's escape? If there is no benefit, why did he do this illegal thing? When trapping Harry Kaufman, Mr. Professor provided indispensable help to the police. Thanks to his true knowledge, everyone can see that Harry does have a deformed pedigree. If he really rescued Harry from the prison, why did he help the police put Harry in jail? Based on common sense, Joan has every reason to think that Ted Pinkerton has a prejudice against Professor Moriarty, and brought this prejudice into the case, made an irrational judgment, and brought a completely innocent person mistaken as a suspect. However, for some reason, Joan still felt a little uneasy. He can list 100 reasons to prove that his mentor has no motivation to commit crimes, but in the end he cannot completely eliminate the inexplicable doubts in his heart. Joan was stunned for a long time, and his troubled mind still couldn't calm down. He simply suspended his work and went to the mentor's lab to see if he was busy or if there were any signs of abnormality. Joan walked into the instructor's laboratory and found that Professor Moriarty was sitting at the desk and sorting out the experiment log. He didn't see any abnormality in his manner. Joan, are you free today? Now is my break time. Come and visit to see what you are busy with. Joanne took a chair and sat down next to the instructor. He found that the laboratory was extremely deserted, and he was a bit puzzled. Teacher, haven't you experimented today? Professor Moriarty looked up at his students, his grey blue eyes gloomy. The second phase of the experiment has been completed, and all living subjects have also been disposed of. The word handling made Joan feel a little uncomfortable. Scratched his head and took the initiative to change the subject. How are the results of the experiment? Not bad. A smile appeared in Professor Moriarty's eyes. From the statistical data of the previous and the second phases of the experiment, the vaccinated subjects generally gained immunity against smallpox virus. and the effect was better than I expected. Congratulations, you have made a major breakthrough. Joan is sincerely proud of the excellent work of his tutor. Professor Moriarty shook his head, his face sad. Don't be too happy first. There is a set of experimental data that is not very good looking. The accidental mortality rate of all vaccinated specimens is as high as 2%. What is the specific cause of death? Joan asked in surprise. Dying from smallpox. Professor Moriarty revealed a cold reality with calm words. The vaccine you inoculated with the test body is actually a virus sample collected from smallpox patients, which can be referred to as human pox for short. Human pox has a fatal flaw: no matter how to reduce the poison, or an accident will occur. From the experimental results, the probability of accidental death is about 2%. Joan listened to the tutor's remarks silently, and his heart stirred up waves. Professor Moriarty's accidental risk, translated into vernacular, means that a person who was already very healthy, inoculated with human pox in order to prevent smallpox, instead became infected with smallpox and died like that. No one wants to die. It's unclear, but before the vaccination, no one knows who these 2% random dooms will happen to. This is not a deliberate murder, not even a manslaughter. People who accidentally contract smallpox due to vaccination of humans can blame anyone besides sighing their own misfortune. To be fair, the vaccine against vaccinations invented by Professor Moriarty is certainly not perfect, but in areas where smallpox outbreaks occurred, relative to local residents, the mortality rate is as high as 15%, and the 2% accidental risk is far from enough to deter people from being vaccinated. This is like a gamble. Choosing to inoculate human pox is like choosing to bet on the side with the greater win. It is completely irrational, and there is no choice but to lose. If 1 million people are vaccinated against human pox, according to Professor Moriarty's statistics, about 20,000 people will die of uncontrollable medical risks, and some of them may not be infected with smallpox for life. White is dead. However, if 1 million high-risk groups are not vaccinated, about 150,000 people will die from smallpox infection. 150,000 is far greater than 20,000. From the perspective of probability statistics, it is obviously worthwhile to inoculate human pox. However, in the interim, Joan realized that he was measuring life from the perspective of an outsider as data available for addition and subtraction. If the same thing happens to yourself, if you unfortunately become a member of the 2% group, can you still think so? What makes Joan even more disturbed is that even if he put this statistic in front of him, he did not really feel sad for the accidental death of the 20,000 people. In contrast, he is more pleased that there are 130,000 people, who should have died from smallpox, are now preserved by vaccination. However, human life is only a unit of quantity that can be compared and added to or subtracted from each other. Will the value of 20,000 lives be less than 130,000 lives? A person's death is a tragedy. The death of thousands of people is just a string of cold figures. Joan was deeply saddened by the failure to feel the sorrow she deserved. P.S. Some reference data about vaccination of human pox. In the smallpox epidemic in Boston in 1723, the mortality rate of smallpox infections among people who were not vaccinated was 15%, and the mortality rate of vaccinated human pox was 2%. From 1721 to 1732, people who received human pox in the United Kingdom had an accidental death rate of about 2%. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 971. Back to school. The day after Harry Kaufman's escape from prison, the first day of June, Joan received a regrettable message. Affected by the recent case, the wedding of Mr. Kaufman and Mrs. Josephine was forced to be postponed. The exact wedding time cannot be determined yet. Joan and his mentor came to Baden Hot Springs in the name of attending the wedding. Now that their wedding has been postponed, their respective research work has been completed, and there is no reason to continue to stay. The day after receiving the wedding extension notice, on the morning of June 2nd, Joan ended his 2-week vacation trip, and as he arrived, took the phantom carriage summoned by his instructor to return to Midget City. On the way back to the city, Joan was holding his spell book and studying intently. It was not until the carriage entered the outskirts of the city that he was awakened by the sudden sound of horseshoes behind him. Looking back, he couldn't help but stunned. A horse immediately followed the phantom carriage, so it hung so close. The knight on the horse was wearing a large black cloak, the hood was pressed very low, the shadow covered the face. It seemed to be observed the 4 phantom foals in the towing carriage. Phantom horse is like smoke and fog, with only a blurry horse-shaped silhouette. It is indeed easy to arouse curiosity from passers-by, and along the way, turning rate is so high that Joan has become accustomed to it. However, the black-robed knight who followed the horse body looked even weirder than phantom horse. In this hot summer afternoon, normal people are unlikely to use a thick cloak to wrap themselves tightly from head to toe. Joan had to suspect that this man in black robe was deliberately hiding his identity, rather risking heat stroke, rather than being seen by passers-by. However, after all, his dress that violates the seasons is more striking. Is it really counterproductive if he really hides his identity? Could it be said that the purpose of this person is not to hide his identity, but to simply fear the sun? Joan couldn't help but start. Just when he was full of doubts, the man in black robe suddenly shook his reins and drove the horse up, keeping the momentum with the phantom carriage, and waved at Professor Moriarty in the carriage. Professor Moriarty also noticed the strange man's behavior, turned his head to look at the man, raised his brim, and nodded slightly to return the gift. When the two sides met, they did not say hello, but just communicated with each other. Just a few seconds later, the man in black robe urged the horse to gallop, and in a blink of an eye, he left the phantom carriage behind him, and his back quickly disappeared at the end of the dusty avenue. Tutor, do you recognize that person just now? Joan couldn't help asking. I can't see my face clearly, but my figure is a little familiar, and I can't remember who for a while. Professor Moriarty yawned lazily, and seemed not to care much about the inexplicable encounter in the Dow just now. Since the other party wrapped so tightly, I wouldn't want to show my face, so I didn't bother to guess his identity. Is this really the case? Joan was a little suspicious of the tutor's indifferent attitude. If you meet such a weird person who greets you actively on the journey, even if you don't recognize who the other person was at the time, I am afraid that you will have to search afterwards. You have to understand the identity and intention of this person to be at ease. Suddenly the black robe came and went suddenly, leaving Joan full of question marks, unable to calm down to read the book, simply enjoy the roadside scenery, and relax his tired brain. As we approached the gate of the city, passing through a forest, Professor Moriarty whistled suddenly, and the 4 phantom horses slowed down, and the carriage slowed down, and finally stopped on the side of the road. Joan, when I think about it, an old friend of mine lived on the outskirts of the city, and I just went down to visit. You don't have to wait for me to enter the city yourself. Professor Moriarty said a few words, then he jumped off the carriage, carried his cane, and walked straight into the shade of the roadside. The professor's steps seemed laid back, but extremely brisk, and the slender figure gradually blurred in the dense forest. Joan looked at the instructor's back, frowned, and his doubts continued to grow. If the instructor really intends to visit friends temporarily, then according to his usual style, he should bring Joan with him as a guest. Why not send his students away without asking? Judging from the unconventional behavior of the tutor, Joan suspected that he was intentionally avoiding himself. And then he reminisced about the black-robed knight who met recently, the friend the tutor was going to visit. Could it be this person? If this is the case, the so-called stop by the way is probably just a pretext. When the black-robed knight greeted Professor Moriarty before, the two parties may have reached a tacit agreement and agreed to meet alone in the suburban forest to discuss certain untold confidential topic. Of course, all these speculations were based on unfounded illusions. Joan himself felt bored, and shook his head to dispel misunderstandings. He was about to recite the mantra taught by the instructor, and ordered Phantom Horse to move on. The seat next to him suddenly shuddered slightly, and it seemed that something was suddenly pressed down, but it was invisible. Suddenly, the sudden movements beside him made Joan stunned. His muscles tightened, and he entered the alert state subconsciously. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 972 Mythical Invisibility. Brother Joan, don't be afraid, it's me. The side was still empty, but the girl's clear voice came out of nowhere, and it sounded familiar. Joan raised his hand and touched the prosthetic eye to turn on see-through invisibility, but unexpectedly, he saw nothing. The invisible man seemed to see Joan's nervous behavior and gave a mischievous snicker. Joan was a little unhappy, protruding a finger, poking where the laughter came, fumbled to find her little head melon, and flicked it gently on her forehead. Ruby is naughty. If I naughty again, I'm really angry. It's not easy, little brother. I finally recognized Ruby. On the empty seat next to Joan, a crimson figure slowly appeared, which was indeed Miss Ruby. Ruby, how do you know I am here? Because I smell the little brother's smell. I can smell it as far as 10 miles against the wind. The mythical enlightenment giant mosquito raised his head proudly. Joanne heard a richer message from her unintentional words. That is to say, when you found me, it was less than 10 miles away from here. Are you running out alone? Isn't Mrs. Josephine worried? There's nothing to worry about. The owner's carriage is behind and will soon catch up. Ruby raised his tentacles and pointed to the road behind Joanne. Joan nodded intently, and then asked Ruby, what kind of spell did you use to hide the trail? I can't see you when I cast see-through invisibility. Mythical invisibility. Has the younger brother heard about it? Ruby jittered his tentacles, and the ruby-like compound eyes sparkled with pride. Low-level spells like see-through invisibility are useless to me, only higher than the third ring of prophecy spells, such as true knowledge, can see through my mythical invisibility. Sounds great. Mythical spell you developed yourself? Joan himself also has a lot of research on mythical spells. It is rare to encounter creatures that are also good at mythical spells. I would like to discuss with Ruby in depth. Miss Ruby spread her wings and shrugged her forelimbs, looking a little awkward. Ruby, I'm just a fool, how can I develop spells? Ruby, me, who can't understand the spell configuration, asked the master for advice. The master idiot said she couldn't understand it, and couldn't teach me. Mythical spells and so on were all conceived out of thin air. Just like warlocks, they can be used, but they don't understand the principle. Joan nodded suddenly. Yeah, Ruby, you are a mythical enlightened creature, which is equivalent to a worm mage. The spellcasting is based on inspiration. There is no need to spend your brain developing any spell. It's very easy, but Ruby only has 2 spells. One is mythical invisibility and one is mythological insect swarm. Compared with the younger brother who has many spells, am I too stupid? Miss Ruby looked a little inferior. Well, let me use higher endoscopy to see your physical attributes. Okay. Before he had seen it with his own eyes, Joan couldn't make a rash conclusion. Okay. Ruby agreed generously, not minding Joan peeking at her privacy. Scouting target, Tier 3 Enlightenment Giant Mosquito. Species, medium-sized magic beast supernatural insect-shaped creature subspecies, mythical creature subspecies, enlightened creature subspecies. Health status, good. Attributes, Strength 14, Agility 28, Constitution 18, Intelligence 10, Wisdom 15, Charisma 20. Brother, is my intelligence level low? Ruby asked eagerly. Among ordinary people, it's not low. Joan answered cautiously. So how does it compare to you? Well, Joan looked embarrassed. Okay, no need to say, Ruby, I already understand. Seeing her frustrated expression, Joan felt pity, stretched out her left arm, and hugged her waist. Don't be sad, Ruby. Although you are not very suitable to become a mage, but you have a very good warlock talent. You can consider taking this path. Ruby grows like this. Charisma is as high as 20, which shows how strong her warlock talent is. In fact, there is no need to look at the charm attribute. Just because she is a magic beast and there are 3 special subspecies, Joan knows that her pedigree is very broad, and this is the innate endowment of an excellent warlock. The host once said the same thing to Ruby, but Ruby heard that the warlock's practice is very hard and troublesome, isn't it, little brother? Miss Ruby seemed to like the feeling of being surrounded by Joan's waist and snuggled sideways into his arms. Fortunately, she has recovered to mythical invisibility at this time, otherwise someone passing by sees a human teenager sitting side by side with a giant red mosquito on a ghostly carriage, and it is inevitable to make a fuss. From the perspective of our mage, the warlock practice is indeed very troublesome, mainly because it requires too many resources and there are some uncontrollable risks. Joan patiently explained the difference between the mage and the warlock in the way of practice for Ruby, the curiosity baby. Our mage's practice has only 2 themes, one is spiritual meditation, the other is reading and studying, and there is nothing else. Warlocks also need to adhere to spiritual meditation, and the way to obtain magical positions is the same as that of mages, but in addition, warlocks also need to develop and strengthen their own bloodlines. It involves a lot. And studying alone is not enough. You have to collect all kinds of weird reinforced materials, domesticate or purchase a large number of experimental subjects. Of course it takes a lot of time, energy and money. After paying so much, can you successfully strengthen your bloodline strength? Which spells can be awakened? There is no fixed number. When you are lucky, the reinforcement results are exactly the same as the previous predictions, and even exceed expectations. If you are unlucky, the ghost knows what it will do. Even if the reinforcement fails, it will not matter, and you will not be allowed to treat your body or even your spirit. Causes serious injury. Just listen to your little brother. You said so generally. Ruby's head started to hurt. Let's forget it. Joan heard her play retreat and smiled bitterly. Thinking about it, Ruby's pedigree includes supernatural insect-shaped creatures and mythical creatures, which is quite consistent with himself. If you use Ruby's blood to make a wake-up agent and perform near-source strengthening on yourself, you may be able to accelerate the growth of the worm blood and awaken more spells. Conversely, Joan's own blood is made into a wake-up agent, which can also strengthen Ruby. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 973 Break off an engagement. Joan clearly remembered that Ruby had personally disclosed just now that she could use spell-like methods to display mythological epidemic swarms. Considering that the Plague of Swarms is a 5-ring spell, and the mythical Swarm of Swarms is at least equivalent to the 6th round spell, then Ruby's equivalent warlock level is at least 12th. String 06-ring spells greatly enhance her casting ability. Thinking about it this way, Joan tentatively asked, Ruby, do you want to come to our university and serve me as an experimental assistant? Huh? Experiment assistant? Brother, would you want to take Ruby and do strange experiments? Hateful little girl alertly actually saw through my strategy. After failing to abduct the girl mosquito, Joan scratched her head and said she was speechless. Ruby also wanted to be with his little brother, but it was a pity that Ruby didn't say anything about it. It had to be approved by the host. When the host was in a good mood, I tried to beg, maybe she would agree. Now, Ruby shook her tentacles, and suddenly her eyes lit up, pulling on Joan's sleeve and asking, little brother, Ruby smelled a sweet smell. Do you have something delicious here? Are you talking about candy? That's not there. But Joan turned to look at the coffee table on the side of the carriage, and the empty glass of watermelon juice did exude a slight sweetness. Ruby, do you like watermelon? I like it very much. Ruby nodded hard. Joan opened the storage bag, took out the green ice freezer specially used for food preservation, and took out a cold watermelon from the inside. Ruby, do you like to cut it into slices or squeeze it into juice? Don't be so troublesome, brother. You give me watermelon, I will show you a superb way of eating. Okay, then you show up first. I will shoot you a normal version of stealth, so that I can see how you eat melon, and passers-by can't see you. Miss Ruby nodded cleverly, and immediately lifted the spell, showing her figure. Joan asked her to hold the melon, cast a spell on her own, and blessed her with invisibility, and she could see her every move with the help of seeing through invisibility. Little brother, look carefully. Ruby is going to eat melon. Miss Ruby held the watermelon with a pair of front claws, and then swung her head down hard. The slender sword-like sharp mouthpiece pierced the melon shell and plunged deep into the melon. Next, Ruby tweeted and sucked the juicy sweet melon flakes, like sucking yogurt in a jar with a straw, while sucking melon, and glaring at the dumbfounded Joan. A pair of ruby compound eyes that seemed to have been cut by countless facets, overflowing with pride. After just 2 minutes, Ruby sucked in the whole big watermelon and sighed with satisfaction. Joan took the watermelon from her arms and weighed it. It felt very light, and when she opened it, it was empty. The crumbs and juice were almost completely drained by Ruby, leaving only a pile of watermelon juice in the empty shell. Ruby is so good. Joan threw away the empty shell and heartily applauded her wonderful performance. Ruby tried to talk with a smile, but was interrupted by a series of burps. Joan noticed that her belly was swollen, almost like a pregnant woman, and tentatively poked her belly with her fingertips. Ruby rolled his eyes wide and leaned back on the seat. He said angrily, "Don't poke, naughty little brother. Ruby's belly will burst." Joan was really afraid that she would explode, and she retracted her hand in sorrow, and decided to wait for her to digest the watermelon juice a little, shrinking her belly and then poking. At this moment, the sound of horseshoes came from behind, and Joan looked back and found a luxury car with some familiar eyes galloping. "Master is here," Ruby shouted happily, flapping his wings, dragging his bloated belly to take off, and flicking to Madame Josephine's carriage. Joan watched her figure ups and downs in the air, unavoidably worried that she was eating too much, and flew down halfway. Fortunately, Ruby finally managed to land on the top of Mrs. Josephine's carriage, leaned down, opened the curtains with the forelimbs, and the probe rushed into the carriage. Master, Ruby, I was with Brother Joan just now." "Really? That's great, Ruby. Is Joan good for you?" "Very good." The younger brother invited Ruby to eat a big watermelon, and kissed Ruby. "It's awesome." No wonder you are so happy." Joan heard the conversation between the master and the servant from afar, and felt a little dizzy touching his head. "Did you have an intimacy with Ruby just now?" Reluctantly hugged her. "Kisses absolutely not." This little girl can really brag. At this time, the carriage behind caught up and slowly stopped at the side-by-side position with Joan's carriage. The curtains of the carriage lifted up, revealing a beautiful and friendly face, and nodded smilingly at him. "Good afternoon, ma'am." Joan quickly returned the gift. "Joan, it's a coincidence to meet you here." The Countess glanced at the opposite car, her face confused. "Trofim is not with you?" "It was together when we set off, but the instructor got off the train on the way and said he wanted to visit a friend who lived in the forest on the outskirts of the city." Mrs. Josephine thought about it, and seemed to be wondering who the friend Professor Moriarty was referring to. "Ma'am, I didn't expect you to return to the city today. Has Mr. Kaufman not been with you?" Joan couldn't help but see that there was only Josephine in the opposite car. "David and I will not meet again for a while," the Countess answered lightly. Qiao An's heart moved, knowing that he shouldn't question him, but he couldn't control his curiosity. "I heard that your wedding has been postponed. Can't you determine the exact time yet?" Relative to his careful exploration, Josephine seemed strangely straightforward and smiled bitterly, saying frankly, "The extension is just a pretext to protect each other's face. In fact, my marriage contract with David has been cancelled." Joan had a vague sense of the result, but he couldn't help but be surprised to hear Josephine say it himself. "Mr. Kaufman, How can I treat you like this? Such a treatment for a woman who has just suffered with himself and helped him to elaborate on murder charges is too unkind. You misunderstood David, but I actually offered to retire. The Countess clarified softly that her attitude towards David Kaufman did not change abruptly due to the breach of the marriage contract. Did you take the initiative to retire? Is it because you are angry with Mr. Kaufman and concealed from you the truth about the death of your former wife? Joan tentatively asked Mrs. Josephine. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 974 Withdrawal 2. If I say it's not because of this, it's too hypocritical. Josephine sighed, looking sad. Joanne can fully understand her mentality. Although Mr. Kaufman's ex-wife, Mrs. Elena, was not killed by his own hands, he had a subjective intention to murder his wife. The lady was personally killed by her lover. When Mr. Kaufman pursued Josephine, he deliberately concealed this black history from him. Later, the stain of buying a murdered wife was exposed. Josephine was shocked by this and discovered that his fiancée was different. His loss of trust is also reasonable. However, after all, perhaps because Joan himself is a man, mainly from a male perspective, to examine the tragedy that occurred at Kaufman's family, there is a trace of sympathy for David Kaufman. Mrs. Josephine seemed to see his subtle change of mind and asked with a smile, Joan, tell me honestly, do you think I made a wrong decision? Of course you have nothing wrong. I just feel sorry for Mr. Kaufman. You seem more sympathetic to him than to me. There will be a little bit. Joan spoke frankly. Most men in the world, in the position of Mr. Kaufman, were humiliated by his ex-wife. I'm afraid they couldn't help but kill their hearts. Of course, this is morally and legally untenable and deserves to be criticized and punished. But since you asked me, I can only express my truest thoughts. Although I also know that such thoughts are selfish and narrow, but I can't always pretend to be a moral gentleman and deceive you. Joan's face was flushed red, and he tried to explain it clumsily. He thought that by saying these unpleasant words, it would inevitably annoy the Countess, and even attracted sarcasm. Like men are not good things. However, Josephine did not criticize him for his three views, and defended his decision with a tone of self-blame and grievance. Joan, I am also a reasonable person and can even accept your defense for David. So to speak, if it was not me who was going to marry David, but some of my girlfriends, one day she suddenly cried and ran to me, telling my fiancé the past stains and asking me if I should retire. I'll be like you, and help her to analyze what is right and wrong, and finally will reach the same conclusion, telling her that your fiancé was trying to murder his wife because the other party betrayed the first. Any man, I can't stand the humiliation. I made a mistake on impulse. It's not unforgivable. Since he has repented now, since he is good to you wholeheartedly, don't worry about those old days. Marry such a man who loves you wholeheartedly, and then count the gains in money and social status you still have. Is there anything unsatisfactory? There are no perfect people in the world. I think David is already very good. Don't think about it, get married now. Joan, what do you think? It's reasonable and convincing, but the same thing is on your own. Why did you make the opposite decision? Joan couldn't understand. Because of this truth, it is easy to tell others, but it is difficult to convince ourselves. Josephine shook his head and smiled bitterly. In fact, I understand the truth, but I can't convince myself to get rid of him. Not in the end, since David has a history of killing his wife because of jealousy. After we get married in the future, who can guarantee that he will not do the same to me? Mr. Kaufman promised you not to interfere with your social activities after marriage. Isn't this enough forgiveness? Joan couldn't help but be fair. The problem is, a man who had killed his wife can't made such a promise. Do you think I should believe him? Mrs. Josephine asked rhetorically. Joan was speechless. The breakdown of feelings always starts with a crisis of trust. Once lovers lose mutual trust, their emotions will have a crack, and this crack based on emotion is difficult to bridge with reason. At this stage, it doesn't matter who is right or who is not. What matters is that there is no more love. No matter how cold the truth is, There is no way to rekindle the flame of love that has been extinguished. Josephine sighed, and then said, I am determined to retire, not only disappointed with David, but also disappointed with the contractual relationship of marriage. Perhaps this kind of depressive human contract should not exist at all. If David's ex-wife, Mrs. Elena, at the beginning of her discovery that she did not love her husband, she could divorce him in a peaceful way, instead of barely living together, arguing over the years and accumulating contradiction, the result gave the liar the opportunity to induce her to derail. All the tragedies after that may not happen. However, under our current marriage system, especially considering the pressure of public opinion, this is almost impossible. The tragedy of the Kaufman family will continue to repeat itself in this world. Joan was very dissatisfied with her rhetoric and couldn't help but whisper, You said that these are meaningless. The marriage system has been in our society for thousands of years and will continue. But one day it will die, Josephine said flatly. Severe looks like a judge who is announcing the sentence. Joan couldn't help but sigh. The Countess' decisive expression reminded him of the blind witches in the ancient temple who were said to be able to predict the future, but wondered whether her prediction at the moment was a blessing or a curse for the future people. If there is no marriage contract, how can people live in the future? Doesn't everyone have children anymore? Then humans will die out. Joan tried to refute the Countess' pessimistic view of marriage, but the result was a burst of laughter. My stupid child, can have a baby without marrying. One day in the future, when human society abolishes the legal and moral level of married couples, people will be like breaking away from a shackle, purely for the union of love. Joan shook her head, vaguely feeling that her words were unreasonable, but could not logically find obvious loopholes. At the very least, he had to admit that marriage is not a necessary nature like eating and sleeping. People die if they don't eat or sleep, but what if they don't get married? Marriage contract is nothing but human legislation on human beings at a specific historical stage, and its foundation of existence does not seem to be as unbreakable as it seems on the surface. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 975 Meet. While Joan was still meditating, Josephine had no intention of continuing to discuss this topic. Joan, Trophim went to visit your friends. If you don't come back in a quarter of an hour, don't stop here and wait, silly. It's too boring to go alone. It's better to go into the city together. The Countess was cordially invited, coupled with Ruby's eager anticipation, and Joan was really unable to quit, so he recited the mantra to dissolve the phantom carriage and got into Josephine's car. The carriage started again, and Joan accompanied the Countess and Ruby to chat all the way. After entering the city, Josephine ordered the driver to send him to school first. The carriage stopped outside the school gate, and Joan got out of the car, turning around to say goodbye to Josephine, only to find that she also got off. Joan, there is a rare opportunity to come here. I want to go to Trophim's laboratory and visit someone by the way. Who are you going to visit? Joan suddenly had a very bad thought. That is the glum girl who is said to look exactly like me. Sure enough, Josephine uttered the answer that Joanne least wanted to hear. This. Isn't that convenient? How inconvenient? The Countess asked perseveringly. You still send a magic message to the instructor first, ask him what he means. I don't dare to take the idea without permission. Joan was embarrassed. I have decided that you have two choices now, either try to block me, or report to your mentor. Just do it yourself. Josephine smiled slightly, and rarely showed the wayward manner, which made Joan feel overwhelmed. She did not wait for Joan to make a decision, so she held up a parasol and walked straight into the university gate. Her graceful and confident posture attracted countless stunning eyes. Joan scratched his head, and there was no way to get this wayward lady, but had to chase it with a scalp. At the entrance of the Olympic Law School teaching building, Josephine was stopped by the guards. Joan hurried to make the siege and handed out his student ID, stating that Josephine was his relative, and came to see where he studied and worked. Perhaps it was because the Countess' appearance was too dazzling, and the guard could not imagine that such a beautiful woman could be a bad person, and she let it go. Joan opened the wind ladder, Josephine lifted the skirt and followed, and said to him with a small smile, "The last time I walked in this elevator, it was still more than 20 years ago. Trofim was also studying in this building at the time. I heard that when my mentor was young, he was a great man in school." Kiawan thought of the cloud service company that Mr. Professor had started, and couldn't help laughing. "He's a big man, he's just a nonsense. He doesn't do good things. He also engages me in fooling around, using spells to do yellow business, cheating the money of those stupid students." The Countess recalled the past, and her lips rose slightly. "We were still young at the time, and we were able to do all kinds of crazy things. A good boy like you can hardly imagine." "No, I can imagine," Joan murmured secretly, confirming that his instructor's girlfriend and business partner when she was studying was indeed the Countess of Girlhood. Out of the wind-operated ladder, Joan led Josephine through the corridor to the laboratory door. It seemed that he heard his footsteps, and before he knocked on the door opened on his own, revealing a pretty face. "Mr. Vader, you are back." Duo's eyes crossed Joan and landed on the face of the dressed girl behind him, her smile suddenly frozen. "Good afternoon, Miss Duo. We should have met long ago." Mrs. Josephine greeted generously, holding Duo's hand with a smile, and looked at her up and down. Duo squeezed her red lips like a frightened little girl, looking awkward. Joan was quietly looking at the two women who had the same appearance, feeling a bit strange. Indeed, Josephine and Duo are like twin sisters, but when they stood side by side, Joan immediately found that the temperaments of the two were very different, even if they just stood there silently, not confusing. Duo is not that kind of shy girl. Joan is already very familiar with her and bold side, but putting her in front of the Countess shows an indescribable sense of girlship, and needs a mature and dignified Countess. Place her under her wing and care for her tenderly. The two women who looked so similar had a strong contrast, making Joan wonder if they were actually a mother and daughter. At this time, Duo twisted his slender white neck slightly, and cast a pitiful glance at Kiawan, seeming to beg him for help. Joan nodded deliberately, coughed and broke the silence, and invited the Countess into the house for tea. Duo, like a rescued prisoner, flew back to the kitchen under the banner of preparing refreshments for the guests. "Joan, you go to the kitchen to see the girl, soothe her. Don't be nervous, just come out and chat with me." "I'll leave immediately," Josephine said with a smile. "Okay, wait a moment." Joan walked into the kitchen and saw Duo standing in front of the stovetop, dazed, and couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself, "You also have today." Duo heard footsteps, looked back at him, and grunted his lips, complaining in a low voice, "You brought this lady, why didn't you say hello to me in advance, but scared me to death? Why are you afraid?" Think about it, if one day someone who looks exactly like you suddenly appears in front of you, aren't you afraid? Joan thought about it seriously and shook his head. "I'm not afraid, and I will be curious why he looks like that, who is who I am, and who is a replica of who." The unintentional words of reproductions pricked the scars on Duo's heart, and his face immediately dimmed. "Sorry, I didn't mean it." Joan felt guilty. "Forget it, nothing." Duo grinned reluctantly. "Mrs. Josephine wants to talk to you." "Can I refuse this?" Joan looked embarrassed. "You hug me, give me some courage, okay? Otherwise, I really dare not face that woman." Duo's lips turned up, regaining her indelicate look. "Then, let's go." Joan stepped forward, holding her in his arms, and took the initiative to kiss her on the face. Duo snuggled softly in his arms until he let go of his arm, before raising his head intently, staring deeply into his eyes. "What are you thinking?" Joan stared at her, a little embarrassed. "Mr. Vader, I haven't seen you in just half a month. You seem to have grown a lot. It seems that the Countess has taught you a lot of ways to deal with women." An ambiguous smile appeared on the corners of Duo's lips. "Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect, www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 976 Intimate. I don't understand what you are talking about. Joan turned his head and his cheeks were hot. He now, you are back to the shy little boy you used to be. Duo smiled with pride, and Fran passed him and returned to the living room with a tea tray. Joan didn't want to disturb Duo and Josephine getting alone, so he ate a small biscuit baked by Duo in the kitchen and drank a cup of fragrant black tea. Afternoon sunlight shines on him through the glass window, which makes him warm and inexplicably feel a touch of happiness. It feels good to go home. I don't know how long it passed, and Duo walked back to the kitchen like a kitten, with delight in the corners of his eyes. Mr. Vader, voila, the gift from the Countess. Duo raised his slender hands and showed him the platinum ring worn on his ring finger. Joan's eyes touched the ring, his face changed slightly, barely squeezing out his smile. A beautiful ring. Duo, have you ever thanked others? I'm not an irrational child, and I still use you to teach. Duo gave him a white look angrily. Go to the living room, the lady is going away, and you are asked to send her by name. Okay, see you later. Joan hurried back to the living room, sent Josephine out of the laboratory, turned to close the door, and confirmed that Duo did not lie in the door to eavesdrop, and could not wait to ask her, Madam, is it appropriate for you to give your wedding ring to Duo? The gift that Josephine gave to Duo, the white gold ring, was the engagement ring that David Kaufman gave her, and it was one of the intimate rings that Joan could never admit. It used to be my wedding ring, now it's not. Josephine raised his hand and showed him the ring he was wearing, which was the other one in the knowledge ring. Compared with the ring given to Duo, Josephine's own ring was slightly larger and should have been worn by David Kaufman. She saw the confusion in Joan's eyes and explained with a smile. On the day of my divorce, I had planned to return the ring to David, but he refused to accept it, crying like a child, and took off his ring, saying that it was to be given to me and kept as a memorial, even if I couldn't do it. Couples, at least they can be friends. I couldn't bear to hurt his heart anymore, so I accepted it. This pair of rings was bought by me and David at the beginning. I still remember the price. When I left the Happy Palace this morning, I left a sum of money on the dressing table. It was considered that I bought the pair of rings at the original price. I didn't show that I was pure. In fact, in my life, I didn't spend less on men's money. David paid me more than this pair of rings. But I think that even for other jewelry, the value of the wedding ring itself is not important. The important thing is the sense of ritual condensed on the pair of rings. If I accept David's gift, this sense of ritual still connects us, so that we can't really get rid of the past, and face each other calmly. I bought this pair of rings by myself, which is equivalent to dissolving the sense of ceremonies attached to the wedding rings. They will no longer be wedding rings in the future, and neither David nor I can go back in the past. Mom, you are so sensible. Joan couldn't help saying something extra. Mr. Kaufman gave you the pair of rings. Maybe I just want to keep a few thoughts, even if you know that your hope of compounding is slim. As long as you accept the wedding ring, you can give him a little bit of compounding hope. I can feel better in my heart. But if you do this, you are completely denying the possibility of recombination, which is cruel to Mr. Kaufman and yourself. This is also impossible, Josephine said with a wry smile. Joan, when you grow up a little, with your love experience, you will understand why I made this cruel decision. When we break up with our lovers, if we are hesitant and drag the mud, it will only cause longer-term pain. It is better to make a decisive decision and separate completely, without leaving room for fantasy. Although the current is very painful, but from the long-term look, it's good for each other. Maybe you are right. Joan was only a pupil on emotional issues and was not qualified to argue with the Countess at the professor level. He would rather never be involved in this kind of emotional entanglement between men and women, if he had to pay the price of a lonely life for this. To be honest, he was really afraid that he would readily accept such a price. Knowledge against the ring. With the magic of telematics, I originally wanted to give you one of the rings, and later I thought about it. I feel inappropriate, and you will have a girlfriend in the future, which is awkward to be misunderstood. Josephine naturally took Joan's arms and held the parasol in his right hand, leaning slightly towards his side. When I saw Duo just now, I couldn't tell what it was like. Only one thing I was pretty sure was that I didn't hate her as much as I thought, and I hated this replica that was made without my permission. In fact, I fell in love with her at first sight, and when I met her, I even had the urge to hold her in my arms and weep bitterly. You may think that this person is ill, and when you meet Duo for the first time, why should you be passionate and want to hold someone's headache and cry? Isn't it funny? I also know that this is ridiculous, but I can't control my inner emotional urge. Sometimes I think she is very pitiful. Did the man make her without asking her permission to use it as a substitute for another woman or even a toy? However, I feel that I am not superior to Dua, and I have no qualification to pity her. Those of us who live in the world are created by our parents. Do we also have no right to choose? Dua said that she has lived a good life from birth till now, and she feels happy. In this way, I would like to pray for her mercy. I'm too greedy, my heart is bad, and I'm retaliated, and I can't feel as happy as she is. I gave one of the rings to Dua, hoping that she could treat me as a friend and find me at any time if you have anything, and you can chat with me if you are fine. When I feel painful and unable to speak, I hope to be able to feel that Dua has lived very well, happy by knowing the ring. It seems that another me in the world has chosen another life and got a happy destination, which will make me feel a little comforted and not so sad. She stopped in front of the carriage, did not get on immediately, nor did she put away her parasol, as if covering the tears in the corner of her eyes. Joan silently followed her, listening to her say those words, quite disgusted. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 977. The thing itself. The Countess wiped her eyes and turned to smile slightly at him. Joan, remember me, the man is unreliable. He can't be kind to Dua all his life. In case something happens in the future, you should take good care of Dua and don't let her be wronged, will you? I will try my best. Joan nodded reluctantly. He found that since the Countess had seen Dua, her mood had become very low, and there was a strong tendency of pessimism in her words. Kiaoning, she was just hit by love and suffered a blow, and she became temporarily depressed. Rather than seriously foreseeing some ominous signs from Dua, Josephine got in the car, turned back, and gave Joan 2 beautiful boxes. A box of chocolate candies and a bow tie. Madam, you always give me gifts, and I can't do anything for you, which makes me feel very sorry. Please don't do this again in the future. Joan resigned embarrassedly. For more than half a month, the Countess had given him rather expensive small gifts, such as gold watches and pens, almost every time he met. Sweets and bow ties, which seem inconspicuous, are in fact unusual goods, and they all belong to luxury goods made by famous masters. Joan felt he could not take other people's gifts in vain. The truth has already been told to you. The gift you gave was just to please myself. Why don't you understand? Josephine glanced at him angrily, opened the box, tied his bow tie with his own hands, looked up and down, and smiled with satisfaction from the corner of his lips. Joan, before leaving, I have a few words to say to you. I'm not the same woman as Betty Francois Vaticini. She has no good intentions for you, but she just wants to play with you. My love for you contains no impurities, just like treating my brother. No, it is not accurate enough. The Countess shook her head gently, thoughtfully. I told you before, I had a miscarriage when I was young, and since then, I can't have children. Perhaps in my heart, I transferred this shortcoming to you and treated you as your own flesh and blood. She restrained the urge to cry, barely smiling. I'm sorry, I hope my wishful thinking won't make you feel offended. Joan shook his head silently, feeling a little sad. The Countess' carriage moved away, and Joan stood staring at the road for a long time before recovering. wondering whether he would go back to the apartment or the library next. At this moment, a magic wave evoked in front of me, and a ball of red light appeared. Joan held the light ball to read the information, then turned back and returned to the Moriarty laboratory. Do you have anything to do with me? It doesn't matter. Madam Josephine, did you tell me about me? Duo flashed burgundy eyes brightly, and asked him hardly. Joan thought about it and felt that there was no need to hide her, and simply repeated what Josephine said just now. The Countess envies my happiness. In fact, she doesn't know, I just haven't been designed to be too complicated. If I have the same rich and delicate emotions as her, it may not be so easy to satisfy. Duo listened to Joan's story and gave a serious opinion. Joan admits that her view is very reasonable, but thinking that she is just a glum designed and manufactured, but can't help but doubt, Duo's carefree, including her reflection at the moment, is also because of Maury Professoriati pre-programmed. Mr. Vader, since I saw Mrs. Josephine just now, I have panicked in my heart and I can't help thinking, in fact, Dua is not without worries. For example, at this moment, her face was covered with a shadow. What are you worried about? Kian asked in surprise. I have known for a long time that I am not a real human being, but at least I still have a unique identity, which can distinguish myself from those constructs that do not have free will and are manufactured in batches. However, seeing Mrs. Josephine today, I can no longer deceive myself. I have to admit that I am only a copy of her. I don't have any uniqueness. My identity is purely fictional. Mr. Vader, you said someone like me, if I am a person, what is the point of living in the world? Facing Duo's anxious eyes, Joan sighed and responded with a cold rhetorical question. Even if you are not a copy of Mrs. Josephine, do you know what it means to be alive? Duo froze for a moment, then fell into deep thought. Joan went on to say, I'm not a copy of anyone, but so far I don't know what it means to live in this world. Duo, you just said that your identity is just a fictional one, and it does not have any uniqueness. In fact, all of us are the same. How can you know that Joan Vida is not living in a fictional world, but just a story character written by someone? If that's the case, we fictitious characters haven't even really lived, and what is the meaning of life? At the time I decided to follow Professor Moriarty to study, a very important factor was to clarify these problems, but unfortunately, I have not yet come up with a satisfactory answer. Joan couldn't answer Dora's confusion, but the questions he extended were enough to relieve her. I understand, Mr. Vader, compared to pursuing the meaning of life, looks like someone else, is it a substitute for each other? This kind of problem is not important at all. The sadness on Duo's face faded, and he carefully asked Joan, the host's evaluation of Mrs. Josephine does not seem to be very good, but my first impression of her is not bad. Mr. Vader, do you think she is a bad woman? Joan shook his head. Evaluating a person is good or bad, the subjective impression is unreliable, and a more fair measure is how she lives. If Mrs. Josephine is a bad woman, she should not take the initiative to cancel the marriage contract with Mr. Kaufman. With her ability to cast spells, there are 10,000 ways to make her husband look like a natural death and legally inherit millions of wealth. But she did not do that. This is enough to show that Mrs. Josephine accepted Mr. Kaufman's proposal at first, not only because she valued the other party's money and status, but also because she really moved. On the basis of her voluntary retirement, I have reason to think that she is not like a bad woman. Joan looked at Duo and finally added a sentence carefully. I say this only to represent my personal opinion. You can have your own judgment. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 978 Dilemma. Duo smiled warmly in his eyes. Thank you for helping me open my heart, Mr. Vader. I would rather take your opinion as my own judgment, which is also my freedom and right. Right? Joan froze for a moment, and after thinking about it, he could only admit that Duo was right. After thinking, accepting the opinions of others is just like opposing the opinions of others. It is also a manifestation of free will. The paper Joan had previously submitted, Analysis of Arachnid Creatures in the Dark Region, was finally published as a journal after twists and turns. He also received 5 sample journals. When the paper was published, Joan had already followed his mentor to the Baden resort, and the sample journal was sent directly to his correspondence address, which is the Moriut laboratory, which was kept by Duo. When Joan was about to leave the laboratory, Duo remembered the matter, gave him 5 sample magazines, and made a small request. "Mr. Vader, can you send me a sample magazine for memorization?" "Of course, no problem." Joan thought about it. In addition to the sample magazine for Duo, he took out another one and placed it on the tutor's desk. When publishing papers in core journals, he can be regarded as a long face for the instructor. Of course, it does not rule out how much there will be a little bit of show-off. Joan found that his mentality was like a primary school student who had just passed the 100-point test. He was anxious to take the test paper home and show it to his parents. He felt funny. With the remaining 3 journals, Joan brought it back to the apartment, each of which was opened, found his own article, and watched his hard work become the printed text. The sweat and pain of the past were all worth it. 2. Joan put the 3 sample magazines back into the cover one by one and placed them solemnly on the bedroom shelf. Originally he wanted to keep a periodical for commemoration, but that night, Audrey, Holden and Hayla learned that he had returned from vacation and ran to him for dinner, and inadvertently found these 3 new volumes of Elf Review in his bedroom. It is very polite to give points. One person took away a book to commemorate. Joan himself did not fall. 3 little robbers. It's awful. On the second day, Joan was still unwilling, and ran to a small bookstore near the school, bought a copy of the Austrian Review from his own pocket, and pretended to be a sample magazine presented by the editor-in-chief of Tennyson. Also, anyway, the content is the same. The successful publication of the first paper not only earned Joan 20 academic points, but also greatly stimulated his interest in writing. In the second week of Hot Springs, he had written out his second draft of the thesis and revised it under the guidance of Professor Moriarty. On the afternoon of the second day back to school, Joan posted the manuscript of this thesis, and the submitted journal was, of course, the Austrian Review. With the experience of writing and submitting the first paper, Joan is no longer the same as before. He will no longer make the low-level mistakes that make the editor cry and laugh, and he has an objective evaluation standard for the quality of the paper. He himself felt that initial research on insectosis compared with analysis of arachnids in the dark regions can see considerable progress, and the quality of the paper is significantly higher, and should not be rejected. The only thing that made him a little uneasy was that the topic of insectosis was too unpopular. The foundations that are closely related to Mage University, both official and private, are not counted on, and no one is willing to fund research in this area. If it is not generously funded by the tutor, Joan is not so easy to complete the paper in just half a month. Professor Moriarty comforted him that the topic is still unpopular, only related to whether it can be supported by the fund, and whether it can be published or not. As long as the content of the submitted paper meets the requirements of the journal, the unpopular articles are actually easier to make the editors shine than the articles in the popular field, and the chance of overwriting is also greater. After listening to this analysis by the instructor, Joan has some confidence, and the paper has been posted, so don't worry about it anymore. After completing the thesis, Joan settled a wish, and then he must take his health seriously. Today is June 2nd and less than 2 weeks before the next full moon night. Joan has to think about how to deal with the next episode of insectosis. Under the premise of preparing in advance, it is not difficult to survive the night of the virus attack, and there are many spells that can play a role in suppressing the virus. However, it is so worrying to have to toss like this every full moon night. Moreover, The insect virus is not only active on the night of the full moon. If Joan is injured accidentally and bleeds, it may also stimulate the virus to become active, which may lead to his mental disorder. Joan is not the kind of nerd who is only satisfied with campus life. It is his fun to learn and apply. He has to go out for adventure internships or military tasks almost every month, applying spells in exploration and combat, seeking new knowledge. Bleeding injuries are inevitable, and the onset of insectosis will also become unpredictable. Anyway, the thesis has been completed. How to eradicate insectosis. Healing magical techniques like removing disease can easily cure insect disease, but Joan is reluctant to do so. Insecticide is certainly a very dangerous disease, but also brings many benefits to Joan. If he cures this supernatural disease, Joan must face a cruel reality. His worm blood will disappear as the virus is eliminated, and he will lose all spells and supernatural abilities based on the worm blood. The loss was so great that Joan couldn't give up. So, is there a way to keep the worm-infected virus under the premise of keeping the worm-infested bloodline? No matter whether it is the full moon night, or bleeding from injury, there will be no worries about virus outbreak. In fact, as early as when he was studying the insect bloodline in Hot Springs Town, Joan was looking for the best of both worlds, and he already had some reliable ideas. After the paper was sent out, Joan next planned to treat himself to solve the major health risk of entomized virus. Entomized virus is actually a tiny living body. Although the structure of the virus is very simple, it also has basic stress, and a specific stimulus will produce a fierce reaction, similar to the out of control of human emotions. For insectification virus, the most sensitive stimuli come from moonlight and blood loss. Insectification virus is allergic to moonlight, which is a generally accepted conclusion in academia. As for why it is allergic to moonlight, there is no reasonable explanation. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 979. Self-enchanting entomized virus is very sensitive to the host's injury and blood loss, mainly because blood loss often means that the host's life is threatened, and entomized virus can only be transmitted through the blood. Once the host hangs, the worm in the body virus is over. Entomized viruses have the instinct of biological advantage and avoid harm. They don't want to die. They must try to protect the host to survive, even if they pay the price of losing reason. When the host encounters threats and is injured and bleeds, the worm-infected virus in the body will be activated by the sense of crisis. The host will be forced to enter the worm-infested state, and the combat power will surge. And then the crisis will be safely passed. Understanding the outbreak mechanism of worm-borne virus, Joan thought naturally, could he suppress the stress response of worm-borne virus like the suppression of people's emotions? To calm down an excited person, in addition to coercion and comfort, the simpler way is to use magic, such as the two-ring stable mind, which is specifically used to calm the excitement. Insect virus is also a creature, so in theory, the stable mind spell is also effective for them, should be able to suppress the insect virus out of control. From the spell of stable mind, Joan couldn't help but recall that when he was studying in the port of Leiden, he once made a sedation bracelet for Rebecca to control hair variation. No, he only knew that Rebecca the card's mutated long hair is actually one of the so-called top 10 seals of the Brotherhood of Our Lady, Alien Hair Seal. Rebecca is Joan's most affectionate friend in Port Leiden, but since leaving Port Leiden, no letter has been passed between them this year. Joan couldn't write to Rebecca because he was ashamed. At first, Rebecca begged hard to take her with her, but he hearted his heart and threw her alone in Leiden Harbor. Without saying goodbye, she went north to Midgard to study alone. In retrospect, Joan still felt a tingling heart. Since he was sorry for Rebecca first, they were resentful and did not write to him, and it was reasonable. Joan did not dare to complain at all. In fact, in addition to the one arguing before parting, there is another thing that makes Joan feel at ease. At the time, he made the restoration bracelet for Rebecca, which did play a role in suppressing hair variation, but it also made Rebecca lose the excitement that normal people should have. Since wearing the enchanted bracelet, she has lost her ability to express her passion, crying and laughing and sorrowing and rejoicing, and has been insulated from her like a beautiful doll wearing a mask. Joan felt deeply guilty of turning Rebecca into something like this, but he also had no better way. He could only choose to escape and dared not see the girl in a white dress fluttering. Joan took a deep breath, depressing the bitterness of his heart, and forced himself to focus on the treatment of insectosis. The roll of ancient bracelet in Rebecca's body provided Joanne with a reference sample for self-treatment, and it was also a lesson. Joan doesn't want to be like Rebecca, losing his ability to express his passion, so he doesn't want to wear himself the same sedative bracelet. In addition, the sedation bracelet is actually not suitable for restraining insecticide. Insecticide and Rebecca's Hafer-Seal are both accompanied by symptoms of uncontrolled emotions, but the causes of the two are completely different. Emotional loss is the root cause of Rebecca's hair mutation, so as long as you maintain emotional stability, there will be no risk of mutation. Insecticide is just the opposite. The first response to external stimuli is not Joan's own emotions, but the worming virus lurking in his body. Insectized virus is stimulated by moonlight or pain, and then it becomes manic first, and then the emotion of Joan's host becomes manic and furious. It can be seen that the host's emotional out of control is an external symptom of the outbreak of the worm virus. And once this symptom appears, the worm virus is difficult to contain. The sedation bracelet worn outside the body can't really suppress the insect virus used in the body. Joan must directly calm the virus itself. This sounds incredible. Insect virus is very small, and can only be observed with the help of a magic microscope. It is difficult to enchant such a small target. In addition, the number of entomized viruses in Joan's body is as large as hundreds of millions. It is impossible to enchant all viruses one by one, right? Fortunately, Joanne already thought of a shortcut to bypass the above problems. This method was actually inspired by Joan's research on awakening agents and blood vessel strengthening during this time. Insect virus is a blood virus, parasitic in Joan's blood circulation system. Since blood is a fluid circulating in the body, as long as Joan takes some blood from his body as a sample, enchants the blood sample to settling the mind, and then injects it back into his body, he can make the enchanted blood and the blood in the body fall with fusion. All enchanted blood cells will be evenly distributed to all corners of the body along with the blood circulation, thus equalizing the enchantment effects of the whole body blood. Once the parasitic virus in the blood circulation system becomes abnormally active and exceeds a certain threshold, it will be suppressed by the enchanted blood and restore calm. In this way, Joanne no longer has to worry about the onset of insectosis. This set of self-blood enchanting theory, Joan used to deal with the disobedient Josephine bloodworm. Practical results show that the Josephine bloodworm after the mixed race has become very clever. The Josephine bloodworm that Joan had injected into his body was actually equivalent to an alien invasion virus. Since Josephine bloodworm can be domesticated, the same reason can be seen. Self-blood enchanting should be it can also domesticate insect virus. To achieve this goal, stable mind is not enough. Joan also needs a spell as a switch to activate stable mind anytime and anywhere. According to the original experience of making ancient bracelet, Joanne realized without much thought that only 6 rings of trigger technique can meet his needs. With the trigger technique, it is like getting a fully automatic switch. Once the abnormal activity of the worm virus in the body is detected, it will immediately link the stable mind to suppress the disturbance of the worm virus in time. This idea has no loopholes in logic, but Joan himself will not cast 6-ring spells. He wants to practice the ideas in his mind. He must first find a trigger scroll. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 980 Soothing Blood. The Austrian Law Library of Mage University is also a business service that sells spell scrolls. Joan has seen 6 rings of trigger on the list of reels for sale in the Austrian Law Library. The price of each one is up to 1800 gold dagger. Joanne is not able to afford it, but it is a bit of a pain. After all, his credits and money are not easy to come by. There are still many places that need to be spent in the future. He struggled with the matter for an afternoon. When he visited the instructor in the laboratory at night, he accidentally mentioned that he was still hesitating whether he would pay for a trigger scroll. The result turned out to be good. Professor Moriarty once again showed unlimited generosity to his only student. He didn't even ask Joan what he needed for trigger. He opened the scroll box directly and took out 3 trigger scrolls he had copied, all stuffed into Joan. Thank you, mentor. 1 team is enough. You don't need so much. Joan almost moved to tears and moved quickly. I guess you need trigger to do a research. In case it gets messed up, a scroll is wasted. What do you plan to do next? The professor asked with a smile. This. Joan scratched his head, speechless for a moment. You hold these 3 scrolls. If you fail once, there will be at least 2 chances to revisit the head. If you fail 3 times, you should buy the scrolls yourself. Okay, thank you, tutor. Touched with emotion, Joan returned to the apartment with 3 trigger scrolls presented by Professor Moriarty, and conducted the self-enchanting experiment in the bedroom. Enchanting embryo material is Joan's own blood. He took about 0.5 ounces of plasma from his arm and introduced it into an open glass dish. Plasma is a lifeless substance, and it is logically impossible to bless stable mind and trigger, but this is inevitable for Joan. As early as when he made Rebecca's sedative bracelet, he had found a solution by using the rune as a magic carrier. The next work, except that the enchanted embryo material changed from bracelet to plasma, other technological processes, including the rune that matches the 2 spells, are exactly the same as when making the sedation bracelet. Number 3 Rune Thorn, which means protection and control, is suitable for attaching stable mind. Number 8 Rune Win, meaning feedback and sharing, exactly fits the spell configuration of trigger. Joan uses his plasma as ink to depict these 2 runes in a glass dish, respectively attached with 2 rings of stable mind and 6 rings of trigger technique. The enchanting process he is already familiar with can't be familiar, and he can't make mistakes with his eyes closed. The only thing worth mentioning is that during the enchantment, the magic crystal is consumed as a stabilizer. The consumption of magic crystals is proportional to the number of spell rings. 2 spells with a total of 8 rings need to consume at least 8 ounces of magic crystals to form a permanent spell configuration in the blood, just like the one attached to the magic guide. As with spells, the magic power is exhausted that day, and it automatically recovers the next day, thus achieving the goal of once and for all. 2 months ago, Joan went to the dark area to participate in an exploration internship, and harvested a lot of magic crystals. It took a little more to make enchanted pistols and spirit nets. Now he still has 11 ounces of magic crystals on hand, which is enough to support self-blood enchants. The cost, however, it is only enough to enchant once. If the effect is not as expected, he will not have the capital to start again. Thinking about this, Joan inevitably suffers from gains and losses, lest it be messed up, and lose 8 ounces of magic crystals, which is too heavy a price. Fortunately, the enchanting process was relatively smooth, consuming 8 ounces of magic crystals, and the stable mind and trigger technique were both steadily attached to the blood sample. Next, Joan uses logical statements that are as rigorous as mathematical formulas to set the starting conditions for trigger. After repeated trade-offs, Joan refined several physiological data, including body temperature, heartbeat, blood pressure and so on. When these physiological indicators fluctuate violently within a short period of time, and the value exceeds the normal range, the trigger technique will activate itself, and the stable mind will be activated, and the entire blood circulation system of Joan will be cast to promote the insect virus. Restore calm. For suppressing the insect virus, the monitoring program designed by Joan is sufficient but not necessary. To put it simply, if the insectification virus is agitated, the trigger technique and stable mind attached to the blood will be activated in time. But conversely, if the spell in the blood is activated, it may not necessarily be because the entomized virus is at work. It may also be that other viruses invade Joan or be affected by some negative spell, resulting in multiple physiological indicators at the same time. Deviating from the health category will also inspire a stable mind. As a result, there is a possibility of misjudgment. Fortunately, Joan set the starting conditions very rigorously, and the probability of misjudgment is very low. And even if the misjudgment occurs, there is no harm. In order to ensure that the spell responds in a timely manner, it is very important to adopt this principle of don't miss the wrong kill. Necessary plasma samples that have completed all enchanting processes emit a faint magical aura, except that there is no difference from normal plasma. Joan stared at the glass dish silently and couldn't figure it out. Where did the 8-ounce magic crystal just put in the plasma go now? If the magic crystal is completely fused with plasma, why hasn't the density and volume of the plasma sample changed compared with before? So many magic crystals, as if they disappeared out of thin air. This phenomenon obviously does not conform to the conservation rules of quality in nature. However, there is nothing to be entangled by zooming into the supernatural world. The principles of conservation of mass and conservation of energy only apply to nature. Once magic or supernatural power is involved, these two laws no longer apply. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why there are undead creatures. Completing the self-blood enchantment is just the first step of Joan's entire treatment plan. Next, he the enchanted plasma sample into the needle tube and re-injects it into his body through the wrist vein. Referring to the blood vein strengthening theory of the Warlocks, Joan's approach at the moment is equivalent to a homologous strengthening. Joan pressed the pinhole with a piece of alcohol cotton ball and sat in the armchair, waiting quietly to re-inject the blood back into his body, enter the circulatory system, and fully merge with the unenchanted blood in the body. Based on past experience, rejection reactions can occur during blood fusion, and even strong sexual impulses can be triggered. Joan sat in a chair and felt the changes in his body silently, as expected. First a trace of coldness rose from the bottom of his heart, and then became hot again, spreading from his lower abdomen to the surroundings, and a physiological reaction naturally occurred. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 981. Fight wisely. After the injection of enchanted blood, Joan's own physiological phenomena seem to verify his previous conjecture. In the process of blood vein strengthening, the human body will instinctively raise the reproductive impulse, trying to inherit the enhanced blood lineage to future generations. If this conjecture is true, it will lead to a somewhat awkward inference. Joan had been injected with a wake-up agent made from Mrs. Josephine's plasma to strengthen his insect bloodline. During this period, there was also a strong physiological impulse, although this was a little disrespectful to Mrs. Josephine. Anyway, it conforms to the natural law of attracting the opposite sex. It would be a bit embarrassing if the wake-up agent he injected was made from man's blood and would also stimulate physiological impulses. Joan couldn't tell what was wrong. Anyway, it felt weird. It's better not to think about it. Just when he was thinking about it, his body's feeling of hotness had gradually subsided, and his physiological impulses were no longer as strong as before. Joan looked at the pocket watch, and it took less than 10 minutes from the injection of enchanted plasma to the rejection of the rejection reaction. Even in terms of homologous reinforcement, it was unexpected. For a short time, he vaguely felt something was wrong, and quickly started endoscopy to check his physical condition. The result showed that he was in good health, and he seemed to think too much. Joan dispelled his doubts and continued to view the list of states presented by endoscopic but did not find data related to self-enchanting. So, does this violent operation really work? Joan had no idea. He went to the window and looked at the night. A new moon hung in the night sky, calm and pale. More than 10 days before the full moon night, Joan didn't have the patience to wait so long. He simply picked up a scalpel. After disinfection, he gestured twice against his own arm. He was cruel and stabbed. "Hiss, it really hurts." Joan pulled out the scalpel and stared at the arm, looking forward to the stress response of the worm in the body. To be honest, he was a little worried about whether this kind of stabbing with his knife could really deceive the insect virus. Yes, his arm is bleeding, but the wound was made by himself, not the trauma imposed by the outside world, and there is no urgency or fear of life threatened psychologically. Is this possible? Joan was reluctant to waste his blood, and moved his arm over the glass dish, watching the blood in the container gradually accumulate, and his mood became lower and lower. Insectified viruses, even cells, are not capable of complex thinking. It is reasonable to say that they are not smart enough to recognize that the host's wounds are caused by passive damage or active self-mutilation. Since there has been so much blood, it has not responded. Just when Joan felt a little panicked, his body shuddered suddenly, and the loss of his face immediately turned into a surprise. The blood flowing out of the wound exudes a faint silver magical brilliance, which shows that the self-enchanting has been activated, and the trigger technique is linked to stable mind, which is suppressing the wormy virus. Ha ha, the little virus only has such a skill. After a lot of wit and bravery, Joan successfully lured the worm-infected virus in his body to be deceived, and he was temporarily smug. He was on the armchair and took a tactical back. Unexpectedly, he was very sad, and the wound on his arm was splashed with blood, and his crotch was stained red. Joan quickly put the medicine on the wound, bandaged to stop bleeding, hurriedly changed his pants, secretly took it to the laundry room downstairs, scrubbed and cleaned, lest the landlord Anderson would see her embarrassment, and was very embarrassed. Although a little accident happened, the experimental results showed that the self-enchanting could effectively suppress the insect virus as Joan expected. Joan hung the clean pants in the courtyard and returned to the bedroom upstairs. He wrote an experiment log on self-enchanting at the desk. Afterwards, he put down his pen and held a cup of black tea. The success of self-enchanting not only helped Joan get rid of the hidden danger of insectosis, but also opened up a whole new way of enchantment for him. The enchanting skills he learned in the past, including his own magic guide, are all foreign objects as enchanting embryo materials, and without exception are inanimate objects. Joan had long thought about it. Could he enchant living creatures? During the spa treatment in Baden, he once practiced this idea: activate the enlightenment. Bloodworm is the product of this idea. Although bloodworms live for a short time, it has been theoretically shown that enchanting living creatures is feasible. Today, Joan has once again expanded the scope of the enchanting process through self-blood enchanting, from processing foreign objects to reshaping his own flesh and blood organs, from inanimate objects to living objects, from foreign objects to self. This enchanting thought shift reminded Joan of his old friend, fairy lady Sidlannon. Joan recalled that Lianon gave him blessings, engraved the magic mark in his body, and obtained 6 Sid mana. This is actually a typical operation of enchanting living creatures in the body, and has something in common with self-enchanting in essence. All living flesh and blood are turned into magic guides. However, Lianon's approach is more direct and simpler, and Joan can't do it yet. He can only take a long way around, using blood as a bridge between life and death, and indirectly achieve a similar effect. After figured this out, Joan was in a good mood, and hurriedly raised the pen to record these new ideas for future research. After the excitement passed, Joan counted the price paid for self-enchanting, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. This night of my wolf-like operation, the magic crystal alone used 8 ounces, and the market price was nearly 5,000 gold dugger. Although the consumption of these magic crystals is to protect his health from the threat of insect virus, the flowers are worth the money, but Joan still sighs in distress. If you think about it, the cost of self-enchanting is actually more than 8 ounces of magic crystals. The 6-ring trigger scroll presented by the tutor is also worth 3 ounces of magic crystals. Joan deeply felt that he was able to successfully complete the self-enchanting, and the person most in need of thanks was Professor Moriarty. Recalling this hot spring vacation trip, the back-and-forth travel expenses plus food, drink and fun cost a lot of money from the instructor. Even the laboratory is provided by the instructor for free, not to mention the 3 trigger scrolls given away in vain. He didn't want to owe his tutor too much money, but the investment in scientific research was too high, especially when doing experiments, burning a bunch of money in minutes, and still not seeing results. Always bring your own dry food to do research is not a long-term plan. Just like the self-blood enchantment just now, you always do this, and you can't afford to burn it. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 982. Advanced. Joan is deeply aware that the cost of scientific research in the Austrian law industry is too high. If he is determined to take scientific research as a lifelong pursuit, there are only 2 ways to go. Either first try to earn money by doing business, turn yourself into a millionaire like Mr. Kaufman, gain financial freedom, and use the money you earn to support research investment. Or, like their counterparts in the Austrian African academic circle, find a way to apply for research funds, and seek support from the government, military, universities, enterprises, various non-profit organizations, and even individual funders for research funding. Joan doesn't think he has the ability to do business, and because people have limited energy, it is difficult to balance both making money and scientific research. In contrast, applying for fund support is the right way. With the Golden Master Dad, although there will be some restrictions, at least no longer need to suffer from financial constraints. I hope to break a copper plate in half and save flowers. As we meditated, time passed quietly. When Joan recovered, the hour hand on the pocket watch was already pointing at 3 in the morning. Joan yawned, quickly packed up the laboratory equipment and stationery, hurriedly washed and went to bed. Although it was very late, he was also quite sleepy, but he had to stick to the usual practice of an hour of meditation before falling asleep. The probe of will formed by the condensing of spiritual power continually drilled towards the deep layer of the magic net. And finally, at the last moment of Joan's end of meditation, he broke through the invisible barrier and reached the inner layer of the 3rd magic net. Joan breathed a sigh of relief, his lips rising slightly. After finishing meditation, he turned on Insight to check his status, and unexpectedly found that the level of the wizard and the number of spell slots had changed. Physical condition: basic health, right eye disability, infection with helminthiasis. Class level: Master 6 Smith Archer 2. Current spell slot: 0 ring infinite, 1 ring 6 intelligence attribute reward +3, 2 ring 5 intelligence attribute reward +2, 3 ring 4 intelligence attribute reward +2. Tower stability: mythical archmage, mythical power 7 days, wild arcane, mythical spellcasting, energy replacement, mythical mana +2, mythical counterattack, supernatural abilities, shape change, insectification armor, insectification curse, insect identification, blood enchantment plus trigger, plus calm mind, attribute spelt +4 enhancement, strength 14, agility 16, constitution 16, intelligence 29, tier of god +6. Spring of Wisdom +5, Wisdom 18, Charisma 20. The Mage level was increased to 6th level. The 2nd and 3rd level spell slots were increased by 1 each, which was within Joan's expectation. What really surprised him was that the self-enchanting was finally introspected. It was detected and included in the column of supernatural abilities, and he was busy working until midnight. With a big yawn, Joan lay in bed and went to sleep with satisfaction. Early the next morning, Joan went to the school library, borrowed a large number of periodicals, and retrieved the physical characteristics of the warlock during blood vessel strengthening. Sure enough, several papers have mentioned that during the strengthening of blood vessels, there may be abnormally exciting physiological impulses. Relevant experiments conducted with mice and monkeys have shown that males generally show strong after-injection of blood vein enhancer, and even significantly enhanced aggression. Female mice and apes performed similar experiments, which generally showed obvious estrous characteristics. It can be seen that the blood vein strengthening does cause a stronger urge to reproduce, which can be observed in both sexes. Perhaps this also reveals from one side why spontaneous spellcasters represented by warlocks are generally more open in terms of gender relations than the group of wizards who are also arcane spellcasters. On the surface, this is because the warlock is more attractive than the mage, and it is more likely to attract the opposite sex. The deep reason is that the supernatural power of the warlock is mainly from the bloodline, and the excellent bloodline itself has a strong motivation to open branches and leaves, and genetic reproduction. Mage Joan has been wondering for a long time. It is clear that the practice method of the master is more stable than that of the warlock, and the upper limit is also higher. It stands to reason that after tens of thousands of years of survival, the Austrian and French profession should now be the master of the master. It's just eliminated. However, the reality is exactly the opposite. The absolute number of warlocks far exceeds that of wizards, especially at levels below 10, and warlocks occupy an overwhelming majority. Only at the level of legends and quasi-legends can mages really overshadow the magicians. After reading these research documents, Mage Joan suddenly realized masters are learned, but warlocks are born. In terms of intergenerational inheritance alone, people with excellent bloodlines are the most advantageous, followed by money and power owners, and those with knowledge are the most disadvantaged. The master's extraordinary strength mainly comes from knowledge. Many of the master's innate intelligence is not particularly good. They are completely hardworking through the acquired data make up for the hard work. However, knowledge has a serious shortcoming compared to the blood, which is difficult to carry on from generation to generation. The excellent bloodlines of the warlocks can be passed on to their children, so that the offspring occupy a superior position as soon as they are born, and the innate endowment is stronger than others. The masters are full of knowledge, but they cannot benefit their children through innate inheritance. For most people, learning is a very painful thing, but is a pleasant enjoyment. Both couples are archmages, and it is not always possible to give birth to a genius. Children still have to learn from the most basic knowledge. The starting point is not much higher than that of ordinary people. Many warlocks, of course including poets, especially men, are just like humanoid self-propelled artillery. Wherever you go, you can spread the seeds wherever you are. No matter how healthy you are, it is not much easier than urging bare children to study and study all day long. In the long run, there are of course far more talents of warlocks than those of outstanding intelligence and willing to dig in. But to think about it from another angle, even if tens of thousands of years have been dedicated to wild children like mice, the offspring have an absolute advantage in terms of number and innate endowment. Haven't they eliminated the mage profession? Today, the profession of mage can still occupy half of the country in the Austrian and French industry, and the achievements in the high-end field completely crush the warlock, which is enough to prove how powerful this extraordinary profession of mage is. With such a thought, Joan was relieved and felt that he was in the right line. Imagine that if you chose the warlock occupation at first, even if you did not consider the hidden risks of the seal of the different A's, with his lonely and awkward personality alone, he would never be able to adapt to the slutty life of sleeping willow and have children. Without much interest, no matter how good your blood talent is, it is a waste to be unable to pass on. Compared with being busy with falling in love with women and writing love letters all day long, Joan felt that it was more interesting to engage in scientific research and write papers. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 983 Invisible Servant. After turning over the last periodical on a desk, Joan returned a bunch of documents to the administrator. Originally, he wanted to go to the cafeteria for lunch. However, somehow, the two legs did not heed the words and walked upstairs to the magic scroll borrowing room. After arriving on the second floor, Joan decided to just look at it and not spend money. However, looking at it, somehow, Hulei's right hand clicked on the borrowing interface. When Joan suddenly became alert, Hulei's right hand had selected 3 spell scrolls without authorization. This is the end of the matter. If you exit the borrowing interface, you will be so disrespectful that you will be exposed to your eyes and expose your little family. Anyway, I chose all of them. It is better to borrow these 3 scrolls and copy them again. After all, they are all carefully selected spells of Hulei's right hand. They are both interesting and practical, and worth investing in. Joan wanted to be frugal and manage his family, and he wouldn't die if he learned a few spells. But he didn't want to use his right hand. This is also impossible. Even this time, save money from tomorrow, we must say it. Thinking about it like this, Joan murmured, being not an example, turned to the counter, swiped 7 credit cards, and got a 1-ring spell scroll from the administrator, plus 2 3-ring spell scrolls. Joan was holding the scroll of spells, and the idea of going to lunch had long been thrown out of Joan. Taking a dancer-like step back to the reading room, he found a seat by the window and sat down, pulling up the shirt sleeves in a solemn manner close to a religious ceremony. The cuffs are folded 3 times from bottom to top, and the distance between each crease is exactly 1 inch. Next, he laid out stationery and spell books on his desk, each in its own place, with no difference, as if measured with a vernier caliper. Joan didn't intend to set rules for himself, to find trouble, but was simply instinctively forced. During Joan's adventures in the wild, sometimes it was inconvenient to place tables and chairs, sit on the floor, put the spell book on the knee, and bury his head to copy the newly acquired spell. After a long time, it is inevitable to have back pain. In contrast, being able to sit in a library with a clear window and copy unscathed spell scrolls is a rare happy experience for him. It is not excessive to be solemn. The first scroll Joan borrowed today records a spell called Invisible Servant. When he was still studying at Leiden College last year, he saw it at the Austrian Law Library. After the cast, a servant that is invisible to outsiders can be created. But in the eyes of the caster, this magically condensed servant actually has a fuzzy outline and a nearly transparent body, which looks like a reflection in the water. Within the duration of the spell, this invisible servant can provide the caster with some simple services, such as serving tea and pouring water, cleaning the table and sweeping the ground. Invisible servant has no self-consciousness, and can only passively accept the master's orders, and cannot complete more complicated tasks. So Joan felt that this spell was useless and worthwhile to copy. But now his thinking has changed. During the Baden Spa recuperation, Joan didn't soak in the hot springs, most of the time in the laboratory. Because he was working alone, he had to take care of all the chores in the laboratory, including cleaning and cleaning test tubes, which wasted a lot of time and energy. Joan needs a laboratory assistant to help himself deal with these trivial matters. A person with a lonely personality like him is hard to get along with. In addition, he frequently uses the power of myth and rune during his work, and he has to keep it strictly confidential. If outsiders are present, there will be many inconveniences. Joan felt that instead of risking the leak, he would spend money on hiring laboratory assistants to cast a spell to create a servant who would really reassure him. Obviously, Invisible Servant is the most suitable spell. The 2 3-ring spells Joan next copied, one is Dance of Track and the other is Second True Knowledge. Dance of the Track is a spell of the Prophecy School, which is used to divination the location and survival status of a specified creature. Before casting this spell, first take a piece of white paper, cut it into a paper figure, then write the exact name of the creature that needs divination on the paper figure's chest, and finally draw a circle with a radius of about 5 feet on the ground. After completing the above preparations, Place the paper man in the center of the circle and begin to chant the spell. When the spell is successfully completed, the paper man will be activated by the magic power, as if gaining life, dancing around the circle for a full minute. After this, the paper figure will fall to the edge of the circle, like a pointer on the dial, with the head pointing at the location of the creature the caster is looking for at the moment. In addition, some words that the caster can read will appear on the back of the paper man, revealing the physical state of the object at the moment, whether it is healthy, injured, dying, dead, or under the control of some magic effect, such as being petrified, or be turned into a chicken, and so on. If the object sought at this time has died, the direction indicated by the paper man is where the creature's corpse is located. If the searched object is not only dead, but also burned to ashes, thrown away at random, or is no longer in this plane, and the spell cannot give a clear direction, then the paper man will fall head in the circle instead of pointing out. Not long ago in Hot Springs, Joan assisted Detective Ted Pinkerton in investigating a series of murders on the edge of the wetland. During this period, he discovered that some magic can play a key role in the process of tracing the truth, and he became interested in the topic of how to improve criminal investigation techniques using magic. When I checked the spell catalog just now, I saw the introduction of Dance of the Track and immediately realized that this is a criminal investigation spell similar to the blood message. Especially when tracing missing persons or fugitives, Dance of Trajectory and blood message can obtain many valuable clues and provide great convenience for follow-up investigations. The last three selected second true knowing skills. Joan was also touched by the case he had personally experienced in Hot Springs before, and felt it necessary to learn this spell. Second true knowledge, as its name implies, is a reduced version of the six-ring real knowledge. The caster blesses this spell for himself, and he can see through all the illusions and camouflage caused by low-level magic and supernatural powers, so as to avoid being blinded. The mastermind behind the serial murders in Hot Springs, Harry Kaufman, the reason why he can frequently lure people to seek their own way of death, relying on the supernatural ability of semi-formed monster change shape. You can change your image at will, pretend to be someone else's identity. When the case is about to be detected, when detectives, sergeants, and Joan himself have doubts about Harry Kaufman, they are ultimately used to debunk Harry Kaufman's true face, provided by Professor Moriarty. True knowledge. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 984. Letter from the editor. The power of 3 rings. Second true knowledge is of course far less than the genuine 6-ring true knowledge. This spell can only see through the metamorphosis and illusion magic of no more than 3 rings, or supernatural camouflage of no more than 10 magic energy levels. Nonetheless, relying on secondary true knowledge is enough to debunk the true face of semi-formed monster. Joan once studied the blood samples of Harry Kaufman and found that the semi-formation monster has only 5 energy levels in camouflage, which is equivalent to 2 rings of transformation, but it cannot escape secondary knowledge detection. With Joan's current mage level, it is far from the threshold for learning the 6th ring of knowledge. It is not bad to first copy a secondary knowledge skill. After Joan returned to school, life was back on track, focusing on learning spells every day, or going to the tutor's laboratory to start his work, and a week passed unconsciously. During this period, Kiao Anman was thinking about various fresh and interesting research topics, and almost forgot the paper insecticide he had recently cast. However, the good news always came unexpectedly. On the morning of June 9th, Joan received a reply from the editorial department and squeezed the envelope. There were only 2 thin pages of stationery inside, and Joan's mood was stable. The reply did not contain a manuscript, indicating that this is not a rejection letter, so according to common sense, it should be a notice. The content is nothing more than to tell Joan that the manuscript has passed the preliminary review of the editor, and 3 experts in the relevant field of the paper have been invited to review the manuscript, Please be patient and wait for the review results. The opinions of the reviewers will determine whether Joan's paper can be published. Judging from past experience, it is normal to suggest revisions. But Joan feels that reviewers should not directly kill their own papers. This is not to say how retroactive his article is, mainly because the field of insectosis is very unpopular, and well-known scholars engaged in related research may not exceed 10 fingers. In his own paper, Joan quoted all these predecessors' papers on insectosis, whether it was necessary or not, and touted it by the way, making it seem as if people in this field are prosperous and prosperous. When the reviewer saw his article, he would first find out that there were also fellow Chinese in the world, and that he was so young and so sensible. Remember to quote my article and fairly evaluate my pioneering contribution in this field. The guy is nice and promising. Nowadays, the young people who are working on the topic of insectosis are basically only Joan. If the prestigious seniors do not carry him, they will be too harsh, and he will be attacked to change the research direction. This unsuccessful field is really going to die. If there is no newcomer to engage in insecticide, the articles of the seniors will be ignored. On the contrary, bringing a newcomer may bring some waves to the backwaters, attracting more scholars to be interested in this field, participating in research, and citing articles from predecessors. As a result, the status of these seniors in the academic circle will also rise. Who would refuse such a good thing? Of course, the premise of all of this is that the quality of Joan's thesis can stand up to the test, otherwise the mud will not hold up the wall, but will instead carry the stains of his predecessors. Joan is not too worried about this, he is still very confident about his thesis. Despite being prepared, Joan was startled when he opened the envelope. Just looking at the writing, Joan recognized it at a glance. This is a handwritten letter from Mr. Tennyson, editor-in-chief of the Austrian Law Review. Mr. Tennyson's attitude expressed in the letter is still as arrogant as ever, telling Joan bluntly that this article is not suitable for publication in the Austrian Review. Seeing this, Joan couldn't help but feel cold. Was his paper so unpopular that even the old man of Tennyson refused to give him the opportunity to review the manuscript and rejected it directly? But why didn't the manuscript return with the letter? Joanna scratched her head in wonder, turning the next page of the letter back, and her face became depressed immediately and became shocked. Mr. Tennyson remarked and told Joan that the Austrian Review did not accept his paper because the level of the paper was too high and exceeded the positioning of the journal Austrian Review. If it is barely published in the Austrian Law Review, most readers with college students as the main body may not understand his thesis, and they will miss the opportunity to cause higher-level scholars to pay attention and discuss truly high-level scholars. It won't waste precious time watching a review. Therefore, Mr. Tennyson decided to transfer Joan's paper to the editorial department of Journal of Austrian Law. He has now passed the editorial review and entered the review process. Please wait for the comments of the reviewers. After reading Mr. Tennyson's reply, Joan was in a state of coercion for a long time. Journal of Austrian Law. Just kidding, it's a higher-ranking core journal than OFA Review, and the academic points of any article are not less than 40. The Journal of Austrian Law in the school's reading room, at least 60 years old in the past 5 years, has been read by all of Joan's first issue, and the level is indeed very high. According to his observations, there are two main types of contributors to the Journal of Austrian Law. One is doctoral students from major universities. Graduation thesis is usually published in the Journal of Austrian Law. Except for a few academic stars or articles by professional pride students in the industry, the score of such graduation thesis generally does not exceed 50. The second is the young teachers of major universities. The results made after teaching are mainly published in the Journal of Austrian Law. The average level is higher than that of the doctoral thesis. After all, the qualifications and resources are not comparable to the former. In other words, if Joan is eligible to publish an article in the Journal of Austrian Law, the lower limit is that he has reached the level of a doctorate, and the upper limit means that he can use this paper as a knockout to apply for university teaching. In a prestigious school like Mage University, It is difficult to obtain the qualification of a lecturer by relying on an article in the Journal of Austrian Law, but the teaching assistant is not a big problem. However, if Joan does not have a famous school complex and returns to his hometown of Alfheim, he can apply for a lecturer seat at his alma mater Leiden College based on this paper. Joan also thought that his old classmates Edward and Thomas had not graduated from Leiden College at this time. If he really went back to work as a teacher, it would be funny after meeting. Forget it. Don't think about beautiful things first. The key is whether your article can be published in the Journal of Austrian Law. This is really a question that makes Joan feel more puzzled as he thinks about it. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 985 Franklin Award. Just half an hour ago, Kiao Anking still wanted to publish a second paper in the Austrian Law Review. In this way, he saved enough 40 academic points to reach the graduation standard of Austrian Law Masters. It's not too late to have a deeper academic accumulation, a broader perspective, and write better articles in the future, and then try to submit a paper to the Journal of Austrian Law. However, things are unpredictable. His first article, Analysis of Arachnid Creatures in the Dark Region, experienced many setbacks to barely reach the publication qualification of the Austrian Law Review, and the academic points obtained just passed the passing line. 20 points. It was only more than a month later that the second article could reach the publication standard of the Journal of Austrian Law. Joanne thinks this is too fake. It is simply unscientific. He is not lacking in self-confidence. He just feels that he should be realistic. The initial research on insecticide is not bad, but it is only a bit lacking in the quality of the manuscript published in the OFA Review, which is really not Tennyson. Mr. is joking and teasing himself. Joan felt more and more worried, quickly took Mr. Tennyson's letter and ran to the tutor to discuss what to do. You can rest assured that Tennyson's old man is very fine, has a savage vision, and never does the stupid thing of smashing his signboard. He transferred your thesis to Journal of Austrian Law. It shows that you have reached the level of publication of Journal of Austrian Law. It will be less than 50 points. The mentor's overly optimistic attitude made Joan laugh and laugh. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Listening to you said that if you are rejected, you will be hit harder. It's impossible to reject a manuscript. Let's celebrate it in advance. It's free. Joan decisively declined the mentor's kindness. Mr. Professor, he is a bit overwhelmed by the unreasonable ways of celebrating. Professor Moriarty knew that his students were not interested in customs and did not reluctantly, and said with a smile, Joan, I have a suggestion. Do you want to listen? Of course, please advise. If you believe my vision, just rest assured that this paper on insect disease will lay a solid foundation for your academic career, bring you the honors you deserve, and even the aura of genius. If you do not object, I will recommend your paper to the jury of the Franklin Award this year. As a candidate, wait until the paper is published in the Journal of Austrian Law. You are not in the same grade as you. You have won this award. Joan nodded stunned, still a little uneasy in his heart. The Franklin Award is a school-level award named after the surname of Professor Franklin, the current dean of the School of Austrian Law at Mage University. It is equivalent to an upgraded version of the scholarship and is specially awarded to those who have created excellent papers. School students have a history of 20 years. The Franklin Prize has a wide range of candidates. In theory, from undergraduates to doctoral students can participate in the selection, but Joan has seen the list of previous winners, and almost all are senior doctoral students. I have just been studying in the Austrian Law School for less than a year, and my education and qualifications are not worth mentioning. I am even younger than most undergraduates. Are I really eligible to compete with those doctoral seniors for the Franklin Award? He thinks this is very unreliable. However, when I think about it, what is the nonsense that happened to me today? If your paper can really be published in the Journal of Austrian Law, it is not impossible to win the Franklin Award. The Franklin Award prize is not high, only 3,000 gold dugger, but the key is not that point. But after winning this award, you will automatically be eligible for this year's Academic Rising Star Award candidacy, that is full of gold. I can really wear an important award for the genius halo for the winners. Joanne, do you understand what I mean? Professor Moriarty blinked at his students and made a hint with a smile. Perhaps it is because there have been too many shocks today. When Joan heard that the mentor did not take the Franklin Award seriously, he even encouraged himself to compete for the annual Academic Rising Star Award, which was num. The members of the selection committee for the Franklin Award are all the professors of the Mage University Austrian Law School, and the candidates are all students of the school. Joan still has some hope of winning the award. The Rising Star Award is another matter. Neither the influence nor the amount of gold is beyond the expectations of the Franklin Award in school awards. The organizer of the Academic Rising Star Award is the Wales Olympic Law Society. As we all know, this institution holds the highest voice in the Austrian Africa academic circle in the world. The 5 founding corporations of the Austrian Law Society correspond to the 5 great powers of the Valais world: Sacred Ashan Empire, the Fijian Kingdom, the Azure Kingdom, the Princeland and the Canaan Kingdom, each of which is the top prestigious school, which represents the empire, is the University of Megad. The Austrian Law Society has created 2 important awards, one of which is the Academic Rising Star Award, which aims to discover young talents in the Austrian academia, especially those talented students in the school, awarded once a year, with a prize of 10,000 gold plus. The list of winners will usually be announced before the summer vacation. The awards are organized in turn by the 5 famous schools, and the members of the jury are all authoritative professors from the 5 famous schools. For example, the judges selected by Mage University are usually Dean Franklin, and academics like Professor Moriarty, whose reputation, qualifications and connections are not outstanding, are unlikely to be invited to serve as judges. Tutors are not qualified to be judges, so students want to compete for the Rising Star Award. This is too impractical. The mentor just said that the winner of the Franklin Award will represent Mage University and automatically enter the shortlist for the annual Academic Rising Star Award in the 5 major universities. This is a fact. However, it is one thing to obtain the candidacy, and it is another thing to win the prize. The Academic Rising Star Award, as the name implies, is to reward young people who have emerged in the Austrian African academic field. Therefore, the selection object is limited to the students of the 5 major schools of Austrian law, and the age of the candidates must not exceed 30 years old. Young is certainly a competitive advantage, but everything is always too late. Too young will become a disadvantage. In fact, since the establishment of the Academic Rising Star Award, the age of the winners has not been less than 20 years old. Joan is still under 15 years old this year. Even if he can be lucky enough to enter the shortlist, it is almost impossible to win the prize, otherwise even he feels too absurd. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 986, Soda Water and Pomegranate Skirt 1. Although Joan felt that Professor Moriarty was purely tossing, he was not good at rejecting the enthusiasm of his tutor. He had to accept his arrangement and take his own paper for the Franklin Award to try the water. If you can't even compete for the Franklin Award, the Academic Rising Star Award is even less hopeful. Or don't think about the beautiful things. Wash and sleep as soon as possible. In fact, in addition to the Franklin Award and Academic Rising Star Award, the Austrian African academic community also has several awards with higher gold content. The crowd of candidates is broader, and there are no qualifications, titles or age restrictions. The 3 most important awards, in order of increasing gold content, are the E-Button Award, the Holy Crown Award and the Golden Rod Award. The E-Button Award was named by the billionaire Mr. Albert Weinstein, the most famous legendary archmage of the Holy Ashan Empire and the founder of International Magic Company. Albert Weinstein, the foundation, undertakes and provides bonuses, which are selected once a year, and the winners can receive a 100,000 gold Duga bonus. The Holy Crown Award has a longer history. It is organized by the FIS and National Olympic Research Institute. It is selected every 3 years, and the Aspel Royal Foundation provides bonuses. In accordance with established practice, the current Royal Prince attended the award ceremony of the Holy Crown Award by the current Crown Prince, and personally awarded the winners a prize of £500,000 and the Lord's Ribbon. The winners will be rewarded with fame and fortune, and will be promoted to a noble class from now on, and will also be honoured to participate in the royal dinner. The last and most important award is the Golden Rod Award, founded by the Austrian Law Society. It is awarded every 5 years and is the highest honor of the Willis World Austrian Academy. The winners are all quasi-legendary and even legendary spellcasters. Is actually a lifetime achievement award. The prize money of up to 1 million gold Duga is indeed a huge sum of money, but for those world-class universities who are qualified to compete for the Golden Rod Award, the prize money is not the most important. Anyway, they have not lost money. What's more important is that this supreme honor affirms his lifelong academic career. After the award, his name can be firmly recorded in the history and become an indelible monument in the history of human civilization. When the teacher and student were chatting, Joan set off a magic wave in front of him, and a ball of red light appeared. Joan held the light ball to read the information, and then stood up to say goodbye to the teacher. "Hurry?" Professor Moriarty asked casually. "It's no big deal. Hale called me to play billiards today," Joan replied embarrassedly, feeling he was a little unemployed. "Ha ha. Go, this is a big deal." Professor Moriarty smiled and waved, urging him to leave. A lonely and introverted student like Joan, who can integrate into the group and occasionally participate in club activities, is already very difficult, and deserves praise and encouragement. In the south and north of the New World, customs, fashion and other aspects are different. As a southerner studying in the north, Joan feels the deepest difference between this culture and the north. The mainstream culture of the southern society is the manor culture. The southern social elites represented by the manor owner are more conservative and have no common language with their compatriots in the north. They are closer to the feudal landlords and nobles of the old world. The most popular leisure there is no more entertainment than horse racing and hunting, and of course there is a salon hosted by ladies. In the prosperous north of industry and commerce, people's activity space is mainly concentrated in the bustling and crowded city, rather than the country manor, and the pace of life is significantly faster than the south, limited by the busy rhythm of life. Outdoor sports such as horse racing and hunting are not popular in the north. The club social circle full of beer, tobacco and yellow jokes is far more attractive to the working class than the literary salons of the broad ladies. The most popular pastime in the club is playing cards and billiards. The various clubs on the university campus are actually clubs, and there are always figures around the table playing cards in swings. Joan is not the kind of young person who likes to play and can play, but it happens that he is good at playing cards and billiards. Needless to say, Joan's card skills, playing billiards, is a new skill that has just been developed recently. His mentor, Professor Moriarty, is a top billiards master. During the half-month vacation in Baden Hot Springs, he spends 2 hours in the club of the Spa Palace Hotel every afternoon. During this period, Joan's task is to play with. For some reason, the teachers and students were on the blacklist of local brand friends. When the two people played poker, strangely, billiards became the only pastime. Joan had no interest in billiards at first, but just dared to play with his instructor and was tortured for 10 rounds every afternoon. After playing a lot, there will be some experience, and the ball skills have also been significantly improved. At the same time, Joan's impression of billiards has also improved. Now he finds that he wants to develop a good ball skills, not just playing accurately, but also know when to attack, when to play a defensive, and generally understand the impact force, angle, Table friction on impact. The influence of the trajectory of each sphere. Most people sum up their skills from experience. Joan's exposure to billiards is still very shallow. He completely relies on logical thinking and sophisticated calculation skills to make up for the lack of experience. The classmates and friends around him, such as Hayla, sisters Ian, Angel and Ryan, are all billiard lovers. The society they belong to, the Skeleton Club, also often organizes billiard games. Joan rushed to the exclusive activity room of the Skull Club. Hayla, who just sent him a letter, already played on the pole and was playing against another boy in the same club on the table. His red skirt fluttered while swinging. Chic and beautiful. After Joan entered the house, he took off his coat and handed it to a club officer who took the initiative to serve. After thanking him, he asked the diligent and enthusiastic elementary school girl to help him hang the coat on the hanger. In fact, people are 2 years older than him, except that Joan is a graduate student, and others are undergraduates. He relies on seniority by arranging seniority. Joan unbuttoned the first button on the neckline of the white shirt, rolled up the sleeves, and took the cue put on the hands of the schoolgirl. Good luck. The opponents I met in the first 2 rounds were all roosters, and the second opponent was Lane. It took Joan 10 minutes to kill the first opponent in 2 straight games. Next to Ryan, Joan won't have any suspense to win, but there is no need to use a hurry like the previous one. First, he will save face for Ryan. Second, the 2 of them can talk more, sometimes just patronizing the chat. The rhythm of playing naturally slowed down. PS Golden Pound, Fijian currency unit. The exchange rate of Golden Pound and Kinduga is about 1-to-1. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 987. Soda water and pomegranate skirt. 2. Ryan walked to the table with his stick, observing the angle of the shot and congratulated him casually. Joan was drinking ice-cold soda, listening to him congratulate his paper for publication, cannot help but stunned. Publish. Nothing happened, just entered the review process. Ryan glanced back at him and said angrily, "The Austrian review that published your article was published more than half a month ago, and it is still confidential. So it's not interesting enough." "Oh, it turns out that you are talking about that one." Joan suddenly awakened. The so-called congratulations of Angler refers to his first paper, not the one that was submitted last week. Ryan heard his implication and asked in surprise, "Not that one? What else could it be?" "Joanne, have you written a new paper recently?" "There is indeed an article about insectosis." Before the manuscript passed the review, Kian had no idea, and he didn't want to reveal it. However, Ryan had already opened his mouth. He was not easy to deceive his friends, so he talked about the summary of the second paper. As for the referral to the Journal of Austrian Law, apply. He didn't mean to say details like awards. "Joan, you are so powerful. There are already 2 papers before the first semester." Ryan couldn't hide his envy beyond admiration. In fact, writing papers is not difficult. You can also find an interesting topic, try to write an article, maybe it can be published in the core journal. Kian encouraged. Ryan blushed and shook his head, appearing weak. "I can't even write the major assignments assigned by the instructor." "How dare you think of any core journals?" "Homework is not necessarily a subject you are good at and interested in, and it does not represent your true level." "Thank you for your encouragement. Maybe I should really give it a try." Ryan's eyes gleamed with longing. "I look back at Angel to discuss, maybe he has the same idea." "Joan, if we are in trouble, you have to help. Do your best." Joan now has a little experience in writing and submitting papers, plus the skills taught by his instructors, pointing the 2 rookies, Ryan and Angel, should not be a problem. Perhaps it was because he was thinking about the thesis. Ryan was not as good as Joan, and with the distraction, he quickly lost. Joan closed the black ball with a stroke and returned to the sidelines to rest, waiting for the next opponent to qualify. Lane handed him a glass of cold soda and smiled and pointed at him behind him. Joan looked back, only to find that the chalkboard was painted on the blackboard in the activity room. and there was a line of headlines written in cursive letters. The first soda and pomegranate skirt cup billiards championship. What the is this? Joan couldn't help vomiting. Why did you get the name of this wordy word? Of course Holden. Ryan shrugged helplessly. Mr. Poet, we must give this game a poetic name, and say that we must keep up with the seasons, and fully show the enthusiasm and color of the summer. The result is like this. What do you think of this name? Joan asked. I don't think it's great, but Angel said they are very poetic, and girls especially like it. And they all wear red skirts as appropriate. Ryan touched his head in a daze. This probably shows that we lack art cells. Joan nodded, feeling the same. After 2 rounds in a row, Joanne has successfully advanced to the top 16 of the current soda and pomegranate skirt cup billiards tournament. The next opponent is Audrey. How about it? Her Royal Highness held the club elegantly, and turned a circle in front of him, and the long dress floated like a blooming pomegranate flower. In the past, Joan will definitely ask directly, what's the matter? However, after all, he and Audrey lived under the same roof, and they have been together for a long time, and they have formed a mutual understanding. Coupled with the experience in the hot spring resort during this time, I have been taught by the Countess, and I have learned a lot of social common sense. In the face of the awkward inquiry of Audrey, I am calm and cozy. The red skirt is very beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Her Royal Highness smiled sweetly. It's rare that you talk so much. You don't have to guess coins. How about kicking off first? Then I'm welcome. Joan walked to the table and habitually touched the table to feel the friction of velvet with his fingertips. Then, when he mentally calculated the trajectory of the sphere, he needed this key data to participate in the calculation. Joan calculated very carefully, but he was in a hurry as soon as he got started. There was an error in the actual batting force and angle. The course of travel after the billiard ball's impact did not fit the theoretical calculation completely. Super first-class computing power, combined with third-class ball skills, Joan's comprehensive strength reached second-class level. Dish abuse is okay. Against the real first-class master. Just give it away. The kickoff was not smooth, but fortunately Audrey also played poorly, giving him the opportunity to remedy afterwards. After a bitter fight, Joanne lost 2 games in a row and defeated Audrey to the quarter-finals. Audrey's ball skills are actually better than her, and they belong to the second-class level. After losing to Joanne, Her Royal Highness was attributed to bad luck and poor performance. In fact, it did not exclude the intentional release of water. Although Audrey refused to admit that there was a handicap, Joan felt it, and suspected that she let herself, mostly because she praised her beautiful skirt and made her happy. Joan's 8-4 opponent is Hayla. He wanted to verify whether the girl would be merciful even if she was praised. So she didn't wait for Hayla to suggest that she would praise her new dress beautifully. Of course it's beautiful, I know it if you don't say it. Hayla stood proudly, paused his cue, and urged, no nonsense, kick off. Really don't understand how your little chicken is in the quarterfinals. Next, let you see what a real master is. Well, it seems that the compliment is useless, at least Hayla does not eat this set. Hayla's game skills, how to say, is like a goalkeeper of a first-class player. Joanne ball skills are not first-class. Losing 2 games in a row, was eliminated by Hayla. Sister Ki fan, your style is particularly fierce today. Wouldn't it be because Joan offended you? Holden had just defeated Arnold and advanced to the semi-finals. He came to observe the opponents he might encounter in the semi-finals. How could Joan, such a good boy, offend me? Hayla was in a good mood after winning the game, smiling and sucking on iced soda. On the contrary, he just praised my beautiful dress and made me happy. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 988 Finals. I'll make you happy, won't you even make me a shot? Joan spitted Hayla in his heart. So interesting. Since this is the case, you are still chasing and fighting aggressively, and you don't think of Joan as a friend. Holden had the same confusion, because there are bonuses for winning. Even with friends, you must go all out. Hayla replied straightforwardly. Joan and Holden looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. I really deserve to be a sister of wealth. Hayla's unwavering stance on the court, which he did not recognize, and he seemed to have a mastery style. However, the ball skills could not match her over-expansive ambitions. After eliminating Joan and entering the semi-finals, he encountered the reputation as the billiards overlord on campus. Laurie Grant's classmates were almost eliminated without any chance of resistance. On the other side, Holden defeated Arnold to enter the semi-finals, and met Engel in the semi-finals. The 3 innings played for an entire hour, and in the end it was Holden who excelled, defeating Angel and reaching the final. After some fierce fighting, the current Soda and Pomegranate Skirt Cup Billiards Championship finally came to the final stage, and the championship will be produced between Lowry and Holden, including Joan. The people who watched the finals almost predicted undecidedly that Lowry would defeat Holden in the 5-game 3-win finals to defend his dominance, and the suspense of this game was only can Holden win the next game or even 2 games. People have reason to make such predictions. In terms of record, Lowry has successively achieved the 10 consecutive championship horror record in the school billiards game, so that as long as he participates in the game, the audience simply excludes the championship and is more keen to discuss which player is more strength is second. The excellent record reflects Lowry's top skills. The reason why his skills are so outstanding cannot be summarized by the 2 factors that Joan summarized before. For the average person, the ball skills mainly depend on the overall situation, including computing power and logical thinking, as well as the rich experience summed up by practicing the ball hard. Lowry Grant is excellent in these 2 aspects, but compared with other first-class masters, it does not have a prominent advantage. The key factor that really makes his golf skills qualitatively change, and then ride the dust, is not the big picture and experience, but the benefit of his beliefs. That's right, Lowry is a devout priest of the Queen of Cause and Effect Demosi. The goddess of fate he admired granted his priesthood a special ability called faith shooting. To put it simply, when priest Emperor Moss uses long-range weapons such as guns, crossbows, and javelins that need to consider hit rate, he can use his perception attribute to enhance the accuracy of long-range attacks. To put it bluntly, it is to use the 6th sense to attack the enemy. Pastor Emperor Moss, like Lowry, can keep an amazing hit rate by closing his eyes and shooting. You ask him why he played so accurately, he will tell you that you rely on belief and rely on feel. In short, heart is the spirit. This is of course an unacceptable answer, especially Joan, who wants to find the root of everything. Can't wait to find out all the factors that affect the shooting accuracy, and the rationalist who solves the ballistic trajectory by the column equation. Especially can't understand Lowry what he is the feel. Despite this, Joanne had to admit that Lowry was an honest person, and he could only honestly answer by feeling what he could not describe accurately. Broadly speaking, playing billiards is also a kind of shooting game that tests accuracy, so Lowry creatively applied his faith shooting to the table. According to the feeling, but it is so accurate. Are you angry? The seminary at Mage University is of course more than a Lowry priest. But compared with him, other priests of Emperor Moss are not so balanced. The skill is better than him, the perception attribute is not as good as him, the perception attribute is stronger than him, the skill is not as good as him. The result is Lowry's ball skill and faith shooting have the highest comprehensive level, and this is exactly how he won 10 consecutive championships. The largest capital. Looking back at Lowry's challenger, Holden from the Academy of Arts and Sciences. Mr. Poet's ball skills are first class, but compared with Angel, it is like a 5.5 game, and there is still a clear gap between Bill Lowry. In a long game with 3 wins in 5 innings, the effect of luck on the outcome is negligible, so anyone with a clear head should admit that Lowry has a much higher chance of winning than Holden. Hayla's classmates failed to win the championship prize money, but they were not discouraged. Before the finals had started, they opened roulette on the sidelines. They clamored to solicit business and urged the students to bet quickly. Come over and let him help calculate a reasonable odds. Joan was very interested in this errand. At first he wanted to use mathematical methods to calculate a fair odds, but soon realized that his idea was stupid, and contrary to the interests of the employer, that is, the dealer of Hayala. In fact, the most reliable data he currently has is the amount that gamblers bet on the two finalists. In this way, he doesn't need to calculate any reasonable odds out of thin air, and according to the betting data after the closure of the market, a reverse odds can be used to derive odds. Of course, this should also be included in the dealer's pumping to ensure that the profit is not lost. Obviously, the odds gap finally calculated is very different. After all, the number and amount of bets on Lowry are much higher than those who are optimistic about Holden. Audrey bets 100 gold dagger on her younger brother, which is the biggest bet on Holden among all gambling players. If she can win, she will get more than 10 times the return. Joan wanted to know her true state of mind and asked in a low voice, "Audrey, are you really betting on Holden to win? Or are you speculative and looking forward to a miracle?" Both mentalities are a little bit. Audrey gathered her blonde hair that hung on her ears and answered with a smile, "Anyway, it's just a small bet, and I have made the worst plan, and I won't be distressed if I lose. In case if you win ... Wow, how happy. Spend a little money, buy a hope, it makes sense." Joan nodded. Audrey's approach seems irrational, but considering her risk appetite and ability to bear risks, a closer analysis is actually in line with the principle of reason. On the court, Holden did not live up to the heavy bet that his sister had cast. The next 5 rounds of play, one round was better than the other. It was so helpful. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 989. Intention and random rate. In the first game, Lowry easily won. In the second game, Lowry was a bit careless. He should not have left Holden with a chance to fight back. As a result, the latter was also polite. In the third game, Lowry obviously became serious and didn't give Holden any chance to close the whole shot with 147 points to win the crucial set. In the fourth game, after Holden kicked off, he didn't leave the table anymore, responding to Lowry's full shot and pulling back beautifully. In the fifth game, the match points of both sides, Lowry and Holden were obviously too nervous on the first stroke, and gave each other a mistake spree. When the ball hits the middle plate, the scores of the two sides are not equal, and the table is in a deadlock. Both sides can't find the breakthrough point of the score. The first 4 games took a total of 1 hour, and this last match point game, which took an hour, has just appeared, a sign of looming. At the last crucial moment, Holden, a challenger who was generally not optimistic about the audience before the game, grabbed the opportunity before Lowry and played a more championship style. Especially when Holden cracked the shots of Lowry's defense, the general reaction of the audience on the sidelines was this: "Can this also be scored? Is that okay? Damn it. Is this the one you got in? The gods are on. I bet it's absolutely lucky." Even a person like Joan, who believes in science, sees Holden's performance at the last minute, and his conviction cannot be shaken. It is impossible to imagine how a normal person can repeatedly hit this success probability almost zero. Fairy ball. Holden's wonderful performance on the table is like a possessive spirit, and his opponent Lowry classmates' expressions on the sidelines are also very exciting. When Holden unraveled his carefully constructed defensive trap, Lowry's face lost the smile and calmness for the first time. Next, he was confused on his face, and finally reappeared the smile, but there was a little helplessness and bitterness in the smile. Witnessing Holden's last shot to slam the black ball away, Lowry took the lead to applaud the opponent's magical play. Arnold squeezed out the cheering crowd and came to Lowry, silently embracing the old friend's shoulder. Lowry smiled bitterly at him and said with emotion, "Human power is hard to resist, and I should lose today." Joan handed a large pack of gold coins to the audience, second only to Holden's big winner, the high-spirited High Princess. and inadvertently heard Loris sigh after the 10 consecutive championships were over, and secretly shook his head. Of all the people Joan had contacted, men, women and children counted, no one was more flattering than Lowry. Mr. Pastor is a kind and gentle person who does not lack a sense of humor. He has perfect relationships with both girls and boys. People like this are certainly flattering, but they inevitably give the impression of a good old man who lacks personality. A person's true temperament is often highlighted when he encounters setbacks. For example, at this moment, Lowry's feelings for his friend Arnold vaguely revealed a hint of unwillingness. He seemed to feel that he lost to Holden, completely by the will of the mind. It was an arrangement of destiny, not strength, and he should repent well and reflect on whether his beliefs were not strong enough recently. Otherwise, how could the goddess of fate he worshipped be used? How to discipline and warn him in this way? Joanne also admitted that Holden's ball was played at a super level, but Lowry attributed it to spirituality, and regarded it as an opportunity for introspection and confession. Couldn't completely agree with this. Joan does not deny the existence of divine will, but Lowry's special faith shooting has already reflected the protection of the goddess he believes in. For endogenous variables, this data should not be calculated repeatedly. In Joan's view, Holden's victory over weakness is more like a small probability event. Holden's good luck in hitting the ball should be more grateful for the great random law. In this complex world of gods, there is no omnipotent and unique god. The gods worshipped by mortals belong to different deities according to the strength of their respective divine powers. In fact, they cannot completely get rid of the influence of random rate. Although Joan doesn't like randomness that is beyond his control, he still thinks that the random law of everything is possible is the basic premise for mortals to create miracles. After the game, Holden was still immersed in this fantastic victory and proposed to find a place to have dinner and celebrate. Both Hayla and Audrey raised their hands to support, and Joan had nothing to do. So he followed his friends out of school and found a place for dinner. Both Hayla and Audrey will be budget conscious and plan their travel arrangements properly. First, go to the cold drink shop near the school gate, buy 2 large buckets of cream ice cream plus a dozen iced peach-flavored sodas, and then go to the barbecue shop across the street. Joan and Holden are responsible for helping 2 sweet-loving girls carry cold drinks. Hayla and Audrey don't usually have a large amount of meals, and they don't eat barbecue tonight, but their stomachs seem to have magic and can hold cream ice cream indefinitely. During the dinner, Holden revealed a small secret while taking advantage of Juxing, saying that he had recently received a letter from an old friend, inviting him and all of you to visit the new house of this enthusiastic friend in his spare time. Audrey seemed to know the letter that her brother had received. Zilip bit her soda straw and smiled. Hayla was keenly aware that when Holden mentioned the friend who wrote to him, his expression and tone of voice were subtle, and immediately chased after him. Little hooligan, make it clear, which friend invited us to be a guest? Holden coughed twice, rarely showing a little embarrassed look. It was the Lady Evelyn we met when we explored the dark area 2 months ago. Oh, it's her. No wonder your kid is vomiting. It turned out that he received a love letter from an old friend, and was guilty of lovesickness, right? Don't tarnish your innocence. The letter that Evelyn wrote to me, and my sister also read it, is the normal greetings between friends. There is no sweet words. Huh? So you are quite disappointed, right? That's not enough. Holden quickly picked up the beer glass and poured a big gulp, disguising embarrassment. Hayla turned to Audrey and asked in a low voice, Evelyn took the initiative to write to your brother. It seems that the old feelings are unforgettable. Would you not object to their association? Look at what you said. Think of me as someone. Audrey gave her an angry look. This kind of thing. Am I against it? Sighed, and then said, Evelyn and Holden, really just normal friend communication. You don't want to mess with it. Hayla said nothing more, but cast an unspoken look at Joan. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 990 Invitation from the Ground. In fact, Joanne had already discovered that Audrey was good at everything, but she felt a little overprotective to her brother Holden, and even suspected gross interference. For this reason, he and Hayla privately persuaded Audrey. Holden is no longer a child. She, who is an older sister, should also be disciplinary to her brother. It is best not to interfere in things she should not interfere with. Otherwise, it would have been a good heart, and the results may hurt Holden. Audrey humbly listened to Joan and Hayla's persuasion, and no longer supervised his brother as small as before, converging his desire to control as much as possible. For example, everyone can see that she was dissatisfied with the relationship between Evelyn and Holden. She had a bad impression of Evelyn, first because the other party had deceived her. In addition, she was somewhat resistant to Evelyn's metamorphosis bloodline. As a royal princess, Audrey actually tried her best to avoid showing a high aristocratic mentality. You can say that there is no prejudice against friends of civilian origins such as Joan and Hayla. However, her tolerance is limited after all. In private, she also confessed grievances to Joan. If Evelyn was human, even if it was just a poor girl from an ordinary family, I would not interfere with her interaction with Holden. Unfortunately, she is a monster, which I can't accept. Joanne could understand her mood, but after listening to her, it was inevitable that the things would hurt her. If Evelyn is a monster, what is he himself? If Audrey had reason to discriminate against Evelyn, then she also had the same reason to discriminate against herself. After a long silence, Joan pressed down the back collar and turned to stare at Audrey with the strange eyeball behind his neck. Everything was silent. Joanne remembers that Audrey's face immediately turned red. He said sorry and tried to explain that he was different from Evelyn. Joan interrupted her and made a realistic statement. I have studied Evelyn's blood samples and found that she also has 14 human ancestry, which may come from her grandparents or grandparents. If the difference between me and Evelyn is only because I have more human lineage, then what percentage of this lineage must be accounted for by a creature to be called human rather than a monster? 14 is not enough. 12 is not enough. If I guessed right, Holden should have half of the dragon blood, only half human. But you never regarded your brother as a monster. Essentially, how much difference can there be between 12 human bloodlines and 14 human bloodlines? For another example, my parents are all pure-blooded humans, but the children are mutated, and they're born like this. If you only look at the bloodline, should creatures like me be classified as humans or monsters? Audrey couldn't answer all the questions raised by Joanne. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Joan was actually not angry, just wanted to discuss this topic seriously with her. But seeing the guilt of Her Royal Highness was about to cry, he couldn't bear to talk anymore. After this, a very sudden thing happened. Audrey first said goodbye to him and turned to leave his bedroom. However, her footsteps had just stepped out of the room, but she suddenly turned back and walked directly behind him, kissing gently behind his neck. Joanne still remembers the electric shock. In an instant, he even suspected that the eyeball kissed by His Royal Highness behind his neck would be blind. Otherwise, how to explain that the eyeball shuddered and could not be opened for a long time? When he calmed down and confirmed that the eyeballs behind his neck could still be seen normally, Audrey had already quietly left. This matter puzzled Joan so far. What did Audrey want to convey to her without a warning? Shows that she really doesn't treat her friend as a monster? Or does she have another meaning? Joan was embarrassed to ask Audrey directly, and there was no suitable person around him to help him answer this doubt, and he had to give up thinking about this problem that was too difficult for him. Since then, Audrey's attitude towards her brother has changed significantly. It is no longer as domineering as before. Perhaps it is really to treat the brother as an adult and try to treat each other equally. Holden could certainly feel that his sister's restraint on herself was obviously relaxed, and she thanked Joan in private, and seemed to attribute her sister's attitude to his persuasion. It was also in this situation that Holden dared to announce his correspondence with Evelyn in front of her sister, and also actively invited friends to join the appointment. As you all know, Evelyn used to live near Spider Valley, but later because the dwarf miners worked near her house, she made an underground river diversion, flooded her nest, and made her hate the dwarf. Thanks to our central adjustment, the grievances of Evelyn and the dwarves were resolved. Later she moved to a place called Blood Tundra where she built a new home. It is said that the neighbors are also very friendly. I checked the map. According to Evelyn's description, the area where the Blood Tundra is located probably corresponds to the second area on the map. The location is relatively remote, and no detailed surveying and mapping have been carried out at present. The next phase of the underground exploration internship has already started registration. Anyway, we all need to save credits and are familiar with the situation in the dark area. Why not sign up for the internship and visit the Evelyn? You can also map the map and earn points credits. How do you like my idea? Good idea, I agree. Hayla first supported. Audrey also smiled and nodded, agreeing with her brother's initiative. Joan thought about it, and later said to Holden, I would like to go, but this matter must first be discussed with my tutor. If the tutor does not object, I will go with you. From Evelyn, Joanne remembered that he had analyzed the blood of this metamorphic warlock. It was a pity that he hadn't developed a more powerful myth blood interpretation at the time. He only passed out some of the ready-made spells from Evelyn's blood. Now in retrospect, it is a huge waste. Taking advantage of the opportunity of visiting friends, I saw Evelyn again. She asked for some blood samples and conducted in-depth research. She thought she would not refuse. Joan went on to think that with mythical blood interpretation as the core technology, he had already summed up a set of programs to help the warlock to strengthen the blood power. When he was on vacation in Baden Hot Springs, he had already experimented with this scheme on Mrs. Josephine, and he had achieved good results. However, for scientific research experiments, only one sample is not enough. Joanne urgently needs to establish a cooperative relationship with more spontaneous casters to further verify the blood vessel strengthening technology he invented. Evelyn is undoubtedly an excellent research sample. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 991 Blood Vessel Strengthening 1. Between the moments of thought, Jones' thoughts continued to extend, his gaze on the faces of Holden and Hayla, cruising back and forth, his eyes gradually becoming hot. Holden was discussing with her sister about the application for the expedition internship, but did not notice the change in Joan's eyes. Hayla was aware of it sensitively, and put down the bucket of ice cream held in his arms, and leaned in front of him. His cheeks flushed slightly, and there was a little bit of strangeness in his eyes. Your eyes are so weird. You stare at people's hot hair ... just like a hungry wolf. Joan had just thought of a wonderful idea, so excited that he couldn't hold it, and subconsciously clasped the slender hand of the girl, and asked urgently, Hayla, can you promise me something? Hayla didn't understand what he meant, but his right hand was held between his palms, completely wrapped. The body temperature transmitted through her fingertips made her heartbeat increased, and her brain was confused for a while, so understandable nodded. Audrey noticed the unusual behavior of Joan and Hayla. Sapphire-like eyes narrowed into thin slits, like observing prey in the dark. A strange smile appeared on the lips, and said to his brother, dare not to bet with me, no matter what request Joan makes, Hayla will not refuse. What about you? Holden asked with a smile. Can you refuse if you are Hayla? Audrey glared at him angrily, but gave no positive reply. The ridicule of the sisters and brothers made Hayla suddenly recover, and quickly withdrew the hand held tightly by Joan. He blushed and asked him, what is that to ask me for help? The expression is so serious and scary. Hayla's blame made Joan realize that she had just lost her gaze, and quickly apologized to her, telling her thoughts by the way. I was recently studying the blood power of the warlock, and found a special method that strengthens the blood power, and even predicts which spells a warlock may wake up in the future. I just thought that not only the warlock profession relies on bloodline spellcasting, but most spontaneous arcane spellcasters also need to constantly discover and strengthen their own bloodline power, including magic warrior and bard. I see. Hayala was so excited that he asked hurriedly before Joan finished, "You want to test this method on Holden and I, right?" "Yes, I really want to ask you for help." "Joan, is your method safe?" Audrey asked for her brother. "I dare not say absolute safety, at least so far. No negative consequences have been observed," Joan answered confidently. "Joan, does the method you invented belong to homologous reinforcement or near-source reinforcement?" The questions raised by Holden are obviously more professional than those of his sister. "Enhancement material is your own blood, which is re-injected into the body after the enchantment is cast, which is a kind of homologous enhancement in the standard sense," explained Joan. "Then it's okay." Holden smiled relaxedly. "The same source strengthening. The worst is that there is no strengthening effect, and there is no much risk." "Joan, when can you help us strengthen our bloodline?" Hayala asked eagerly. "I can do it at any time, as long as you can spare 2 or 3 hours of free time. What are you waiting for? We are all full anyway. And quickly go back to school and try a rental laboratory." Hayala and Holden, there is still something to eat at this moment. I wish Joan immediately set out to help them strengthen their bloodline strength. The four hurriedly left the restaurant, returned to the school, and went straight to the underground proving ground of the Olympic Law School. Joan rented a laboratory in a light car, and Hayala and Zion's sister followed him into the laboratory in the name of an assistant. "Joan, I'm not an arcane spellcaster. It's pure fun to follow along. If there is any chores I can do, don't tell me despite the instructions," Audrey said. Joan had planned to summon a stealth servant to fight, and since Audrey offered to help, he would not be polite. "Open the suitcase with commonly used experimental instruments. Take out a sterile needle and give it to her. You take Hayala to the next room and draw a tube of blood. I am useful." "Okay." Audrey took Hayala to draw blood. Joan asked Holden to stay in the office. He first drew a tube of blood and injected a number of test tubes separately for later use. Joan first took out some plasma for testing, and then compared the blood chromatographic bands, and found that Holden was indeed a half-dragon ethnic group as he had suspected before. Test results also show that Holden has half of the copper dragon lineage. Red copper dragon is one of the 5 mainstream metal dragons. Unlike the more common red, blue, green, black, and white-colored dragons, the 5 metal dragons of gold, silver, bronze, copper, and brass are all standard good creatures. After the end of the Dragon Age in ancient times, metal dragons were rarely seen in the world of Veils. It is said that the entire metal dragon family migrated collectively to a distant crystal wall system called Biafing away from the human world. Joan inquired about the legend of Metal Dragon and Biafing to Holden, but Holden shrugged his hands and confessed that he knew no more than him. "I have lived in the human world since the memo, and I know almost nothing about the dragon race. The only real dragon I have seen in my life is my unreliable mother. My mother occasionally thinks of me, and will come back to find me. After visiting, I don't know where to fly to play." Seeing the sympathy in Joan's eyes, Mr. Poet smiled. "Do you think I am pitiful?" "To be honest, like my mother, I am an optimist who has no heart, no lungs, and no worries. No matter what other people think, I am very happy every day. No need for sympathy." Joan believes that Holden is not cheering. The half-human and half-dragon monster, coupled with the discrimination of illegitimate children's status, if imposed on others, will inevitably become cynical. Holden is different. He is the child of Kai Tonglong, inheriting his mother's optimistic and cheerful nature. No matter how much suffering, he cannot take away the smile on his face. The red copper dragon is a bit like a dwarf or halfling in the metal dragon family. It has a lively humor and loves pranks. If you have something, you always want to have some fun. There is no sorrow in their dictionary. The only thing that is afraid of only boring. Holden's kindness, humor, and sense of justice fully reflect the personality of the red dragon. Perhaps only people with this personality can maintain an optimistic attitude in a society and family that are not friendly to themselves. No matter how much discrimination and blind eyes, They are still the ones who like to make friends and truly share happiness with friends. Sunny teenager like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 992 Blood Vessel Strengthening. 2 Joan and Holden are in a similar situation, but he compares his and Holden's mentality, and he can't help feeling ashamed. It is also a different kind of society, and also lacks parental care since childhood. Holden did not become so lonely and gloomy as he did, and he could not be as optimistic and cheerful as Holden, just envious. Joan, do you want to see what I really look like? Holden asked suddenly. Don't you mind being seen by me? Joan asked in surprise. We are good friends. There is no need to hide, Holden said readily. Joan couldn't help but touch the back of the neck. Holden's candid attitude towards his friends reflected his own cowardly shyness, which was very unpleasant in his heart. Holden took off the ring in his hand, and his body immediately expanded and deformed. After a few seconds, he turned from a handsome boy into a tall and strong half-dragon. The whole body is covered with red scales with metallic luster, and a pair of dragon wings are propped on the back. The limbs and facial contours have distinctive dragon ethnic characteristics. The eyes have red vertical pupils, and both hands become a pair of sharp dragon claws. This is the first time Joan has witnessed a dragon blood creature, and it is also the half-dragon ethnicity of the dragon bloodline after the real dragon. Compared with the illustrations in the book, the impression is completely different. He asked Holden to maintain his current posture, quickly took out the sketchbook, and painted a portrait for Holden. At this time, Audrey took the blood storage needle and took Hayla's hand back from the next room. When Hayla saw the half-dragon and half-man monster opposite Joan, he was startled, and then realized that the other party was grimacing at her, and then gradually realized that the monster was Holden's change. Rogue, is this your real image? Yeah, is it cool? Holden crossed his arms across his chest and raised his head, posing a majestic look. It looks pretty cool. But one mouth speaks, and it turns back into a sleek little rogue, which is really ruinous. Hayla laughed and laughed. What do you know, the smoothness of the oil cavity is my most precious essence, but the appearance is not so important, Holden said with a word. On this issue, Joan agrees with Hayla. Holden's half-dragon form is quite domineering, and even a little scary, and he still talks in this form, which is really a bit of a violation. In order to dispel this sense of violation, Joan quickly performed a physical examination on Holden, and then asked him to wear a magic ring and return to human form. Joan is very interested in half-dragon creatures, but right now there is something to be done, and he can only put this subject aside, and then take the time to study in depth. He took the needle from Audrey, injected Hayla's blood into the flask, and took some blood samples for testing. Comparing the chromatographic bands, the results show that Hayla has 2 supernatural bloodlines, sea elves and storm giants, but they are very thin. At least from the generation of her great-grandmother, her immediate family members are all humans. Such a thin supernatural bloodline can provide Hayla with an indispensable bloodline power for spontaneous spellcasting, but it is no longer possible to find the physical characteristics of her that are clearly sea elves or storm giants. Next, Joan implemented the wake-up secret method on the blood samples of Holden and Hayla, using the number 4 rune ensues in conjunction with mythical blood interpretation to wake up the spells and supernatural abilities in the blood in an intuitive way presented. 2 test tubes placed side by side on the shelf, respectively. 2 clouds of blood floated out. After careful observation, Joan unscrewed the pen and hurriedly wrote in the experiment logbook. After that, the 2 pages full of writing were torn off and handed to Holden and Hayla respectively. These are 2 catalogs. The spells currently available in your blood are listed above. See for yourself if there are any missing. Hayla and Holden quickly checked the list of spells listed on the paper, and then they glanced at each other, both showing a surprised look. Joan, there are 3 3-ring spells on it, which I haven't developed yet. One is activated weapon, the other is energy protection enchantment, and the other is walking on the water. Strange, Isn't walking on the water a 3-point magic? Audrey asked in surprise. Hayla, are you sure that you have read the wrong way, and can understand the magic? I don't know, you ask Joan. Hayla shrugged. It's no surprise that the bloodline pedigree of the spontaneous spellcaster may include the lineage inherited from the ancestors of the clergy. As long as Hayla does not violate the commandment of that the ancestors believe, he can still cast gods with this divine gift. Maybe one day she suddenly becomes enlightened, and she will reverently convert to that god. After Joan explained, he added, sometimes there are records in historical documents and biographies of people, an unruly warlock or poet in the first half of his life, who was enlightened at first, was only inspired by God, converted to religion, and spent the rest of his life abstinence and hard work, keen on preaching and becoming a saint. Such legends are occasionally mentioned in the Gospels of various denominations. I understand when you mention the Gospel. This situation does exist in our Church of the Holy Light, and it is the embodiment of the love and foresight of our Lord Paleo. Audrey held the holy emblem and prayed religiously. Hayla was not a devout religious person like Audrey. After listening to Joan's story, a refusing expression appeared on his face. Does it mean that as long as there is a fanatic priest among the ancestors, then the descendants inheriting their bloodline also have religious fanaticism lurking in their bodies, and once they awaken the magic arts inherited by the priests of the priesthood, there may be a conversion to religion at any time? Fanatic impulse. If this is the case, the gods should not only call on our ancestors, but also offspring and future generations. Isn't that what we're doing, is fishing for big fish in the long line? A typical conspiracy theory, you can't confirm or falsify. At least from the statistical data, there is no strong correlation between the bloodline of the priesthood and the conversion of the descendants of the arcane caster to religion. Sex. The reason why biographies and gospels are special books for those prodigal sons who turn back and convert to religion is precisely because this phenomenon is very rare, so it seems to be commendable and has a propaganda value. Hearing Joan's relief, Hayla's face softened, and he turned around and asked Holden, "Little rogue, what are your new discoveries?" "I also have 2 missing 3rd level spells. Invisible Sphere and Daylight Spell." Holden's face couldn't hide his excitement. "Joan, what can I do to make these 2 super practical? Has the spell been developed?" "Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 993 Energy Shield. If you can trust me, try the awakening agent that I invented. If there is no accident, up to 3 doses can fully develop the potential spells in your bloodline. Joan frankly told 2 friends. Hayla is an 8th level magic warrior, and Holden was promoted to 7th level bard last month. The highest ring spell currently mastered by the 2 is 3 rings. If 2 more 3 rings can be developed spells, spellcasting ability will be significantly improved. Of course, will not reject Joan's suggestion. After obtaining the consent of the 2 friends, Kiao and skillful spell dispensing prepared 3 wake-up agents for Hayla and Holden respectively within 2 minutes. The power of these 3 awakening agents should be enough to help them activate the sleeping blood vessel spell in the body. Holden and Hayla don't mind trying it. Joan thought that after the injection of the awakening agent, in addition to rejection reactions, there may be strong physiological impulses, so he suggested that they go home and inject in the bedroom alone, so as not to be seen. It is strange. Both Hayla and Holden can't wait to verify the effect of the awakening agent. When Joan said this, they immediately said goodbye. Audrey was a little uneasy and invited Hayla to go back to the apartment with their sisters and brothers and inject wake up in her bedroom. In case Hayla or Holden suffered too much rejection during the strengthening of the bloodline, with her paladin present, she could perform divine magic in time to help them alleviate their pain. After Hayla and Zion's younger brother left, Joan remained alone in the laboratory and continued to study the blood samples provided by the 2 friends. He first awakened Hayla's blood sample and observed the golden runes that slowly ran through the clouds. After some interpretation, Joan separated 4 runes from them, all of which are currently unlearned 3-ring spells, namely Flying, Energy Protection Enchantment, Activated Weapon, and just caused everyone controversial Walking on Water. Flying, Joan is no stranger. He uses a feather as a material. After casting, he can create a pair of translucent atmospheric wings on the back, temporarily gaining the ability to fly freely. This is a fascinating and practical spell, but Joan skipped it every time he saw it in the school library. It is not reluctant to copy the 300 Jinduga's transcript fee. It is really unnecessary to spend this injustice. If Joan needs to fly, there are many ways. For example, using the 2-ring morph to become an eagle. The spell lasts longer than flying, and fly faster, which is more suitable for long-distance off-road flight. For another example, Joan can also use his supernatural ability Morph Change endowed by his insect bloodline to change into a bee form or a giant bee form. The flight speed is not much slower than flying, and the flexibility is it's nothing short of it. Because of these better and more convenient options, Joan has always been not very cold about flying, but after all, since the spell has been interpreted from Hyla's blood, there is no need to spend money. Of course, copy white not copy. The second spell Joan interpreted from Hyla's blood belongs to the protective energy enchantment of the Protection School, also known as the Energy Shield, which appears to be the 2-ring resistance energy enchantment, an upgraded version. Resistance to energy enchantment. There are 4 subversions, corresponding to the 5 major energy attributes of fire, electricity, acid, cold, and sound waves. Blessing the corresponding enchantment can weaken the corresponding elemental damage to a certain extent. For example, Joan blessed himself with a fire resistance enchantment, and was later attacked by a level 10 inches mage fireball. When the fireball exploded, he would take 10 magical levels of fire damage. Fire resistance enchantment can help him absorb 7 levels of fire damage, but the remaining 3 levels of damage will penetrate the enchantment, directly killing Joan's body. If Joan blessed himself not fire resistance enchantment, but its upgraded version, 3-ring fire enchantment, then the energy released by fireball will be completely absorbed by the enchantment, will not make Joan himself suffer the slightest burn. That's right, there is a big difference in the defense mechanism between fire barrier and fire barrier. It is advocated to absorb all the damage as much as possible, not just to weaken some of the damage. The upper limit of the fire energy that fire enchantment can absorb is proportional to the cast level. For each cast level raised, the upper limit of absorption increases by 4 energy levels. In the case of Joan, he was upgraded to a 6th level mage yesterday. Counting the mythical mana increased 2 additional caster levels. The total caster level is 8. When he blesses a fire barrier for a creature, the opponent can absorb up to 32 levels of fire damage. It should be noted that the damage absorbed by the fire barrier is cumulative. Once the cumulative energy level exceeds the upper limit, the barrier will collapse on its own. From this perspective, fire barrier is not as good as its low-level version fire barrier. The latter will not accumulate damage. Every time the energy absorbed will be emptied quickly, freeing up space, ready to meet the next wave strike. Resistance effect can continue until the spell time limit. The above characteristics are only based on the energy of the fire system. In fact, they can be extended to other energy attributes, and the effect is the same. It is precisely because of the difference between the 2 defense mechanisms and the configuration of the 2 spells that are also very different. So there has always been a controversy in the Austrian and French academia. Many scholars believe that protection energy enchantment is not an upgraded version of resistance energy enchantment at all, but is a poor imitation, occupying a higher spell position, and its practical value is not as good as resistance energy enchantment. Joan was somewhat influenced by this view. Before, I felt that resistance energy enchantment was enough, and I couldn't spend money to copy protection energy enchantment. But how to say? Protection energy enchantment may not be as versatile as resistance energy enchantment, but the critical moment is more reliable than the latter. Especially when confronting high-level casters, The instantaneous spell damage level of people is too high, and it is useless to weaken part of it by resisting energy enchantment. The remaining energy is still deadly. At this time, only protection energy barrier can save a small life. Things in the world are always not afraid of 10,000, just in case, life-saving spells, even if there are defects. But do you dare not learn? So, don't look at those Austrian and French scholars who are idle and have nothing to do. The structure of protecting energy enchantment is not good and the optimization is not good. In fact, they have all learned this spell. Whoever listens to their words, if you refuse to learn this spell, then you are really limped. Joan didn't learn before because he had money in his pocket and had to rent other more required spell scrolls first. Now that there is a chance for Baishe, the fool won't learn. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 994 Walking on Water. After copying protection energy enchantment, Joan then copied the third spell Read from Hyla's Blood, which belonged to the activated weapon of the Metamorphosis School. This 3-ring spell looks like a combination of 2 secondary activation items and 1 floating shield. It can remotely control a weapon weighing no more than 30 pounds to float and attack in the air. If that's all, activated weapons don't seem to be of much use. After all, the mage is usually not good at dancing guns and swords, and will always try to avoid close combat with people. If you really think of activated weapons in this way, you will greatly underestimate the value of this spell. The maximum remote control range of activated weapon is directly related to the caster's level. In the case of Joan, a remote sword can remotely attack an enemy 50 feet away. In addition, the activated weapon also has a magical feature, that is, its remote control skills do not depend on the caster's mastering skills of the real sword, but on the casting attributes. For the wizard, it is intelligence. When he was studying in the port of Leiden, Joan had studied swordsmanship with his classmate Edward Gates. After coming to Mage University, he occasionally took the time to practice his sword. However, he must devote most of his energy to studying spells, and practicing swords is just to exercise the body. So after 2 years, swordsmanship still stays at the level of 3-legged cat. The sword skills that are really mastery are only a variety of flat cuts and spiking. Joan is not unimagined, he is a famous swordsman in the world, a wave of Yan Hewitt, 36 Trouble Wind, 9-headed dragon flash, and so cool to know friends. Powerful sword skills. However, fantasies are fantasies. In reality, he would never be able to display these complicated high-level swordsmanship, barely imitating them. However, with the activated weapon, he can really turn his daydream into reality, and imagine what kind of sword move he will use next, so that the weapon controlled by his mind can respond in time and display him imaginary sword moves. For the mage, the higher the intelligence attribute, the stronger the ability of this fantasy trick. The remote control of the weapon, the shorter the response delay time, of course, the stronger the attack power. Joan is very confident in his imagination. The intelligence attribute of up to 29 points also lays a solid foundation for the activated weapon to play his imagination. In this way, he can remotely control weapons with ease and use complex sword moves that he has not mastered for 2 years. However, this is not the limit of activated weapons. The activated weapon spell configuration only limits the weight of the weapon, but does not limit the type of weapon. In actual combat, the smaller the weapon size and the lighter the weight, the more flexible the remote control and the shorter the response time. So what kind of weapons can guarantee lightweight and small size, and at the same time have the strongest possible power? Is it an enchanted dagger? No, it's a pistol. That's right. Activated weapons can be used not only for remote control of melee weapons like swords, but also for remote weapons like bows and pistols. However, the spell itself does not have the function of loading arrows and ammunition. If it is used to remotely control crossbows and single-shot rifles, there is only one chance of attack. Afterwards, the caster must manually reload arrows and ammunition. However, If the spell is remotely controlled by a burst weapon, such as Joan's revolver, you can continue to output firepower before the magazine is empty. In this attack mode, Joan needs to maintain the spell focus on the activated weapon, while the remote control pistol is used to search for the enemy from 50 feet away, fire and sniper, while freeing his hands to do other things. A normal spellcaster cannot concentrate on other spells while maintaining concentration. But Joan is not bound by this rule, because he has mastered Submystery and is focused on activating weapons, but does not prevent him from taking time to cast spells. Joan thought so. His lips raised slightly, and he wrote down this brand new tactical combination in his notebook. In fact, the activation weapon plus Submystery plus revolver pistol tactical combination. There is room for further improvement. For example, if you are exploring in a lack of light, Joan will have a hard time seeing the small pistol suspended 50 feet away, and it will be more difficult for the remote control pistol to target the enemies hiding in the dark. However, as long as Joan casts another one ring of mosquito finger technique to turn his tail finger into a blood mosquito, he can observe the battlefield through the eyes of the blood mosquito and order the blood mosquito to aim at the top of the activated pistol, or fly farther and conduct a lead reconnaissance for the activated pistol. If the light is too dark and the fog is too thick, worrying about hiding invisible enemies in the corner, he can also bless the blood mosquito with 3 rings of synesthesia and then open the dark vision and mist fog attached to the prosthetic eye. Sight, see-through invisibility or tremor perception. In this way, blood mosquitoes will also obtain visual special effects, greatly enhancing the ability to search for enemies. The last spell Joan parsed from Heila's blood sample was the water walk from the magical profession. Just when Joan heard Heila talk about this spell, he had a vague sense of trouble. The result was a closer look, and he really guessed it. The spell configuration of walking on the water is very shy. You don't look at it and it doesn't move. However, when you stare at it, it immediately becomes chaotic. Joan is already familiar with this situation. It is not that the spell configuration is really shy. It is nothing more than being implanted with some kind of encryption mark to prevent the master from stealing. It is not difficult for Joan to crack the password embedded in the spell. The difficulty is that this spell needs a little divine power to support it. Joan is not a priest and does not have the blood power corresponding to this spell. Even if he copies walking on the water, it is impossible to learn from it, and it is impossible to perform it. The solution is not without. Joan can mix Heila's blood into a wake-up agent and inject it into his body. Through a homologous strengthening, he can incorporate Heila's blood lineage into his blood lineage. If the reinforcement is successful, Joan can inherit the bloodline inherited from his ancestor priesthood through the annexation of the blood lineage of Heila, as a necessary condition for the walking on the water. This works well in theory, and Joan had used the blood samples of Mrs. Josephine to prepare the awakening agent for homologous enhancement when he was at the hot spring resort. The results also perfectly verified his theory, but in this way, he is equivalent to forcibly transforming himself into a relative of Heila and sharing the ancestors of the Heila family tree. If the other party is a stranger, it's still a female friend of mine. Does this feel a bit stinky? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 995. Half Dragon 1. Joan scratched his head, and finally could not resist the temptation to seek knowledge, dispel the weird thoughts in his heart, take a blood sample of Heila, and swiftly mix out a wake-up agent. After the injection, Joan soon realized the familiar ejection reaction and the familiar physiological impulse. Sitting in the armchair, Joan couldn't help but show Heila's delicate appearance, and then looked down at the little brother who was standing guard in the crotch. He is not deliberately taking good friends as sexual fantasy objects, but this is also impossible. Who makes the material of the awakening agent be Heila's blood? Fortunately, the physiological reaction caused by the homologous strengthening did not last long. After half an hour, Joan returned to normal, and the thoughts in his mind gradually faded. Joan got up and drank a glass of cold water, thinking, he must never tell Hyla about this, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. With the annexation of the bloodline genealogy of the ancestors and ancestors of the Hyla family, Joan has the hardware to learn walking on the water. Next is the set of sow operation, taking some plasma from his body and activating it as Joan Hyla bloodworm. Well, more precisely, it should be Joan Josephine Hyla bloodworm. With every injection of awakening agent and the annexation of a family of bloodline pedigrees, the bloodline that Joan created activated bloodworm has become more and more complicated. In the long run, even he can't sort it out. Fortunately, the bloodline is complicated, as long as it can achieve the purpose of parsing the spell. Next is the worm identity, to increase the bloodworm's IQ, and then mother and child recognition to crack the encryption spell. After tossing for more than 10 minutes, Joan finally managed to get the 3 rings of walking on the water, and the work was carefully copied in his spellbook. The name of this spell is very simple, but just looking at the name may cause misunderstanding. The caster uses a piece of cork as the material, and after successfully performing walking on the water, the subject can temporarily float on the surface of the fluid. It should be noted that although the spell is named water surface, in fact, the subject stepped on other fluids, such as mud, grease, snow, sand, ice, acid, and even lava, and it was still on the ground. Of course, the spell itself does not provide protection against special solutions. The subject can fly on acid or lava, but the soles of the feet will inevitably suffer acid corrosion and lava burns. All 4 spells derived from the blood of Hyla are done. Joan next observes the spell read from Holden's blood. At the beginning, he was a bit worried, lest there was any encryption spell that forced him to use Holden's blood to make an awakening agent. Because Holden has half of the dragon blood, he also inherited the spiritual blood from his father, the contemporary Canaan monarch Joshua VIII. Which is too different from Joan's own species type, which is equivalent to any source reinforcement can be much more risky than a homologous reinforcement. After some careful observation, the stone in Joan's heart fell to the ground. There are no encryption spells in Holden's blood samples, but there are 3 3-ring spells that Joan hasn't learned, all of which can be copied directly, namely Invisible Sphere, Daylight and Flash. Among them, Stealth Sphere is an enhanced version of the Touring Stealth, which expands the range of stealth from individuals to groups. After the spell is cast, a 10-foot radius illusion enchantment is opened with the caster as the center, and the creatures in the enchantment envelope will enter the invisible state. This invisible magic ball can move with the caster, including the caster himself. People inside the enchantment can see each other, although they are invisible to creatures outside the sphere. Creatures sheltered by the invisible law ball, except for the caster, can freely leave the enchantment, and appear on the moment of detachment, and then they can return to the enchantment and enter the invisible state again. Stealth Sphere inherits a characteristic of stealth, and if the creature is hidden by the enchantment, if it attacks externally, it will immediately appear. If the caster attacks himself, the entire invisible spell will collapse on its own. In general, this is a very practical 3-ring spell, especially when small teams are taking risks. They can hide their companions and sneak in collectively. Joan copied the invisible sphere into his spellbook, unintentionally discovered that this turned out to be the first 3-ring illusion he transcribed. There are more than 43-ring spells copied by Joan, but only one such invisible ore belongs to the illusion school. This is not due to his intentional partiality, it is really fantasy school. Pharaoh is unbearable, at least as far as the 3rd-ring spell is concerned. There is really not much to learn. Joan's next transcript is the 3rd ring of daylight. This is a rare light attribute magic that can use magic to simulate real sunlight and provide long-term lighting. If it is only used for lighting, a 0-ring trick like lighting is enough, and there is no need to waste 3-ring spells to cast daylight. The correct use of this spell is mainly reflected in 2 aspects. One is to dispel the dark magic below 3 rings, such as 2 rings of darkness. In the dark space created by magic, Natural light sources such as candles and torches cannot be illuminated, and low-level light spells such as brightness will also be shielded by darkness. If you want to dispel magical darkness, you can only use daylight, or a higher-level light spell. Another more practical feature of daylight is that the light it emits is completely different from the cold fluorescence such as brightness or indestructible bright flame. It has heat like real sunlight, including full visible spectrum and infrared and ultraviolet. There are many supernatural beings who are naturally afraid of sunlight. For example, orcs, vampires, saffron fish, and various mosses and fungi that grow in dark and damp areas. As for the dark areas where there is no light, the light-repellent creatures are even more numerous, the most famous of which is the dark elves. The brilliance released by daylight has a negative effect on these photophobic creatures, close to the real sunlight, which can significantly weaken the combat power of the photophobic creatures, and even make them blind. Considering that he will travel to the dark area for an internship, Joan decides to study the third ring of daylight techniques prior to his departure. In the journey of the underground world, this spell will definitely be useful. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 996 Half-Dragon 2. The last spell Joan interpreted from Holden's blood was the 3 flashes belonging to the Change School. This spell is fun, magical, and quite versatile. After the flash is performed, the caster will flicker back and forth between the material plane and the etheric plane spirit realm, which looks like it randomly flashes in and out of reality at a very high frequency. The world is so blurred. Flash lasted for a short time, and with Joan's current ability to cast, he couldn't maintain it for even a minute. Despite being short-lived, this spell can still play an irreplaceable role at critical moments. It is difficult to tell whether a creature in a flashing state is in the real world or the spiritual world at the current point in time. This is a random probability distribution. Therefore, from the statistical level, attacks on flashing creatures, whether they are swords, guns or magic, have a half probability of failing. Of course, those attack methods that can kill both entities and spirits, such as force field weapons, are not affected by flash and can always hit. Since the creatures blessed with blink are half in the spirit world, then of course, in this state, the blinker can attack both real world enemies and kill those creatures hiding in the spirit world. However, since the caster cannot determine whether he is an entity or a spirit in the next second, the hit rate will also be affected to a certain extent when attacking. As we all know, spiritual creatures such as ghosts are not affected by obstacles in the real world and can easily pass through physical walls. Creatures blessed with flash are also in spirit state half of the time, so if there is a wall in front of them, you can try to go up before hitting the full bag. There is a high probability of passing through the wall. If it is too risky to hit the wall directly, the more stable method is to press your body against the wall and keep it squeezed with force. After the body switches to the state of spirit at random, it will pierce the wall. In addition to spells, Joan also analyzed 2 sets of magic marks in Holden's blood samples, corresponding to 2 supernatural abilities, both of which are closely related to Holden's dragon blood. The first supernatural ability is Dragon Breath. Different dragon species have different dragon breath properties, such as the red dragon breathing fire, and the white dragon breathing cold. Holden's mother is a copper dragon with 2 dragon breaths. One is acid mist, and the other is poisonous gas that can make people slow to move. Holden only inherited his mother's acid dragon breath, and could not cast it as frequently as the real red dragon. Every breath breathing requires at least half an hour of buffering before the body can produce enough acid dragons to breathe again. Interest. The power of acid dragon's breath is quite impressive. It can cause 8 levels of corrosion damage to creatures within 60 feet. It is like being thrown in a thick sulfuric acid, which is absolutely uncomfortable. Joan copied the magic mark corresponding to the bronze dragon's breath into his spell book, and then checked the second set of magic marks. This set of magic marks, Joan, is very strange. Just because of his current knowledge accumulation, no similar spell configuration can be found. Fortunately, he just carried out a comprehensive medical examination of Holden, opened the medical report, and compared with the magic mark. He quickly guessed that it corresponds to a variety of supernatural immunity. All true dragons, whether they are colored dragons or metal dragons, are naturally immune to the effects of sleep and paralysis. In addition, different dragon species are also immune to elemental energy damage corresponding to their own dragon breath. For example, the red dragon is immune to fire damage, the white dragon is fearless and frost, and the red copper dragon is immune to strong acid corrosion. Holden inherited his mother's immune characteristics, and no form of sleep, paralysis, or acid attacks could affect him at all. Joan also copied the magic mark, closed the spell book, and concentrated on reading the physical examination report of Holden. The biological type of Holden is actually very different from human beings, and it belongs to the dragon creature, as well as red copper dragon subspecies and humanoid subspecies. Holden's true image is half dragon and half man, and the reason he can maintain human form all the time is the disguise created by the transfiguration ring in his hand. The vitality of the half-dragon family is much stronger than humans. Holden looks like a handsome young man with an artistic temperament. In fact, he is stronger than those muscular warriors. In addition, Holden also has a natural dark vision, and a pair of dragon wings for flight. When he returns to the half-dragon form, the dragon scale covering his body is equivalent to a sturdy armor. Sharp claws and full fangs can be used as weapons. If anyone really treats him as a weak poet, he will try to fight him, to suffer a big loss. In contrast to Holden's medical report, Joan looked back closely at the blood cloud in the air and searched twice, but still couldn't find what he wanted, and sighed regretfully. Holden, not only the dragon blood, but also inherited the Chinook blood from his father, who Joan couldn't analyze in his blood sample. It seems that the myth blood interpretation is not perfect enough to resolve Holden's psychic powers. This is probably because psychic powers and magic belong to two independent systems, and mythical blood interpretation cannot decipher this mysterious power. Joan held his pen and frowned, thinking deeply. He lacks understanding of psychic abilities. But from the perspective of common sense, even if psychic abilities cannot fall into the category of magic, should they be considered at least a supernatural ability? Why can't it be resolved? This small setback prompted Joan to make two decisions. Mage University does not have a Shinex major, but the school's library may be able to find Shinex literature. In the future, you must consult more information in this area, and try to fill up your shortcomings in the field of Shinex. In addition, Joan has a long-term plan. After the ability to cast spells is improved in the future, we still need to upgrade and optimize the interpretation of mythical blood, configure a higher spell position, and have more abundant magic energy levels. By that time, it may be possible to uncover the mysterious veil that enveloped Holden's blood sample and resolve the psychic powers from it. Suddenly the bell rang, interrupting Joan's thinking, only to realize that the laboratory was about to reach the rental time limit. Joan was no longer able to analyze new things from Holden's blood sample, so he stopped renewing the lease and hurriedly packed up the experimental equipment and left the underground test site. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 997 Re-entry ground. The sky was completely dark, and Joan felt hungry. He bought a loaf of bread before the school cafeteria was closed, and walked on the road to eat it. It was just finished when he arrived home. The cat raised by Mrs. Anderson was extremely friendly to Joan, and when he heard his footsteps, he greeted meow. Joan started with the fattest orange cat and tried to roll all 6 cats in order from largest to smallest. However, only the third black cat was reached, and the other 3 savvy kittens saw that he had not brought back cat food tonight, and ran away with interest. Hayla and Zion's brother had just had dinner and were having a cold drink in the living room on the first floor. When Joan came back, he asked him to go to the kitchen, The landlord's wife left him dinner and hurriedly eat while it was hot. Joan touched his belly. A loaf of bread was enough to be hungry. It was far from full. He took the big bowl of roasted vegetables left by Mrs. Anderson back into the living room and ate the tortillas. Joan, the blood-enhancing potion you invented is still true. I only injected one and developed those 2 spells, Holden said happily. It was no surprise that Joan nodded and looked at Hayla while chewing the food, with an inquiry in his eyes. I have also learned 2 spells, and there is 1 activated weapon left, and I have found some feeling. Tomorrow will be fully developed by injecting another awakening agent. Hayla replied with a smile. It's not bad. It seems that this strengthening program has universal applicability. Joanne is very satisfied with the experimental results. I wanted to ask if the rejection reaction was strong after Hayla and Holden injected the awakening agent, but they still had no intention of asking in public after thinking about privacy. The latest phase of the underground exploration mission came earlier than usual. It was officially released on June 7th and was on the road on June 11th. Joan, they decided to participate in the internship on the afternoon of June 9th. The next morning, Joan went to get the permission of the tutor, and then went to sign up with 3 friends. In the next time, everyone is preparing for the trip. Busy days always pass quickly. At 8 o'clock in the morning on June 11th, the students who participated in this internship task gathered at the restaurant and followed the team leader Mr. Rock to the large teleportation ray on the 2nd floor of the Austrian Law School. As usual, the vast majority of interns will collectively transfer to the 1st district located in the Swire Abyss, the mining area, to do some chores like kobolds, and earn a few credits. The only benefit is safe. Joan, who had the experience of the last expedition, was impatient with the big army, wasting time in vain. It happened that Mr. Locke said that the green ice mine they found last time assisting the dwarf prospecting team had officially started mining. In order to facilitate the development of the Kingbing ore vein, the Magic Engineering Department of the Colonial Company has built a new transmission site in the Nida Mountain where the mine is located. The school's larger transmission ray can be directly transmitted to the past. The new home mentioned in Evelyn's letter is not too far from the mountain area where the Kingbing mine is located. If it is sent directly to the Kingbing mining area, it will save a lot of time to travel. As the end point of the previous expedition, as a new starting point for this expedition, take a shortcut through the hinterland of the Nida Mountains to the Blood Tundra, where Evelyn is now reclusive. The place. This travel route proposed by Holden was unanimously approved by everyone, and he applied to Mr. Locke, and the 4 people directly sent it to the Kingbing mining area. You are the 2nd small group to break away from the big army today. Although the strength of your 2 teams is outstanding, you still need to be more careful during the journey. Mr. Locke accepted the application and still reminded young people to pay attention to safety. Mr. Locke, another team acting alone, are they? Arnold? Joan asked casually out of curiosity. Who can they be besides them? Mr. Locke smiled and pointed at the stone pillar array that was glowing with magic. Arnold, last time they had a good harvest in the Zaldai city. This time they plan to continue exploring in the city. Wish them good luck. In the center of the starting circle, Arnold, Lowry, Angle and Ryan were enveloped by a beam of transmission light, gradually blurred, and in a blink of an eye turned into a golden light, disappearing without a trace. Okay, it's our turn. Next. Holden rushed into the stone pillars first, and Audrey, Hayla and Joan followed. The 4 men stood in the center of the phalanx surrounded by 8 huge stone pillars. Hayla waved to Mr. Locke, indicating that he was ready. Mr. Locke walked to the stone pillar representing the 6th zone, activated the transmission device, selected the proper landing point, and finally slapped on the stone pillar. A golden light curtain rose in the center of the circle, covering Joan and his entourage. With the slight tremor of the surrounding stone pillars and the gloomy roar of the ground beneath his feet, Joan felt dizzy and the scene in front of him became blurred. After a moment of lack of attention, he quickly recovered, and immediately noticed that the surrounding light became extremely dim, and the distance was even darker. Joan raised his hand to touch the prosthetic eye, turning on dark vision, and his vision became clear again. Hayla and Zion's sisters also put on the rented night vision goggles and turned on the searchlights on the helmets. A group of 4 people walked out of the teleport site, not far in front of the dwarf camp, for them to temporarily settle down and rent a place to travel. Lizards. Evelyn's letter provided a magic marker, and Joan entered the marker point into the navigation compass, immediately displaying its coordinate point on the map, as if it were a slightly glowing lighthouse in the dark ocean, guiding everyone forward direction. Looking closely at the map, Joan confirms that this coordinate point is located on the border between the 6th area Dark Mountains and the 2nd area Mushman Wilderness on the map, and the transmission station where they are at the moment is set up in the Dark Mountains Kingbing mining area. According to the scale of the map, it can be estimated that the straight line distance between Evelyn's new home and the Kingbing mining area is less than 100 miles. The Joan team carried a 5-ring teleportation scroll, but it could be directly transmitted to the coordinate point. But the companions felt that it was not worthwhile to waste expensive spell scrolls for this journey, and because the scrolls were used here, the return journey was still troublesome. Anyway, there are virgin lands that have not been surveyed along the way. It is better to ride a lizard and ride the road normally. You can rush to the Blood Tundra in up to 5 days. Follow the way to map and collect ores and biological specimens. You can also earn more credits. After entering the camp, Joan inquired about it, and learned that the dwarves in the camp were senior miners employed by mining companies to mine the Kingbing veins, and all of them came from Nidafil City, the dwarf fortress. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 998 Dwarf Camp. Joan didn't see any acquaintances in the camp, so he asked the dwarf head if he knew his old friend Klein Stove. Of course, we are all fellows. This Kingbing mine was first discovered by Mr. Klein's prospecting team, and he later sold the mining rights to the company, made a large sum of money, and went to other places to continue prospecting. Unfortunately, our prospecting technology failed to meet Mr. Klein's requirements, otherwise he would have followed him to make big money. The dwarves yelled out. Holden gave Joan an apprehensive question and asked in a low voice, "Is there still crab blood wine? If not, take a bottle out and ask the dwarf brothers to have a drink. The set is close." Kiawan didn't understand human relations, but when reminded by Mr. Poet, he immediately understood his intentions and quickly opened the storage bag to take out a bottle of crab blood wine. Holden took the bottle and just pulled out the stopper. The strong choking odor immediately attracted the dwarves, all staring at the bottle, staring straight at the bottle and swallowing. Dwarf brothers, don't hide it. All 4 of us are old friends of Mr. Klein who helped him explore the Kingbing mine. We are returning to the Nida Mountains this time to see a friend who lives in the nearby Blood Tundra. If someone is willing to help us, I will invite this kind-hearted person to drink a hot glass of crab blood wine. Holden's words didn't fall. All the 20 dwarves raised their hands with a slap, and some raised their hands eagerly. Come on, friends. See ears of a share, 1 for each person. Get up. Holden gave a bottle of crab blood wine to the dwarf miners in return for generous rewards. According to the information provided by the dwarves, the road conditions from the mining area to the Blood Tundra may not be very good. First of all, it is necessary to cross a rugged, deep navel, and the exit of the navel is located in the Mushroom Wilderness. This wilderness shrouded in darkness has been the home of a strange creature named Mushroom since ancient times. This creature looks like a huge human-shaped mushroom, can run around like a living creature, has wisdom, and can even communicate spiritually with intelligent creatures including humans by emitting supernatural spores. The mushroom community is very conservative and hates all outsiders. Travelers, even if they just pass by their homes, will be treated as invaders by this group of nervous mushroom people. It is difficult not to conflict. This group of mushroom people is not easy to provoke. They emit a variety of strange spores, some of them with terrible poison. If the traveler does not take proper precautions, He basically doesn't expect to leave the mushroom field alive after the poisoning. The dwarves also talked about a scary legend. It is said that the creatures killed by the mushrooms can't even rest their bones, and may be transformed into a zombie-like puppet by the mysterious Mushroom King's mysterious technique, subject to their control and acting as a thug. Of course, what the dwarf said in his mouth can only believe at most 3 points. If it really matters, he still needs to ask a question mark. With the help of a bottle of crab blood wine, Mr. Poet quickly fought with the dwarves. Not only did he get a lot of valuable information from their mouths, he also borrowed 4 heads of lizards and 4 sets of gas masks. Everyone put on a set of gas masks, rode on the ground lizard, waved goodbye to the enthusiastic dwarf friends, and continued to advance toward the hinterland of the Dark Mountains. After riding for 2 hours, Joan and they were deep in the valley and found the entrance to the ground navel the dwarf called. From the outside, the ground navel is quite spacious and can accommodate 4 people riding side by side. However, as it goes deeper into the ground navel, the tunnel in front gradually becomes rugged. The narrowest area can barely allow 1 person to walk through. Joan, Hayla, and Zion's younger brother had to jump off their mounts, walk the lizard, and walk through the deep and winding tunnel. In such an environment, it is easy to be attacked by secretly lurking monsters. For example, Joan's laryngeal monster they encountered during their last expedition, often hiding in the shadow of the tunnel, could not help attacking passing travelers. For safety reasons, Joan performed a ring of mosquito finger surgery, and the tail finger of the left hand fell off, and the blood mosquito flew into the air. Kiaon ordered the blood mosquito with telepathy, flew to the front of the team to explore the path, and at the same time raised his hand to touch his right eye, turning on dark vision. Blood mosquitoes with their tail fingers sharing their senses with Joan. When Joan blesses dark vision, blood mosquitoes will simultaneously gain insight into the darkness, coupled with the sharp sense of smell of the Diptera mosquitoes. The tiny figure is not suitable for people to perceive. The most suitable for this kind of dark twists and turns the underground tunnel acts as a scout for pathfinding. Blood mosquitoes lead the way, and sisters Joan, Hayla, and Zion follow the ground lizard, followed by a difficult tower in the narrow tunnel, and the terrain in front is finally reopened. An empty the underground vault appeared at the end of the ground navel. The group of 4 drove for most of the day, and now they were exhausted. They stopped in the middle of the dome and rested, drinking water and eating dry food, and nourishing their feet before going on the road. Joan placed the campfire rosary on a flat stone slab, chanted a spell to ignite the bonfire, sat on the ground beside the fire, took out the navigation compass, and looked at the location of the expedition team at the moment. The navigation compass automatically maps the topographic environment in the surrounding 30 and presents it in the form of a stereoscopic view. By observing the map, Joan found that he and his companions had reached the end of the ground navel. There was no road ahead, and the only exit was above them. That's right, then they can only climb up the steep rock wall all the way to the dome of the cave, overturning a stone beam. You can see the exit of the navel, and after going out, they will step into a higher terrain, the flat area, also known as the Mushroom Wilderness, the boundary between the region 6 inches and region 2 inches of the known underground world. By analogy with the geographical features of the surface world, Joan, they are like being in a basin at this moment, and the Mushroom Field is a vast plateau with a vertical drop of nearly 1,000 yards. Only experienced rock climbing veterans dare to challenge this. The road lies across the steep rock wall in front of everyone. Fortunately, Joan, they are both spellcasters. Using flying spells, it is not difficult to climb a 1,000-yard cliff. As for their mounts, there is no need to worry about them. These big lizards have suction cups on their bottom plates, and the cornices are flat. Joan put away the navigation compass, stuffed the remaining rusk into his mouth, and poured 2 more saliva before swallowing the dry food. Hayla and Zion's brother and sister also ate dry food, recovered their strength, and got up one after another, ready to go on the road. At this moment, Kiaon suddenly felt a little palpitations, and quickly got in touch with blood mosquitoes. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 999 Shadow Overhead. Audrey noticed that Joan looked abnormal, and came over and asked with concern, "What happened?" Just above us, about 200 yards high, circling two strange shadows. Joan pointed to the top of his head, the dangerous sign that hemorrhagic mosquito had just detected. "What shadow? Is it a monster?" Holden and Hayla also gathered around, inquiring nervously and curiously. "It's unclear what that is. It's just that everyone is on the alert. I will look at it again." Joan completely switched his perspective to the blood mosquito, trembling his wings, and flew towards the two circles of shadows overhead. When the blood mosquitoes approached within 60 feet of the shadow, Joan finally saw clearly that two strange creatures were suspended in the midair of the dome. At first glance, it looks like two large purple-hued balloons about 5 feet in diameter, 10 feet apart from each other, each dragging a long strand of silk, hanging in the air, spinning slowly. Prompted by curiosity, Joan remotely controlled the blood mosquitoes to fly closer, so that he could clearly see the appearance of the two balloons, and the result surprised him. From a distance, the object resembling a balloon looks like a huge head. To be more precise, it is more like brain tissue in the cranial cavity. It is wrapped in a layer of pleated red fuchsia, with a rhythmic slight tremor at the front end of the brain, corresponding to the position of the human jaw. There is a forward convex, curved and sharp beak, black color, looks like the mouth of a parrot or squid, but the size is much larger. Joan held his breath and continued to observe through the compound eyes of the blood mosquitoes. He found that the two monsters below the brain-like organs were mistaken by him for being a balloon-shaped elongated object. As many as possible, each root is no less than 15 feet long. The roots of these tentacles are almost as thick as the wrists of adults, extending forward from the roots and becoming more and more slender. The thinnest tip is like a goose feather pen. Around these tentacles, there are many small barbs and spikes, which look like a creeping thorn, which is shocking. What surprised Joan even more was that the tentacles of the two monsters were entangled with each other, just like a lover with interlocking fingers, and they looked very intimate. The bizarre scene in front of him reminded Joan to recall an illustration he had seen in the Book of Monsters of Vers Strange. He compared the two purple balloon-shaped monsters in front of him with the creatures depicted in the illustrations in the book. At that moment, the two strange creatures in the air seemed to perceive the whispering of the blood mosquito's wings. The cerebral cortex-like outer skull flashed silver, and countless tiny electric snakes rushed along the brain circuit. Seeing this situation, Joan immediately felt uncomfortable and hurriedly called for blood mosquitoes to stay away from the two monsters and fly back to him as soon as possible. Almost at the same time, the two strange tentacles entangled in the air quickly separated from each other, with a flashing current head, following the path of the blood mosquito escape. Joan observed the relative flight speed of the blood mosquito and the two strange creatures, and confirmed that the other party could not catch up with the blood mosquito for a while. Feeling relieved, and hurriedly turned to remind the companion to prepare for the battle. There are two creatures in the sky that look like tentacles. They have just been mated. They were alarmed by my blood mosquitoes and have been chased down. It is unreasonable to talk about such strange monsters with nature and evil. If they take the initiative to attack, we don't have to be polite. Kill both monsters. There was coldness in Joan's eyes. If there are any choices, he doesn't want to provoke tentacles. However, according to the literature, such monsters are simply unreasonable. As long as they find creatures that they think can overcome, they will attack immediately. The tentacles' intelligence is not low. In most cases, they will not be actively exposed to their prey. They prefer to hide in secret areas such as caves or rock crevices. When the prey passes by from the bottom, it will drift down and cover the thorns. The stinger's tentacles capture the opponent and inject poison to paralyze it. After the sneak attack, the tentacle monster will drag the prey back to the nest, pry open the prey's brain with a sharp beak, and eat blood and brain marrow. This is their favorite delicacy. Joan considers that he and his companions will fly over the cliff in a moment, so instead of guarding against the tentacle attacks at all times during the flight, it is better to lead them down now and solve them. Hidden dangers. Holden looked up at the dim dome. The magic searchlight embedded in the forehead of the expedition helmet emitted a bright beam of light, sweeping into the air and flying two tentacle monsters. These two guys are really amazing. Mr. Poet whistled in surprise. Joan, you just said that they are mating, but they look exactly the same. Whether it's just a public one, or another one. Female. It is hermaphrodite and mating. Joanne reply, as always, is concise and concise. Hayla also looked up like Holden, using searchlights to monitor the movements of the tentacles. She noticed that in the process of chasing the blood mosquitoes, the two tentacle monsters gradually separated the distance, and the relative position formed a clear gradient. Immediately, they swiftly moved forward and ran out a distance, so that their position was above the sky. The next two tentacles are just on the same inclined straight line. The sound of the chanting mantra came from his ear, attracting Joan's attention, and turned his head to look around, seeing that Hayla was making a gesture of casting a spell. When he recognized the spell that Hayla was casting, he couldn't help but change his face slightly, and he wanted to stop talking, but it was too late. Hayla has chanted the last start mantra and raised a lightning beam that tears the night. According to her conception, after the third lightning beam hit the tentacle monster closer to her, it penetrated it and bombarded the second tentacle monster behind him. In this way, Hayla only needs to cast a spell once, and can shoot down both tentacle monsters. What happened next was far beyond her expectations. The lightning beam did hit the first tentacle monster as she wished. At the same time, the fuchsia film on the surface of the horn of the tentacle monster's skull was also glowing with light, and the energy of the lightning beam was completely inhaled into the body. Not only failed to penetrate it, but even failed to cause any harm. This monster. What's the matter? Hayla froze in shock. At the moment when she was at a loss, she had just eaten a lightning beam but had no damage to the tentacles, suddenly accelerated to dive down, threw out 10 tentacles covered with thorns, and went straight to Hayla's head and neck. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1000 Tentacle Monster. One flash away. Audrey came like a whirlwind, struggling to push away Hayla, who was still stunned, and held the kite shield in his left hand, blocking the tentacles that fell from the sky. Several tentacles hit the knight's shield heavily, making a series of dense crackling sounds, and at the same time bursting out sparks of electric sparks. The lightning beam that Hayla just blasted out, instead of killing the tentacles, was absorbed by the monster into his body, and the tentacles were filled with electric energy, and became 10 electric whips. The electric current was conducted through the steel shield, and Audrey rushed to the left arm for a while, numb, and could hardly hold the shield. She gritted her teeth, withstood the paralysis caused by the electric shock, and pulled back the shield. She clenched her sword in her right hand, struggling to wave a thunder slash. The monster in the air is trying to capture Audrey's shield with tentacles. She can't help being pulled by her. The balloon-shaped body falls down involuntarily, facing a bright sword light. The thunder roared with Jianfeng exploding. The echo stirred in the dome, and everyone was tingled with eardrums, and the bearded tentacles were stunned by sound waves. The sword tore the tough skin of the monster, splashing a large purple blood, trembling and roaring blades, bursting out a powerful shockwave, flying the tentacles out. Another tentacle monster in the air quickly flew over, trying to stop Audrey from chasing the injured companion. Before waiting for it to be close to Audrey, Holden raised his hand and put a bullet with chaotic magic, hitting the tentacles momentarily, bursting out a strange light. The tentacles shrouded by this magical radiance uttered a scream, the body contracted sharply, and in a blink of an eye became a small chick, fell from the air, and fell on the rocky ground, whining and wailing. At the same time Holton fired. Joan also pulled out his revolver from the waist, aimed at the tentacle monster that Holton turned into a chicken with a funny gun, and pulled the trigger continuously. After 2 bangs, the chicks splattered blood on the spot, kicked their legs and died, and the body swelled sharply, returning to the shape of a tentacle. The tentacle monster, cut by Audrey with a sword, witnessing the tragic killing of his companion, has realized that this group of human explorers can never afford it, dragging his tentacles and turning his head towards the dome of the cave. Made it clear to run away. Joan put away the revolver and pulled the spirit net from the storage bag, struggling to throw it into the air, and at the same time chanted the start password for catching prey. Spirit net responded to the master's order, the light flashed out of thin air, and the next moment appeared on the head of the tentacle monster, turning into a gold and silver intertwined net. The tentacle monster, panicking, rammed into the snare net, and tried to get out of it. Too late. It was wrapped tightly by the spirit net, and fell with wailing. Yalla. Joan chanted another mantra, and the spirit net responded to the activated rope form, like a python, dragging the tentacles tightly bound by it and crawling around, before returning to Joan. Joan observes the tentacle monster up close and is very interested in this strange monster that can absorb electrical energy. He decides to communicate with it in depth, and then he establishes a secondary spiritual connection with the tentacle monster. Through telepathy, Joan noticed that the monster's mind was filled with fear and despair, so he took out a bottle of healing potion soaked in advance with tears of God from the storage bag, pulled out the stopper, and sprinkled the potion on the tentacle blade. The sword was still bleeding. The moment the potion touched the wound, the tentacles shivered in horror. The monster has no eyes, and Joan guesses that it has some kind of blind sight ability. Just like tremor perception, it can only perceive its own action of pouring water on it, but it can tell what liquid is poured on it. So I feel scared. Don't worry. This potion can help you stop bleeding. Joan calms the tentacles through a spiritual connection. The tentacle monster initially lacked trust in him, but soon discovered that the wound soaked in the potion was quickly hemostasis and healed. The pain was greatly relieved, and the trembling body gradually calmed down. Joan sensed the change in the mind of the tentacles and reduced his hostility towards him. So he made a series of gestures and chanted the spell in a low voice. Vanima. The faint cyan magical radiance was emitted from Joan's eyes, illuminating the tentacles. The spells and effects are very similar to charming humans, but the configuration is slightly different, and it is specifically suitable for strange creatures. Joan discovered this rather remote once-level spell, Charming Strangeness, by analyzing his strange bloodline during the spa treatment at Barden Spa. In the surface world, there are few opportunities to deal with strange monsters. However, in the endless world of strange monsters, this partial door spell has found a place to use, so Joan prepared one, just to practice training with tentacles. Charm-like spells are usually difficult to play against hostile creatures. Fortunately, Joan has used a bottle of healing potion to greatly reduce the hostility of the tentacles. After casting the spell, he successfully won the favor of the other party. Most of the spells of the Confuse Control School can be divided into 2 subcategories. One is charm and the other is coercion. The former is like charming and strange, and the latter is like human stabilization and dominant insects. A coercion type of spell is like a king's hard bow. No matter how reluctant the subject is, once captured by the spell, he can only be forced to obey the order of the caster. Charm-type spells are not so tough, but they gain the goodwill and trust of the subject unconsciously, so that the other party feels that the caster is really good for him, and listens to the suggestion of the caster from the heart, rather than being forced to submit to the caster's mercy. These 2 types of confusion control spells have their own advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of coercion spells is that they are simple and rude, and do not care whether the subject is resentful, forcing the other party to execute the order. The shortcoming is that if the other party is unwilling, they will not go all out during the execution of the order. If they can be lazy, they will be lazy. Not only are they inefficient, they cannot perform creative work that requires subjective initiative. The weakness of enchanted spells is that the subject retains a portion of their free will. If the caster's request clearly violates the subject's own interests, it may be rejected. The advantage is that when the caster and the subject have the same interests, or when they can persuade the subject to believe that the two sides have the same interests, the subject will be stimulated with great enthusiasm and actively serve the caster. Not only not negatively, downtime will even take the initiative to make suggestions. At this moment, the tentacle monster captured by Joan with charming strangeness has realized that his destiny is completely in the hands of this human mage. Only by pleasing the other party can he save his life. So when Joan asked him to act as a guide for his adventure team, leading everyone through the umbilical cord to the blood tundra, although the tentacles had never left this area since birth, they still agreed happily. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest.